Um, where we're at now is we are only able to supply personal protective equipment to healthcare operations that are frontline COVID or are in the realm of outbreak mitigation or response. We're not in a position at this stage to provide wide-scale PPE to the entire healthcare apparatus in Vermont. We are very cognizant of the fact that because of the supply chain that is compromised or impaired, that is a challenge, because all the medical providers, no matter who you are, from acupuncture to dentistry to primary health care to hospitals, all have the same constraints on the supply line. And we are actively working to try to develop the best possible supply chains to eventually be able to support as much of that as possible, not necessarily to buy those items for dentists and such, but have them be able to have access to them through the state's purchasing power and the collaborative that we've established primarily with the hospitals and the UVM Medical Center in the lead for that. Not sure where to go next. I might just leave it there, since I may have completely overwhelmed you with the state of personal protective equipment.
No, it sounds like a really simple problem to solve, and I thank you for that. No, it's obviously very complicated, and you've done a lot of work, and thank you for sharing with us this kind of approach you're taking to determine what you need to supply the frontline workers and what you can supply now. So
that's a great point, Representative Kimball. There is one more piece to this. I failed to describe the three main ways that we're procuring right now. Well, actually, four ways. First is the Federal Emergency Management Agency is supplying PPE on a limited basis because of the nationwide demand, but it is coming from FEMA on a weekly basis. We have, I mentioned, a partnership with the UVM Health Network and the hospitals to purchase using their connections. Essentially, the state is adding to all of the purchases that they're making for distribution to a variety of health providers here in Vermont. In addition to that, that partnership allows us to vet offers of personal protective equipment and the specifications of non-traditional equipment like KN95 masks before we enter into an agreement to purchase. And then once those non-traditional items like KN95s arrive or face shields are produced, they go to the UVM testing center to be validated before they're actually sent out to a healthcare provider. The second or the third way that we're purchasing is through partnerships with Vermont companies. A couple of those have been widely publicized. Folks like C2 or Burton Snowboards have connections in the supply chain in China in particular, and they have facilitated the purchase of millions of pieces of PPE or donated hundreds of thousands of donated pieces of PPE that have made their way to Vermont or are inbound. And the final way is the method that you were discussing here, and that VMAC and Vermont manufacturers and the Department of Economic Development and Agency of Commerce have all been involved in, which is Vermont-based construction of PPE. Again, constraints there because of the availability of material and a host of other things, but Vermont manufacturers have really stepped up in the near term to provide support in this arena, and we're hopeful that we will be able to create what we're essentially describing as an insurance policy for the supply chain, not only for the near term, but going forward for any future events, and be able to procure some of this through Vermont manufacturers on an ongoing basis.
Thank you for that overview. Very helpful.
Michael, I know you have a lot of other things to do. I don't know how much time you have to spend with us. I have another question from another member, if you have time to take that.
I do. I have a hospital supply chain meeting next, but they know I'm going to be a few minutes late.
Okay, one more question then, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This goes for both commissioners and Patricia. I got an email from the husband of a woman whose company has pivoted down here in Bennington and producing PPE. And the email directive has cut their hourly wages back to minimum wage and gone to piecework. And this business intends to apply for the COVID-19 manufacturing grant program. And I wonder if frankly, is it permissible? And can you speak to it?
I'll start just by saying I'm not familiar with any of the constructs around the wages or anything of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
I know that there's some NIST money that went to the MEP, so maybe Patricia could talk about that, because we at the agency have not created a manufacturing grant program. So, but I am aware that there was some federal money as part of COVID cares that went to the MEPs or is going to the MEPs, but maybe that's not produced yet. Maybe you could speak to that.
So
I'm just going to jump off, folks, and on my way out the door, I'm going to thank Patricia and everyone for the probably 50 different technical questions about Vermont manufacturing that we sent in the first 4 weeks of this, trying to ascertain what people could do. So thanks for all of your work, and we'll talk to you soon.
Michael, thank you for joining us. And if we can help you on anything, don't hesitate to reach out to us.
Will do. Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you. You too.
So I guess there's a couple of different parts to that question, or the email that you referenced. I suspect, I don't know for sure, but I suspect that the well, this may be the company that we've talked about down in Bennington before. So I suspect that the reference to grants is probably talking about what we've been discussing here in terms of H945. I can't speak to the wages and piecework question. Joan, in terms of what you're mentioning with the VMAC, the MEP dollars, I guess the best way I can describe that is that's kind of the PPP funds, if you will, to the MEP. So as you can imagine, so our funding structure is based on fee for service and matching our federal grant. And of course, VMAC, as you can imagine, our fee for service work stopped pretty immediately in March. So anyway, so that's what those funds are related to.
So Representative Carroll, I'm not sure what manufacturing grant program, unless you were referring to the H945 or.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
The proposed.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. So committee, is everyone okay with putting a hold on 945 for the time being and leaving it on the wall in appropriations, and knowing that it's ready to go, or it's close to ready to go? Looks like everybody's good. You can put your thumbs up if you'd like. Okay, so that's what we'll do with 945. I'll inform the chair of appropriations that we won't be moving that anytime soon unless we get a call from Commissioner Goldstein or Commissioner Sherling that it's needed. And we appreciate VMAC's help. Patricia and Joan, thank you for your help also. We'll see you this afternoon, I'm sure.
12:30 is what you
Yes.
I have on my. Okay.
Yep. So we'll probably take up S255 first, which is a captive bill, and vote that out, and then we'll take 641 right after that and
Okay.
have that discussion. So I think what I'd like to do is just have a chat with the committee now on penalty weeks. We haven't heard back from Department of Labor. But I think what we heard yesterday was that they believe they can use PUA money. They're not inclined to do that unless, and I don't know, absent of passing legislation that tells them that they shall use PUA money if it's available for people that are on penalty weeks. The only other option would be for us to write a letter to them and strongly suggest that they use PUA money if it is available. And I just want to know where the committee is, what they think. Should we continue down that road? With seeing what we can do. And I know Patricia and Joan, if you have other places to go, please don't hesitate to leave us. We appreciate your time with us, and thank you very much.
And thank you for your time as well.
Thank you. Stephanie?
My question is about the number of people involved in the penalty weeks program. It kept referring to this group of 211 of the most egregious. Now, that's not the entire population of penalty weeks, though.
No, I think, yeah, the other ones that they find that were not egregious, that they were mistakes that they're allowing them to go through.
Okay, so the population that we're talking about is 211 people who've got these severe cases.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Of having taken advantage of the system in some way that,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
okay, it's 211.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Can I just clarify too that the thing we were waiting on the Department of Labor about was whether the those egregious cases were eligible for the $600 of federal PUA money.
Yeah.
But everybody else is eligible for that. Were they the only exemptions?
I think they're the only population that Department of Labor is not putting through. They're having them serve their penalty weeks, and then once they have, then they're eligible again. So I'm just, I'm thinking that, and I don't know which way to go, and I'm not sure, because what we heard from them yesterday was that, we're not in favor of using PUA for penalty weeks, that they should serve their penalty weeks, but if we decide that they should do that, then they would. But if they already have the ability to do it now, and the only way of us telling them specifically is to pass some legislation that says you shall use PUA money if it's available. I was a little confused, and the more I thought about it is, how do we do that? You already have the ability.
It felt like, and the other piece was, do we continue to ask them to serve their penalty weeks, even if they are receiving the PUA money, which I felt inclined to support.
Well, I think that they would not be serving their penalty weeks, that their penalty weeks would still be there at the end of this, and that they would at another time serve their penalty, which I would agree with. And I mean, I would think, the more I thought about it, would be to ask them to make sure that they do job search where the others aren't. I don't know. What are people thinking?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think there's also on a daily basis, we get the UI update from now, and it has the number of people that are not eligible for UI or PUA. And there seems to be a pretty high number of those as well. So I don't know what to do with that information, and maybe Stephanie knows better because of her work on the legislative action team. But it seems like that to Bob's point, some of these really egregious cases, they are criminal, and I don't know why they haven't been treated that way in the past. And I'm just not sure as to if we can ask the commissioner or the department to look the other way, in a way, for some of these folks that have committed egregious acts against the unemployment insurance. But I would think that we would want to at least get them to pursue the availability of PUA, and I thought that's what they were going to do, and come back to us and say if they could or not, right?
Yeah, and then, yeah, so I think, what I want to talk about is then what's the next step?
Do we put a needs test in there? There is no needs test for unemployment insurance, right?
Possible.
What do you
Something to
mean by
think about.
needs test? Like how hungry somebody is? Like what's the need? Or is they have no savings?
Yeah, it's a situational thing, but right. I mean, if you've got someone who is ineligible for unemployment insurance because of their commission in the past of some kind of violation of unemployment insurance, and they were able to get the system, and then you suddenly make it available to them, well, do they really need the money? And it's a good question, because we're saying if they really need the money, why hold back right now? Let's help them out right now and then worry about that later. But do we know that they need the money right now? And it's a different ask. And they're not in a position necessarily to evaluate if they need the money. But I would say that's where I think the chairman was going is before, when we had this discussion, is we should not deny someone the ability to be able to feed themselves, their family, because of something they did 10 years ago. And that's what I was going, is just, are they in that position now?
Did everyone get the memo or the letter that legal aid sent to Commissioner Harrington?
Yeah.
Oh,
It came yesterday. It was a follow-up letter to one they sent earlier on.
Well, there was a
And-
follow. I didn't see a follow-up letter.
Oh, okay. I'll send it. It specifically talked about our discussion yesterday
Oh, really?
with penalty weeks. Yeah, I'll send it to
Yeah.
everyone.
I mean, I know that legal aid's been very worried about this, and they feel like, my understanding is that we should be compassionate to people who have no money right now because of
Yeah.
the situation.
Well,
that
and
was not
yeah.
their fault.
Charlie's suggestion, I don't know if we could do it or not, but it's something we could think about. Bob?
I'm not terribly sympathetic to providing any assistance to these individuals. If we were to do that, I like Charlie's idea of having a needs.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, we need to add any more work to the labor. But I'm not, I don't know. I'm sure that the $100,000 fraud one was probably the most extreme.
Sure.
But I'm absolutely opposed. Actually, I got a couple of emails this morning that they read about it in Dig, that we were thinking about the penalty week for people with fraud, and they wanted an explanation.
Christie?
Wow, I can't believe I made the top of the list. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my thought is, and then I'm going to throw some thoughts out here and then see where it goes. I asked the question yesterday about 211 numbers that they gave to us and said those were egregious and for perhaps fraudulent claims and such, or trying to take advantage of the system. I agree. I'm not in favor of. I would find it hard to swallow to tell my mother that I'm giving money to somebody that cheated the system and deserved it. And I like the idea of the DOL having the flexibility, and it sounds like they responded with that they're looking at some of these cases and they're providing the benefits to some of the others outside of the egregious, and that they have done that. I like the at needs consideration that Representative Kendall is talking about. And if we're only talking 211, or hopefully it's not the 7,000 that's being reported on the daily UI report. But I think those have to be looked at. I hate to just throw money at the bad, so to speak. And it sounds like these people are fairly resourceful anyway. The most egregious ones, they're taking advantage of the system, and they're getting 6 months off and then working 6 months in the worst case. And it sounds like you're somewhat resourceful. I would have a hard time. I would be thinking to myself as micromanaging if we tried to initiate some legislation that was going to force DOL's hand to do this for some of these criminal activities. Just my thoughts.
Lynn?
I agree with Christy and Charlie. I think that needs test is, I'm not sure that would work with the burden they're under right now, but I do think probably, I mean, when they were talking yesterday about 31 weeks and 29 weeks, I mean, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks at the most could be a mistake, but 29, 31, I mean, it's supposed to only go on for 26 weeks is the way my understanding of UI is under normal circumstances. It's somebody's really gaming the system, and I agree with what everybody else has said so far.
Jim?
I think a letter might be fine, but I don't think we should put it in legislation.
I'm just reminded, Mr. Chairman, of what you said with respect to, even though it's a relatively small group by comparison countrywide, about 211 people, but that would, in some cases, force them to go on welfare. And that is sort of the conundrum on this.
Yep. Zach?
I guess I was pretty blown away to learn that there's no jail time for somebody that does this. They're breaking the law, and that's frustrating. I do think, though, I'll try to, I think that if we have the opportunity, if DOL does have the discretion to give the federal money to these individuals, I think that we should be able to do that. I don't think just because I think during these times it is important that we try to be compassionate to folks and understanding, even if they did do something wrong, which they clearly did. But I think that if somebody doesn't have any money, they're going to figure out a way to get that money, and that might mean abusing the welfare system. But if there are funds available and the U.S. Department of Labor allows for us to give these guys money, I think that we should do that. It's not our money. It's the federal. I mean, it is our money, but it's the federal government. But I do agree that should not contribute towards their penalty weeks, and they should be required to serve out those penalty weeks after they receive that money. But I think that I think that we should try to be compassionate to these folks, even if they did break the law, which it sounds like they were. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in? Okay, so we'll wait. We'll wait to hear back from Department of Labor, and we'll have another discussion with them and see where we want to go. Okay.
Mike, just one sec. I just want, from my observations in the past week or so working with labor, like they are just so constrained by these federal guidelines and regulations. There's some flexibility with the PUA program because it's new, and I think all the rules really haven't been set out very clearly yet.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just feel like they're so constrained for what they can do. That's my comment.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah. And to pass something that would allow the commissioner to waive penalty weeks, and sounds like it'd be hard to set that program up for them, or for them to set it up right now with all the other issues that they have. So we'll we'll keep talking. Hopefully it's not too long. That we get some type of answer from them. So I think that's about all I have for us this morning. We'll be back on at 12:30, and the first thing we'll do is vote on S-255, which is the captives bill, and think about who would like to report that one. Zach?
I did it last year. You guys, I'm
Hey,
gonna let somebody else have the shot.
well,
Mike, are we
yeah,
not voting? Are we
I'm
not
sorry?
voting on the sunset? Are we not voting on the sunset today?
not today. We'll do that next week.
Okay, all right.
It has to go to Rules Committee first. We have to
Okay.
get approval from Rules to put that one out. So we'll let the speaker take care of that, and then she'll let us know next week when that's ready to go. And I think we'll have, I think at the end of next week, we'll know more today, but I think ACCD will have something, a proposition to put in front of us on business relief and other things. So we'll hear from them this afternoon. So with that, Amy, we can go off.
Since it's now 5:31, we can start the meeting.
Yes.
Come to order. And as I told some people, we have Brian Bashaw from BCTV recording this meeting so that we will have reference and it will be part of the community record. Review and approve the minutes from the meeting of April 27th. I trust that everybody has received these minutes. Right.
Yes. I move approval, Byron.
Byron, you're moving to approve them as circulated?
Yes.
Do I hear a second? Second. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye or hold up a hand.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Approved. Residents and citizen participation. The minutes noted that there were no residents or citizens present in person or over the phone, and no one had submitted anything to the board for review. Is that the same thing true this month, Christine?
Yes, no one has submitted anything to review.
So we can move on to COVID-19 updates. Christine, you're on.
Okay. So just a few updates from last month. So things are, staff updates is things are still the same. We have a safety plan that we're developing to bring some more staff into the office, but for the time being, we have kept as many people as possible working remotely. And we still have the offices and the site offices closed at this point. We do have staff that are regularly coming into the main office on shifts. One person upstairs, one person downstairs. Staff are taking their temperature. They have to say that they've taken their temperature and document what it is before they come in. They need to document when they're there and when they leave. And they need to wear a mask when they're out of their office or around anybody else. The maintenance are doing the same. They're continuing to work alternate shifts. And they are also documenting every day, in addition to those items, where they're working. So if they've been at a certain site, we know where they've been. And we're keeping them on the separate shifts so that if one of them gets sick, they're not all out. And so we're going to do that probably until the state of emergency has been lifted. But we are looking at trying to get some staff on site, but we're still trying to figure out what the provisions would be for people to be on site. I've been on site just like in my car and driving around, and I've gotten out and I wear a mask, but I have not engaged with residents in any capacity. I try to go really early in the morning or kind of later in the day. and really that's for their safety as well as my own. And so
Try to engage with you, Christine.
What'd you say?
They try to engage with you.
Sometimes, and I'm very clear that I want to talk to them, that I'm always available. They can call me anytime, but for right now, because of the safety situation, it's really important for me to keep a distance. And so we've had, I think that residents are still a little bit nervous. We've had a couple of scares and panics at sites. People, got some information and there was sort of rumors going around, but so it really made me realize that people are still nervous. And so we want to make sure that when we do come back, that we're as safe as possible and that the residents have a clear expectation of what we're going to be doing.
Is it the case that we still have no cases?
As of today, we still do not have any cases. We've been very lucky.
Great.
So I'm feeling very fortunate, very, very, very lucky. And so, fingers crossed, we'll make it through this. And so we've been, but we have a plan in place in case we do have a case, and we have lots of, we have lots of plans now, which we really, have evolved over this process. And so in a lot of ways, we're in a much better shape today than we were before COVID even reared its ugly head. And we are coming up with a plan, and staff is very supportive of the plan of coming back with the restrictions that we'll have. We did a staff survey, and everybody responded, and I got a lot of great feedback about the comfort level of staff.
Good.
Ready to move on to property updates?
Sure. Yeah, just a couple of property updates. So the maintenance, as I said, are still alternating shifts and primarily doing emergency work orders and turnovers. We did take down the playground at Ledgewood Heights. It had been a safety concern for some time, and we had planned to take it down regardless of this situation. And so we did take it down. We cleared out that whole spot. We removed all the wood chips and cleared and cleaned the gravel. And so we're hoping that for the time being, it's a spot that kids can go and ride their bikes and play in a safe, contained area until we figure out what we want to do next. When we decide what we're going to do, we're going to engage the residents in that process. We also just HUD update. Yep. Sorry, Barry.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is it the hope to rebuild the playground
You know, I thought that that's what we would do, but the more I talk to residents, the more they want a space for kids to be able to safely ride their bikes and skateboard and roller skate in a contained spot. So I don't know what it's going to look like. There's still a very small, there's like a kiddo, like a baby playground there with that's a smaller version and a swing. So those remained. Just the big wooden structure was taken out.
Yeah.
And it was really rotted. It just wasn't, we repaired it over and over again. It just could not be repaired safely. And
Yeah.
so I think it would be interesting to see what the residents see as a good use for that land.
Right.
Demographic, how many young children versus older children are there at Letchwood?
You know, that's a good question. It seems like there's a lot of little ones, but I think it's a real mix. I think there's a lot of teenagers too, but there's a considerable amount of kids there. There's about 70 kids overall. So it's a lot of kids.
Yes.
Yeah. And so
Probably.
the basketball court tends to be where like little kids want to go in there and ride their bikes around and skateboard. And then the big kids can't play basketball. And so and people get angry because we want it just be a basketball court. And so I think that if we're looking at a space where kids can play safely, then maybe we relook at the playground space.
Okay. Right. The other thing that I noticed on the portfolio manager's report, this green, is the disinfection and then air conditioner installation.
Yes. Yeah. So we are continuing to disinfect all the buildings daily. We have an outside contract that's doing that, which has been great. And then cleaning the laundry room at Ledgewood Heights more often than normal, but really focusing on disinfecting the Samuel Elliott, Red Clover, A.W. Richards, those spaces.
Air conditioners.
Air conditioners, we put a notice out. So in the past, we always had a fee for air conditioner usage. When we went to RAD, we were not able to put that in the first year plan. So we are unable to charge a utility charge for that this year. We will next year, but for this year we can't. So this year is free. And we just ask that residents register with us so that we know that they're putting the air conditioner in and that they are checked so that they're in properly so that we're not using too much energy.
Okay. And then the Lavender monthly property management. No, I think there are two other things, the HUD updates and the FEMA.
Sure, I'll just briefly go over, and I know Chris wrote about it a little too. So in terms of HUD, we have gotten some additional funds, COVID-19 money for our public housing property, which is Melrose Terrace, and also for our RAD properties. So we are going to be using that for any additional costs that we've had related directly to COVID-19. And then we're going to, and we've received our admin money for our RAD program, which we had been waiting on. We received that in the beginning of May. So that's wonderful. So we're caught up with our RAD money. And for FEMA, we have gotten into the FEMA and we've started to put in some of our costs. So FEMA will reimburse us 75% for approved costs. And then the additional we would be taking out of the HUD money. So we're in a good place. And Chris Hart is helping us. She's done the FEMA before. So it's a very big help to have her on board to support us through that process.
Indeed. And then move to the Lavender monthly property management update. I'm interested in the number of vacancies.
Yes, so the number of vacancies is due to the fact that we are not, we're not in the process of turning over any apartments that do not have a single entry. So based on the rules, the stay home, stay safe, we were not able to go into those units or send people into those units until it was allowable. And so we've really refrained from having people go into the Samuel Elliott apartments because we know that it's such a high risk population. We have turned over an apartment on the first floor. So we're hoping to get that housed this month as of June 1st. But there will be 5 additional units that we're going to have to try to fill once we can get inside. But we're really hesitant to move anyone into the building because it's a shared entry, shared elevator, that we just don't want to upset the apple cart until we know for sure that there's not as much of a risk. The other sites, though, it's sort of hard because one person, we're sort of we're transferring a couple of people. So we're moving someone to Sam Elliott, and then we're going to have a little bit of a domino effect. But we do have 2 units that we're ready to fill at Melrose, and those are ready because they have private entries that we could, and so we could turn those over. The same at Moore Court and Ledgewood. Hayes, again, we're hesitant because of the compromised the population, and also because they share that open space. And the RCC unit just came on very recently.
Okay.
It was a very recent departure. So we will be turning that over, but at this point it's new. Still, the stuff isn't even moved out of the apartment.
Okay. And for Red Clover, the vacancy list is the state housing list rather than our public housing list?
Yes. So the Vermont State Housing holds that list.
Okay.
They have the vouchers for that building.
As we have always looked at the rent collections, that again is an issue. Rent collections are down.
Some of these predate the COVID-19, so they're not all related to COVID. Some of them are things that have gone wrong, that have been behind previous to that, unfortunately.
Are we at the point, well, post-COVID, we don't want to make any changes until the emergency is over?
We cannot serve a notice to evict at this point. There's a moratorium on eviction for rent. So there's nothing we can do at this point besides we've been sending letters saying you owe this much, you're going to owe it eventually. Here are some resources. Reach out to SEVCA, reach out to some other organizations. This is the time to catch up, and we're not getting a lot of response. There is one person who has not paid their rent, who has always paid their rent, but they have not paid it through this whole process, and they don't have a phone, they don't answer their mail. So I think that they're just holding on to I think they will pay it. I think they're just holding on to their rent because they like to hand it to us in person, and they haven't been able to do that. So that's one big fee that I'm not as concerned about, but the other ones are really specific. There's no one I don't think that we've really seen an increase in people not paying their rent that normally do.
That's good to know. Any questions? I seem to be the one who's doing a lot of talking at the moment now. Want other commissioners?
Yeah.
Certainly want everybody to pitch in with questions.
Is it surprising, Byron, is it surprising that Melrose is as low as it is?
I think Melrose is because we have two empty units. And so I think that that's really skewing the numbers. Yeah, because there's only 25 units there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what would the percent be excluding those units?
Well, the problem is because they've been vacant for more than 2 months, we can't get our HAP payment either. So usually we can't get our we're not getting any subsidy at all for those units, and so it's bringing it up. I don't think that we would be very far behind at all if we had those units filled.
So the actual existing tenant rent performance is not bad?
No, it's not bad. It's really primarily based on those 2 units. that we're
So
seeing this big discrepancy.
So would you say without those 2 units, we'd be at or above 80%?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Yep.
I'm wondering if some of the extra payments for COVID-19 could be used to fill the gap that where the subsidies weren't paid.
I don't
Since-
think that it can at this point. I don't. And we've actually reached out to our insurance company as well to see if we could maybe get funded for interruption of business. And it was not, these types of events are not, are excluded from this.
The act of God,
Yeah.
if not. Okay. Are we ready to move on to wellness? Lorelei Morissette's report. Pink.
I think you're doing a great job.
They are doing a great job.
Well, before some of you joined the meeting, Christine and I were chatting about how the multiple contacts, and we all received the graph of the phone contacts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Letter that came separately. I'm sorry, I need to try to move so that the sun isn't on that. But the amount of contact, because we have people who are able to do that, really is setting a different pattern, which Christine was sharing with the other executive directors. If I'm remembering correctly, and let you talk a little bit more about it, Christine, because I think that the amount of direct contact by phone with all of our residents is a very important.
It's impressive.
Yes.
We do have a lot of capacity to call. We have a lot of residents, but we also have more capacity than some other organizations have. And so I think we took this as an opportunity to set up a very deliberate way of reaching out to residents on a regular basis. And so it's been very helpful. And they do, they make calls and calls and calls every day. We hired a part-time person that's working 20 hours a week, that's just supporting them and triaging calls and triaging information to them. And she started the beginning of last week, and she has been wonderful. She worked at a hotel and she got laid off, and she wanted to do some work. And so she wanted to get into some sort of social service. She has a lot of customer service background. And so she has been really great. And that's a direct COVID expense. So we've utilized that. I think that because we've had this capacity, we've learned a lot about what our residents need and what the community needs are. A lot of times we come up with some strategies like, we usually do this big food distribution program, which we always need. And there were some staff that really wanted to do that again. And I couldn't think of a way to do it safely. And I just didn't feel comfortable with it. So I said, well, let's look at the numbers and see who needs food. And we really started to realize that nobody needs food right now. Everybody's been getting stuff. We have connections in Brattleboro. We're really lucky in Brattleboro because we've been working with the food bank and the Food Connects, and they have our Food Works, which is through Groundworks, and some volunteers, and they've been delivering boxes of food. So people are doing okay. So we figured out that that's not where they need us. They need us in other places. They need a lot of support around isolation, being able to talk to somebody every day or every couple of days for 15 to 20 minutes. They need that.
Are we setting up a pattern that we want to continue after the emergency is over?
I think that's a good question. I think that we will, yeah, I think that's a good question. I think that hopefully we can carry on some of the things we've been doing through afterwards, because I think we've learned a lot about what people need.
Christine, were you able to find out if there's any organizations out there that could help fill that gap that I had brought up at the last meeting?
Yeah, and I brought it.
Doing anything?
Yeah, I brought it up to Lorelei, who's running this group, and I asked her what she thought, and also about what other resources there are. There is a warm line through HCRS, and they have been they have been putting people in that direction, like giving people that information about the warm line, which is just a soft touch of somebody, a resource. And I think Lorelei felt that at this point, our residents weren't looking for something to call into together. They were really looking for that reassurance of someone one-on-one to talk to them. But maybe that's something going forward as things ease up a little that people might be more interested in. And I think that Thrive, which is our employee assistance program, would be interested in doing something like that for a fee.
Yeah.
Good. The SASH is so much involved with that. And I was interested that the percentage of only 18% of the calls had to do with health.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and those are primarily being directed right to the wellness nurse and some of the SASH coordinators. And we brought in an additional part-time SASH wellness nurse, the person who works in Valley Cares. She had been working remotely, and she had another job in Springfield that she was furloughed from. So we hired her to do 10 hours a week temporarily to help us catch up on some of the SASH mandated work so that the nurse could then do more COVID response work.
Wonderful. And certainly we'll take advantage of employees that Springfield can't use. Then the family self-sufficiency, which certainly hard to work from home for Lucy Tell.
But that seems like quite a lot of participants, 35.
Yes, it's been a struggle. I think Lucy really enjoys seeing people face to face. And I think she really likes that type of work. I think it's been a challenge for her as well as the participants, but she has been working with her supervisor, who's Lorelei, at coming up with a calendar for next month with some online events to support people around financial success. So they should have something they're putting, I know Lorelei and I talked about it today, they're putting something together right now. So that should be coming out for next month.
Christina, just this is an off the top question. What would be your guesstimate of how many residents actually have computer access so that they might be able to take a look at Zoom and communications and stuff like that?
I think it depends on the site. So I think at our family sites, I think that people have a lot of people have smartphones, so they're able to do it with their phone.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
But I think at our senior sites, it's lower.
Yeah. I did ask Rotary a couple weeks ago about the masks, and they have already been inundated with requests from nursing homes and places. Yeah. They didn't feel like they could promise anything at this point, but they would let me know if once they got through their current obligations, they would get in touch. So I did ask. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Well, just not to go off on that, but I will a little bit. We have been getting a lot of masks.
Good.
We've received quite a bunch, and we've been mailing them out. We've been labeling them depending on what kind they are, like whether they tie, they're elastic, whether they're round or rectangular. And then when people request them, we've been mailing them out. We've been getting a lot of requests, so that's good. And we're asking, we're starting to put new notices up, really asking family members to wear masks. So I ordered 100 cloth masks, which came in last week, and we're going to be putting them at the sites for people to take, so that when they come in, they put them on and then they take them home with them.
Good. That's
because
wonderful.
We're finding that a lot of people coming in our building are not wearing masks.
Yeah. How will you enforce or at least encourage mask wearing in the buildings?
So we have some new signs that come up, before it said, please just, wear them, or, we were really, it was hard, it was easier to be stricter, but now as things are loosening up around the state, it's, I think we're going more like towards the angle of thank you so much for caring about our residents and protecting them.
Okay.
Thank you so much for wearing your mask. You know, thank you so much. Oh, you forgot yours. Grab one. They're right here. You know, and to try to go at it that way.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. The Housing Choice Voucher Program, the yellow this time. I'm glad that he was able to say, we've been informed we can finally expect payment of the RAD admin costs sometime in May, and they have come in. So that.
And we did, yeah.
So there will be 7 people taking housing choice vouchers at Melrose rather than expecting to move into Red Clover 2.
So there will only be 18 units at Red Clover 2. So we'll have 7 people, but we're in the process now of doing a light survey, basically a survey that says, you know, you don't have to confirm, it doesn't have to be definite, but what are you already feeling? Because we know that there are some people that just are not going to want to go. So Chris is working on that right now as part of her development job to figure out how many people who are really sure that they're not going to go. And that will give us a better gauge. And hopefully some people will go into our public housing. Some people will take vouchers, but if a lot of people decide they don't want to go to, it's hard to know what we're going to do, because if many people decide they don't want to go to Red Clover 2, we might have more spots available.
Okay.
And so then we'd have to rehouse the other people.
Are there some people at Melrose who will want to go to Red Clover 2 and we have to find temporary housing for?
I cannot imagine that the 18 residents are going to want to go to Red Clover 2. I would be very surprised, but I could be wrong. And that's why we're trying to find out from the survey. There are many people at Melrose right now who had the opportunity to go to Red Clover 1 and did not want to go.
Okay.
But if you, am I misunderstanding, if you have anybody who wants to go to Red Clover 2 and it's not yet going to be open, is there a temporary housing problem?
No, they would just stay where they are at Melrose until we're ready to house them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
Well, if they don't want to go to Red Clover 2 and Melrose is eventually going to go away, that means they have to find other housing within our system, or?
So they will have an option. They'll have the option to go to another one of our housing sites, or they will have an option to take a voucher to move into the community and move somewhere else.
Okay.
Kind of like it would be a Section 8 voucher. So a voucher that they could take to live somewhere else. And so I think David put something in here. He's trying to talk to Wyndham Windsor to see if maybe they would reserve a few spaces for us, but I don't know if that's a possibility. Things are a little bit up in the air right now because there's a lot of people right now also working on trying to figure out the homeless situation in Brattleboro, since so many people are housed at the hotel. I think there's a lot of work around that as well. And so I think right now it's a little too early for us to try to hold any spots for anybody anywhere. But we are going to secure that there's vouchers so that if they need to go in the community, they will have that. And they'll have plenty of time to look. We're going to offer it to them nice and early so they have lots and lots of time.
Good.
But we have the vouchers.
We have the vouchers.
Okay, great.
And when is Red Clover 2 gonna be ready?
We are looking at 2021 to get everybody in by January 1st, 2022
Okay.
for that date. And so the hope is that the building will be complete in October or earlier than October. I think we were hoping that everything would be complete and sometime in early summer, and that we would have 6 months to move everybody in.
Okay.
It's going to be
Remembering.
a fast construction.
Yeah, well, the idea would be breaking ground now and that, sometime in this summer, or at least getting some of the work done, and then the construction will go through the winter and then into the following year. So we're looking at about a year and a half from now.
Mhm.
I'm trying to think of where Chris is, and maybe my timeline's a little off. What she
He's talking about 11 months construction.
Yeah, 11 months. Yep. So closing this June and then an 11-month construction. And so needing to have everybody in no later than December 31st of 2021.
Remembering that the original residents of Red Clover Commons were rushed in because we needed to have occupancy by the end of the year, I believe, or.
Yeah. And this building is going to be much, much plainer than that building. This is a very scaled down version. The apartments will be similar, but they won't have the same community space. They'll be using the community space at Red Clover Commons 1.
What does their status have to be at 2? Like a Section 8, or which one of these programs does that fit into?
What was it? I missed it. It froze for a second, Don. I'm sorry.
I don't know if I'm wording it right, but which one of these programs does Red Clover Commons 1 or 2 fit into?
So they're a project-based voucher. So Red Clover 1, the vouchers are held by Vermont State Housing. Red Clover 2, we will hold the vouchers for the program. So we'll hold the vouchers and we'll be managing the building.
Part of the difference between the vouchers that we're going to give people who don't want to move into Red Clover 2 is that those are like Section 8 and are basically the property of the resident who has it. Whereas project-based voucher, we have the voucher and they move into, have the voucher while they're in that residence. But it doesn't.
Yeah, the voucher stays. Yeah, that's a good way of saying, Janet. Yes, thank you. The voucher stays with the unit, and so when they're living there, they pay 30% of their income, and it's based in that unit. Very similar to the way many of our housing, are public housing. So it's based on, they can't take it with them. However, they are eligible after a year to then go into a program that has a Section 8 voucher. But only if they're available.
Okay. And Section 8 vouchers are not easy to come by.
And so we'll hold the wait list for the Red Clover 2. Right now, we don't hold the wait list for the Red Clover 1 building, but we will for the Red Clover 2.
Okay.
And people will have to apply. It sounds, weird, but people will have to apply separately for that building than Red Clover 1.
How do you keep it all straight?
Good grief.
I'm learning.
Wonderful. Okay. The RAD demonstration update on funding, I think we've already covered that. And we can move on to a financial review with the check listings in green. And then the Red Clover Commons, again, talking about how separate our financing is, the 2019 budget versus the actual.
Looks very good.
I keep looking for the parentheses that say lost
Yeah.
and they're not there, which is wonderful.
I had a couple of questions on the budget when we get there.
We're here.
Okay. Red Clover Commons 2019 budget versus actual. Line 4900 miscellaneous income. In 2019, it was projected versus actual 600 to 3311. What was the increase on that? What caused that?
It probably had to do with some sort of damage. I believe we had a water damage. Somebody had a bathtub that had overflowed and damaged down through the building. And so I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm guessing that's what it was, that a resident was billed for some sort of damage.
Sure. And on line 7170, janitorial, it went from 12,000 to 6,900. That was a pretty good savings. Was there a reason we didn't spend the 12,000?
I think it was just that that's what we had budgeted for. And I think that we ended up going with a different cleaning company that was less expensive.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So I was looking at major discrepancies and stuff like that. Wanting to understand that. Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that 3,000, even though we have damages above, I will double check for you. But I believe that it had to do with some sort of additional fee that we ended up being able to charge based on some of that situation, but I'll double check.
Sure. Sure.
So the insurance, I mean, minor discrepancies, but taxes and insurance actual was more than 91,050 versus 92, almost 93,000 for taxes and insurance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the property tax was higher.
Yes.
It's really helpful to have these breakouts.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, this is really good, Christine.
Yeah, I know. It looks nice. Isn't it good? And next month we'll have even more information for you. Our fee accountant has been doing a lot of great work. Mary helps a lot with this. So it doesn't make a big difference. So I'm excited as things start to, our accounting starts to get back into normalcy, that it's nice to be able to see things that are clear to understand.
And these accountings are always going to come out in the black, like the Richards building.
The Richards building has never done well. It's always been a tough building, but they have done, I have to say our property management has done an amazing job at keeping it full. And she has worked a lot with David on getting people with vouchers into the building, and that has made a huge difference. Their partnership has really changed the AW Richards building. And I think that Courtney should get most of the credit, but David needs to get some credit too. They've worked really hard together to get this where it needs to be.
Well, I remember Chris Hart saying that the heating system in AW Richards was difficult to work with and expensive, so that there wasn't very much that we could do to reduce the costs there.
That is true. It is true. It's still the case.
But it came in the black. You're quite right, Byron. Any other comments?
That's good.
So moving to check signing. Byron, you're sending checks in May?
Yes.
Yeah, and I apologize. So for the time being, we really need to keep doing it in the evening if possible, just because that's when Billy Joe is able to get in.
Mm-hmm.
So if that works for people, that would be great. If it doesn't work for people, then I could set up a time on Friday mornings to have people come in, but I'm not normally there on Friday, so it would take maneuvering some of the schedule around a little.
If you
I
need
have
to,
no problem coming in the evening.
Yeah, I can only come in maybe before 3, but if they were left in the room where I normally sign the checks, I could sign them and then Billy Joe could pick them up when she comes in.
Mhm.
I don't want to have anybody come into the office just for me, but you know, I can't do it after 3.
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, right now Byron has done it. I don't know if just for June we could get someone who, yep, Elizabeth.
I can do June instead of July if you want.
Okay, is that okay?
It's worked out well for me to go in at 7 to sign checks too, so I'm happy to swap with you or go in for June. So either way works out well for me.
The time in the evening, I'm free afternoon and evening on Thursday, so that's no big deal.
So which would you prefer, June or July?
Doesn't matter. What's good for you?
Either one will work for me too.
Okay, so how about I'll take June and you take July?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, great.
And
Just tell me what time should I be there in the evening?
I'll have Billy Joe reach out to you. She usually sets up the time, and I
That's
think
fine. That's
okay.
fine. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm going there about 6:45.
That's fine.
So that works.
Yeah.
And the second time I did it, I signed everything in my car and discovered that some of the checks had slid down to the left side of my, so I had to turn around and drive back. So from there on in, I put my mask on and came in and signed things. Very helpful. Oh,
Disconcerting.
yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Transition to fee accountant. You were saying that we're going to have even more complete and detail and things that will be helpful to work with.
Let me double check that I'm not lying to you about June. Hang on. Let me just look at my schedule here. Thursday, the 4th, 5, 11, 5, 18th, it's 5, the 25th. Yeah, I'm clear for June. That's fine. Perfect. Good. All right.
And I will make sure I have July. Oh, really? Okay.
Yep.
Hopefully,
Okay.
when I'm out of quarantine, I might be able to pull my weight here.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. You know,
Don't worry about
we
it.
all do what we have to do.
I don't
Yeah.
go anywhere. Nowhere.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Christine, I just want to compliment you and the staff and the people you've hired to keep in touch with everybody about standing work to keep everybody safe and work with the residents. I mean, my hat's off to you. It really is. You know, great job.
Yes.
Thank you. They have done an amazing job, and our staff has done great. And, I'm looking at ways to help them to feel appreciated. And so I'm working on some of that this week. And because I realize that not just saying, I appreciate you, but also coming up with some ways of giving them some time off, because I find that people are not taking time off right now, that really everybody needs some time off right now. It's been very traumatic. And so giving people time off to use within the next month, saying, I'm giving you additional time, but you got to use it. And then I'm also sending them each something little in the mail just to say thank you, a handwritten card and a little gift. But if I think that coming from the board, that's very helpful. And so I don't know.
Maybe we could write a letter from the commissioners to the staff and just celebrate all the hard work they're doing.
I think that would be.
Maybe a paragraph from each of us.
That's a great idea. Yes. Because I mean,
Even
that's
if
a
it's,
lot of work
even
and
if
a
it's
lot.
a little duplicative, it's still okay. It's something from each of us would make it more personal.
I think that's
Yeah.
excellent. Wonderful.
I agree. I think that would be really great.
Yeah.
So maybe
Nice.
if we each did our paragraph and sent it to Christine in the next week or so,
Absolutely.
Yep.
we could put it into a letter and send it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
I'd be
what I was
happy.
going to suggest, that we need a deliver by such and such a time. So next week will lead us into Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, if I
So
could get it by maybe the end of the day on Tuesday.
Perfect. Be glad to.
And the sooner I get them, if everybody sends it to me before then, I'll put it together faster. And I'll make sure that the staff, everybody gets a copy, and I'll also post it on our website and our Facebook. And that way it's not just to them, but the community knows as well how you're feeling. That would be
Yeah.
great.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a
Good
great
idea.
individual statements. I think it's wonderful. Yeah.
and so that would be Tuesday, the 26th.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll have it to you by then.
Good.
Good.
Thank you. That's a great idea. That's wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, I think we all feel so indebted to all of the work that the staff is doing, that
Oh,
it
absolutely.
be a great way to express that. The
Go
last,
sit down.
excuse me. Go ahead. Did you say something, Donna?
I was talking to my dogs.
Okay.
Two Bernese
last-
mountain dogs, you know?
Yep. Put 'em on the
Humongous.
agenda. There will be large projects in progress. FEMA PDMA.
So yeah, I think that's yellow. No, I'm not sure what color, Chris. Hold on.
Orange.
Orange.
Orange. So yes, so we talked a lot about Red Clover 2. I think we talked about that we're hoping to close on with the construction starting right after June 15th, which is very soon. And so we're very excited about that, and we're very hopeful that it will happen quickly, even though we have the current pandemic, but it looks like there are provisions for construction, so we're in a good place.
Well, June 15th was the end of the end of the emergency, according to what I've heard from the governor just recently.
Yeah. Right.
That auspicious PDMA Melrose FEMA project.
So we are trying to get some of this work done this summer, the demolition of the remaining buildings, and it's really needed now. We have found that we found some vandalism in one of the empty units, and I think it's really imperative at this point that we get them done. We had to shore them all up today again to block entry because people are going in there. And so, yeah. I think we did great for a very long time, but I think our time is up. So it's time to get going. So that put a little bit of a fire under them as well. And so they're really working on it. They're going to bring someone in again to take out a lot of the items that are reusable. And then we have to do the abatement, and then we'll be tearing them down. So we're hopeful that that gets done this summer. I cannot wait. It's like the playground. I just need to be, I want it to be over. I want to get it down. It's just not safe, and I'll feel better once they're not there.
Well, unfortunately, squatters, once they
Yeah.
know something this is there, the
Mhm.
sooner the better. The moving to work, MTW, awaiting
so
on
that's-
notice.
We're still waiting. No news. And I guess that's good because we're not in the position right now to work on it anyway. So, but we're still in the lottery, so that's good. And Chris is working with FEMA on the completion of the Melrose, pulling down the buildings and widening the brook, but also on the COVID related expenses.
Okay. That's all I have on this agenda. Any items that commissioners want to bring up?
Nope, I think it's good.
If I could stay on for a moment with Christine and get a little tutelage for stupid old people about getting on other than by phone.
Sure, I'm happy to help.
Thank you.
I would say inexperienced rather than stupid would be much more
Yeah,
appropriate.
exactly.
Absolutely,
And I
absolutely.
might not be able to help. I'm not sure. Because I'm not coming in the same way you are. I have an account, and so I just log into my account.
Yeah.
And so you all are coming in, and so I don't know, maybe one other person will stay on and let us know how they came in via the video.
Okay.
I
Okay.
simply clicked on the link in your email to us. And I had downloaded Moving to Work.
Yeah, I had
So
downloaded it to work, and that made a difference. Yeah.
Well, Byron, I really try to make sure that people know that we're immigrants in this world. We're not natives. So I say it frequently. My grandchildren roll their eyes, but they said they'll help you. So do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So
I'm
moved.
not, okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. Elizabeth and Donna, all those in favor, please say aye and hold up hands.
Aye.
Thank you. Do we know the meeting has been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Our first order of business is to approve the minutes of May 5th. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the minutes of May 5th.
Thank you, Ian, who has moved to approve the minutes of May 5th. All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
And that's unanimous, 5-0. Next up is chair's remarks. I don't have many. I just wanted to, let's see, sort of commemorate. We're kind of going into yet another phase of this new world we're in. We're having slowly a few stores open up in compliance with the governor's orders. And that's exciting and scary at the same time, I think, for everybody. I think it's more exciting for some people than scary, and more scary for some people than exciting for others. So I think it would be really good for all of us to remember that we all have different levels of anxiety about being close to people. I think we all crave being out there, so to speak, and going to stores and supporting our neighbors that way at their shops and hopefully soon restaurants. And that each of us have a different, what I would call risk tolerance for that kind of thing. So I think regardless of edicts coming from the governor or not coming from the governor, as the case may be, if you see somebody who has a mask, even if you're passing them, why not put yours on? Because you should have a mask downtown. When you go into a business, it's a pretty good bet that you're going to have to be within 6 feet of somebody. So there's really no reason why in a confined space you shouldn't put a mask on. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that it's an easy thing to do. And it kind of supports everybody out there who's less comfortable. And in the odd place we find ourselves now, it actually supports people working there because they have been told by our governor that they must wear a mask while they're at your service. So for me, it feels like a sign of respect and personal safety, not for yourself so much, but for them, because they're showing you that respect. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, because it does feel like kind of momentous, even though it's a small thing down the road. So I'm going to turn it over to our manager's comments right now.
Thank you, Tim. I just have one that's non-COVID related this evening. I wanted to call attention to the fact that yesterday we released the annual consumer confidence report in our public water system. And once again, thank goodness, but not a surprise, it's a very positive report. It confirms that all of the results of all of the testing are well within the allowable limits. There is no water system anywhere that doesn't have tiny amounts of contaminants. So it's just part of the fact that we draw our water from nature and then filter it and send it on through the system. So the systems are all designed to have very low tolerances of the various contaminants to make sure that there's never enough in the water supply to make it hazardous. And then the goal, of course, for any operator is to stay well below those low tolerances. And we are, in fact, well below the tolerances for all the different measures. So once again, the town's water supply has been given basically a grade of A. They don't grade it on an A, B, C, D, E, or A, B, C, D, F, but the numbers are really solid. And so we just wanted to call that out and reassure everyone in a time when, in fact, we have lots of other reasons to be anxious. Our public water supply is secure and is well operated and maintained. What we do also want to let folks know is if you want to see the results in greater detail, they're posted on the town's website. And you also can pick up a printed copy at several different locations around Brattleboro in the municipal offices, at Brooks Memorial Library. Obviously, at those locations, you'd need to call and let us know you're coming, and we'd be happy to meet you at the door and give you a copy. But also at the Tri-Park Co-op office, where there's a convenient place for people to go in West Brattleboro to pick up the results. and at the Guilford Country Store, because we actually have water customers of Brattleboro water system down in Algiers on Route 5 in Guilford. So happy to share those results, and we hope folks will take a look at the report. It's very reassuring.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Next, we have select board comments and committee reports. And I think I'll tack my meeting notes about procedures onto the end, if you don't mind. Does anyone have any comments to make up front or have committee reports? Daniel?
I'd like to report that the Traffic Safety Committee is actually going to meet this Thursday at 8 a.m. and that it will be available to watch just as this one is and participate in.
Except it's early in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, you got to wake up, but, you know, that's a prerequisite for being at any of these.
Daniel, where would someone get the link?
Peter?
on the town's website, and I'll also put it in tomorrow's daily update. Just as we've been promoting this meeting for the last few days, we'll put in for the next couple of days that one. Actually,
Awesome.
just for tomorrow. Come Thursday, we'll be in the meeting.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. And it just occurs to me that that's sort of an expansion of coverage of meetings, because we didn't record it for BCTV, I should say, did not record it before, and now we are. So that's kind of nice. Any other committee reports or select board comments before we launch into a couple of details here? No? I just wanted to remind people, next up is public participation. We've been asking people to make a little note in the chat box if you'd like to say something. It's sort of our way of having you raise your hand, just so I'm aware that you'd like to say something or ask a question. That's a great way to do it. And any of you on the phone, I'm not really monitoring, but I think there is at least one caller. I will open up the phone lines, as they used to say in the radio days. I guess they still say that. At the end of, after we get done with the participants on GoToMeeting, I'll ask for phone callers, unless I don't see any at all. Maybe I won't. So that's the way we'll do that. I did forget earlier to say something about BCTV, and I caught myself off guard. BCTV has, of course, been serving us all these years so wonderfully. And if you haven't heard yet, they are actually changing channels. They used to be reliably on 8 and 10, which is super easy to remember. And I don't actually have the numbers that they moved to in front of me. So if 4 is listening or watching, or if anybody wants to just shoot that to me, either or you could announce it in the chat and I'll repeat it. But it's in the thousands or something, hundreds. Yeah. I apologize for that. It's a wonderful thing, though, even though it requires you, to go higher on the dial, so to speak. It's because it finally means that BCTV's programming is going to be listed in every kind of regular listing. And when I was on the BCTV board, that's something we fought for years, sort of like a parity treatment when it came to how people can find you on their cable system, for those of you watching us via cable. So I'll chime in.
So you mean parity as in equal time, as opposed to a parody meaning a mock, right?
Correctly. In fact, well, I meant parity in relation to, thank you for that clarification, PARITY, in relation to being listed, because the channel numbers used to be, you'd see the shows, House Hunters coming up next. But BCTV's was like 6 hours of local programming instead of actually what the shows are called. So hopefully cable users will. Yeah. Peter has his hand up. I bet he's going to save me.
I was struggling to find how to get it into the camera, but I think I found it. 1075 and 1085 are the two numbers, and 1085 is where some people are watching us right now, and 1075 is the general programming.
Great. Great. And of course, these days you might just be able to say BCTV into your remote. I have no idea. Thank you, Peter. I would have called that up on, I have another screen here, but there's no way I can talk and type at the same time. Just a male. Men can't multitask, I'm told. So we are going on now. Thank you. I'm here all night. Comedy all night.
What about parody?
Right. So we have public participation is next, and a gentleman named Doran Ham is wishing to speak. He was the first to raise his hand, so to speak, in our chat function. So if Doran can turn on his mic, or if Patrick can assist with that. And maybe even your camera, if it's okay with you, Doran, it'd be great for everyone.
Can you see me?
Not yet, but I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Sometimes it takes a moment to see you.
Share my webcam.
There you
Ah, there you are.
Do my hair to make sure it looks good. Hi guys, how you doing?
Hi.
My name is Dory Ham. I'm actually here representing the Tenants Union of Brattleboro. I just wanted to introduce myself, or introduce the organization to you all. We're still pretty brand spanking new. We're about a month old, but we are just a collection of tenants, and we want to be here to represent tenants' rights in Brattleboro. We have a website just called brattleborotenants.org. We're all starting to get very up on our tenant law in the state of Vermont. So we are just offering ourselves as a resource for tenants that are looking for to know what their rights are. We are not lawyers. We are just volunteers, but we are doing a lot of state seminars. We're learning a lot about Vermont state tenant law, and are here to support the tenants of the greater Brattleboro area. You can get in touch with us via our website and find out more about us there. But I just want to introduce myself to you all, because we'll definitely be trying to chat with you over the time as we learn the best way to voice questions and requests from the town council. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Nice to meet you, or at least see your face, Doran.
Yep.
And
they had requested that your URL is brattleborotenants.org, and I'll write that in the comments there.
Okay. Also known as Tub.
Tub, yes, we are the Tub. We want everyone to get in the tub with us, so to speak, but obviously safely for social distance, you know.
Yeah. Great, and I actually had a chat request, and that's, you might see it. It's Doran, can you please repeat your, okay, you did that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And okay, so yes, it is once again brattleborotenants.org. Thanks, Doran. We look forward to hearing more from the group.
Great, thank you.
And also we had Millicent Cooley, who had an announcement to share with us. Millicent, would you like to join us? Hi. Great how everybody shuffles and then you have to find.
I know. Okay, so I'm making an announcement on the behalf of the Nourishing Artists campaign, because the Bama Tech and Marketing Group has been supporting that campaign. The campaign challenge was last Wednesday to generate gift card sales, and it was very successful, and the sales unlocked matching donor funds that are going to pay for 300 dinners for local artists from local restaurants, but more artists are needed to sign up. And we want to give those meals away. And in order for the restaurants to be paid for providing them, the artists need to sign up. So we are spreading the word, we're putting it out in the media, etc. So any artist qualifies to get a restaurant dinner
from one of our local restaurants if they've lived, worked, performed, displayed, taught, or practiced their art in Brattleboro. And the definition of artist is broad. It's not just for people who are painters or writers or trapeze artists, but for yoga teachers and people who work in museums and people who work in arts administration and hairstylists and tattoo artists and stagehands. You know, so it's broad, and please sign up. You can go to do that at brattleboro.com, and then you go down that homepage, and there's a block that says artist sign up, and you sign up, and you'll get a great meal.
Okay, great. Thank you, Millicent. Does anybody have any questions for Millicent?
I want to mention that what Stephanie just said here in the chat. There was a total of $19,270 total of gift card purchases. Total impact to downtown businesses is $25,270.
Great, thank you.
Wow.
Yep.
Thanks so much for that and the update, Stephanie. And I'll just remind people too that the reason why we ask people not to share questions or the exact comments in the chat is that it doesn't get recorded, or at least it doesn't get recorded properly for open meeting law purposes. So that's why it's more of just a raise your hand type of thing. And we will be moving now into the COVID-19 update, which has a few letters surrounding it. So we'll be discussing quite a few things. And at the end, well, we'll see how it feels, but we'll definitely be asking for public comments on either individual or sort of the group COVID-19 agenda item, which is coming next. So we can move into that and start with an overall update from Peter Elwell, if you don't mind.
Thank you. The overall update this evening is brief, and then I know we will have a couple of other topics related to COVID-19 to discuss, but in terms of changes in town operations, it was 2 weeks ago right now that we were just opening the door just a crack back to town offices by staffing them daily in the deepest part of the stay home, stay safe order. We were working almost exclusively from home and then having certain individuals come into the office just for certain tasks. 2 weeks ago yesterday, we made the commitment to have at least one person in each department in the offices each day, so that people who need to come to the office to do business have the opportunity to do that. We ask that people make appointments to do that whenever possible, and even more so that people continue to do work remotely. Get your services from the town remotely whenever you can. It's just safer for everyone that way. But we know that there are certain things that folks need to come to the municipal center or to another town office in order to do the piece of town business that needs to be done. And so we invite folks to call ahead so we know you're coming. We can meet you at the door. If you don't have a mask, we will hand you one as you come in. And then the business can be safely done using social distancing in the office. But that began 2 weeks ago. In the first couple of days, as you can imagine, there were certain questions that needed to be answered, some certain kinks that needed to be worked out just to make sure that our procedures were smooth and clear, both internally and to the community. We feel as though by the end of that first week, we were there. And the second week, last week, was very smooth. We're getting very little visitation, which is good. We're still having a lot of contact with the public, which is good. But we appreciate that folks are doing as much business as possible with us remotely. We'll be talking in the financial part of this about tax payments. The box in the parking lot of the municipal center was very well used. People got the hang of that very quickly. We appreciate that. It was safer for them and safer for the staff. That's how many people made their payments, and then others mailed them in. So the news of the transition into very limited office service is that that's gone very well, and we will continue in this phase for the foreseeable future. There will come a time when we staff up more fully in the offices, but it's not necessary at this time, and it's safer to not be having the offices more fully occupied. So we're staying in phase one of the reactivation at this point. And then the one other thing that has happened in this 2-week period is there's been some pretty significant increase in the amount of recreation activity, not formal programming, but the availability of town park facilities. I'm hearing a lot of
That's weird.
Yeah, somebody's microphone is open, I think. Stand by. I don't know, unless somebody just, one of the board members just cranked up the volume.
Me somehow, but I haven't experienced this on GoToMeeting before.
I'd imagine somebody's
I'll turn down my speaker and see if that helps. Hello? Try it. So in any event, the recreation, actually the parks facilities are being more actively used now. As part of the governor's reopening in phases of different activities in Vermont and society, one of those was to encourage the reopening of parks facilities in certain limited ways. So, there's not leagues that are playing, and there's not other kinds of, very organized activities happening yet at the parks. But they are available for folks to come out and use. We still do have the warning signs up, and we still do discourage the use of the benches and the playground equipment because we're not able to guarantee that it's been adequately cleaned in between users. But they are being cleaned daily, more than once a day, but it's just not enough to be able to assure the public that it would be clean at the time that somebody would come to use it. So we ask that people don't. But other than that, it's been pretty steady as we go these last couple of weeks. We do have continued planning for when town government, along with the rest of society, will continue to slowly become more active and interactive again. But that's the report for tonight from internal to town government. I have one other thing I'd like to announce on behalf of the state. It's required a lot of coordination locally. Primarily, our point person here has been, as he has been for much of our interaction with especially state government, but other entities that are providing services and coordinating services during the COVID-19 situation. Fire Chief Mike Bacassi, as our emergency management director within town government, has been coordinating with state officials on the telephone organizing food distribution sites. And Brattleboro will have a food distribution site next Wednesday, May 27th, from 10 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon in the student parking lot at BUHS. There'll be more details coming out. We want to push this out really heavily into the media so that everybody learns about it. If anybody needs food in your household, this is all free. You don't need to show any information about yourself or about your income or anything like that. We do expect that there will be a lot of demand for this. We expect the lines will be kind of long. So we ask you to be patient and come early. But there'll be a queuing system that has been designed specifically to account for the fact that where this has been done elsewhere in the state, there have been many cars that came and lined up to go through and receive the food. And so the reason BUHS was chosen is so that cars can queue over on Atwood Street and down Sunny Acres, where there's plenty of room. So people will be instructed to come up South Main Street and up Sunny Acres and then Atwood, and then be invited through that intersection to come into the parking lot and receive the food. We think that'll keep it really orderly, and everybody will be able to get what they need. So that's next Wednesday, the 27th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Okay, thank you. So we should probably remind people of that, certainly by early next week.
I'm sorry, Tim, I had you turned way down because I thought I was making the problem with the noise and I didn't hear you.
I was just going to say, well, as board members, we can kind of push that out and remind people early next week.
Thank you.
I have a question about the Parks and Rec programming.
Go ahead.
So the 2 tennis courts at Liv Memorial Park are being used pretty heavily right now, as they're the only 2 tennis courts available in the town. And I wondered whether or not it was possible for us to have a conversation with the administration at the high school and see whether or not those 6 courts could be opened there, and much the same way that our courts are open. It's a very low contact, low touch kind of situation. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yes.
And that would, I think, alleviate some of the, some of the pressure.
Absolutely. So I can't speak for the school. I can't be definitive about when that might happen. I can tell you that Carol Olot has spoken with the officials at the schools, and that is in the works. I don't know the exact timing, but those courts will become available to the public, and we'll announce it as soon as we know.
Great. Thanks.
Thank
Thank you. So that was your overall update, Peter.
Yes.
And if there's no further questions, well, let me just remind people that they can always ask a question or raise their hand, so to speak, in the chat function. I don't see anybody asking to do that, and I also don't believe I see anybody on the phones right now. So unless I hear from Patrick in the next few seconds, I think we should just move forward with the financial update. We can always circle back for general questions if we'd like.
Okay. There's two pieces to the financial update. The first is the usual monthly report. That's a little unusual these days because of COVID, but I'll give that first, the broader perspective of the normal monthly. And then we'll focus back in on our revenue receipts and our estimates of where we think we're going to end the year, as we've been discussing these last couple of meetings. So unsurprisingly, based on the fact that both revenues and expenditures have slowed as a result of the COVID-19 situation, the regular monthly report is pretty there's not a lot of news in that, not anything of much significance. We're 83% of the way through the fiscal year, and we're currently on a trend of 79% expenditures, and that's on its way down. You'll recall that just a couple of months ago, those two numbers were closer together, but because of the reduced level of expense over the last couple of months, the gap is widening there, and we'll have more to say about that in the projections for where we think we'll end the fiscal year. The utilities fund has spent a little bit more, but still under 80% expenditures through April 30th. And so, again, with 83% of the year gone and less than 80% of the expenditures, that situation is in good shape as well. The utilities fund revenues are steady, and as we'll talk about in a moment, we're feeling a bit more optimistic about the general fund revenues than we were a couple of weeks ago, but we still don't have really very definitive information yet about the general fund revenues. We'll have a much clearer picture on that and a much better, more detailed conversation about it 2 weeks from now on June 2nd. The solid waste fund is in the same condition as it usually is. It trails a month behind, so with both the revenues and the expenditures lagging there, I can say that it also looks like it's about on target. We're a little high on both revenues and expenditures for where where the March 31 numbers would have been expected to be. So being a month behind on those, it looks as though that budget is going to be solid as well. The loan report is interesting. So one of the first things that you as a select board did at the beginning of this COVID situation was allow those folks who are repaying small business assistance program loans to the town to defer those payments if they needed to, and there would be no penalty for that. And that is occurring on a number of the loans. The folks are deferring their repayment, and they'll pick that up again at the appropriate time when you determine those payments become due again. And the months that have been missed in between will be added to the end of the loan, and there'll be no penalty and no interest charged on the duration of the hiatus. What we have found, though, interestingly, is that there are several holders of those loans or people who receive those loans who are continuing to make the payments for whatever reason in their own circumstances. They're finding it advantageous to just stay on track with their repayment schedule. And so the loan report reflects that we have some deferrals and some who are current in their account because of their continuing to pay. I think those are the highlights. There's not a lot else to say about the overall report, but I'll pause to see if you have questions about the overall report before I provide the update about the projections.
Anyone have for overall? No, I think we're all on the edge of our seat for the projection of the quarter, to tell you the truth.
So the big news is in the receipts that we just received this morning from the state, the quarterly payments for the 2 local option taxes. We received this morning $70,000, $70,227 in rooms and meals tax remittances. That is low for a quarter, but not nearly as low as what we expected based on the fact that this is the first quarter of COVID impacts. I think there's probably a few different reasons for that. Part of it is that this was the quarter between, it was January, February, and March. So the first part of that period, first half of that period was sort of pre-COVID. And then there's also the fact that particularly in the lodging, there's kind of a mixed situation going on, but there is still a lot of lodging being provided because of how nimbly the state and the lodger and the local housing folks worked together to make good use of those facilities so that it is safer and better housing for people experiencing homelessness and others who have housing needs, so that those individuals and those households are safer and the community is safer by being providing that better lodging opportunity. We think that those things are contributing to this number, and also we've seen a tremendous effort by the restaurants themselves and sort of the community rallying around the restaurants for the creative ways in which they're still serving the community and staying in business, certainly with daunting challenges that vary from business to business. But the fact that there is a lot of at the curb activity going on too may be contributing to this. But whatever the detailed reasons for this, we did receive $70,000 as the town's share of the state's collections in Brattleboro for rooms and meals for the first quarter. And the figure for general sales tax was $181,927, a little over $180,000. That is below the figures for the first 2 quarters of this fiscal year, each of which exceeded $200,000, but it is above the expected quarterly, the amount when we first did our projections for the decision that first the select board and then town meeting made to add this to the town's mix of revenues. Our estimate was that we wouldn't receive this much money in a quarter. And so here, even in the first quarter of COVID impacts, those better than expected receipts are continuing within that source of funds. You'll recall that in our initial projection of year-end revenues, we took the very conservative approach to these 2 types of income and didn't expect to receive anything else on rooms and meals because we really didn't know what the impacts would be and how deferred payments from individual businesses to the state might delay the town's receipts. So we thought it would not be prudent to guess at a number. So we put 0 in for that and we received the $70,000. We did project that we would continue to receive sales tax revenue, but we didn't have a meaningful way to estimate that with confidence. And so what we did as a conservative factor there was just expect that we would meet our revenue projection, but not exceed it. And to do that, we would need to collect $191,000 in the 3rd and 4th quarters. And we've collected $181,000 in the 3rd quarter. So those 2 pieces of news are very significant for us and give us a greater confidence that we will not end the year in deficit. But the bigger factor, though, because of our reliance on property taxes, the unknown number, but becoming better known at this point, that will make the difference in the end between whether we have a small surplus or a small deficit, is the receipt of property taxes. And there the news is good as well. As of this afternoon, we have collected 97.4% of the money that is owed in property taxes to the town this year. You may recall from a conversation we had either at the last meeting or the one before that, that we projected in the analysis we did 98.75%. And the reason for that is because there's always in real time a little bit of undercollection. In the long run, anything that isn't abated, the town does ultimately collect as delinquent taxes. But in real time, before the books close for this year, we would expect in a normal year to get to about 98.75%, and we're at 97.4 right now. That leaves us about $435,000 short of the mark. But in good solid shape. This is a normal place to be for the day after the deadline, a couple of days after the deadline. So it appears to us as though there has not been there certainly has not been widespread inability to pay, and it appears to us as though there's not even really a statistically notable incidence of folks finding themselves not able to pay their taxes in this quarter.
Great.
Yeah, that's fantastic news. I mean, I would love to think that everyone paying their taxes, almost everyone, on time, despite everything that many people are going through, not everybody, I suppose, is a testament to their confidence and support of, you know, the importance of Brattleboro town taxes. But that's just what I would like to think of it as. I mean, I think it's wonderful news, and I thank everybody who has stepped up to the plate and probably put taxes in importance above some other things. Who knows? Like utilities or you know, electric.
May I add one quick thing?
Sure.
To that, I just wanted to remind, I know that the board knows this because we've had interaction around this cycle, but so that the public is aware, I just want folks to know that because of this timing, how these bigger numbers are just coming in today, literally, we don't have an updated analysis. We're feeling really good about the news that we can share this evening, but we will have a detailed, updated analysis, full look at all the expenditures and all the revenues with a projection for year end that we'll be putting out in writing prior to the June 2nd meeting, and then discussing with you on the evening of June 2nd.
Great. Does anybody have any comments? I mean, I have one more comment, but I feel like I'm hogging the comments here. Liz.
I just wanted to mention that the 1% includes internet sales, which I think is a very instrumental point of that tax.
Absolutely, that's an important piece of it. And doesn't the rooms and meals also includes alcohol, correct?
It does.
So, you know, there's that consumption, for better or worse, still going on for that quarter reporting. I just wanted to say that, you know, we've heard from a couple of citizens of, you know, inquiring if we were going to make any blanket relief as far as the deadlines for paying taxes and as far as the waiving penalties and fees. And we kind of were like at a darned if we do and darned if we don't thing. I was of the opinion that if we did that too early, before we sort of had a handle on how people were able to pay and if the receipts were going to come up to fairly close to normal, that would send a signal that, you know, maybe who people were on the line, they wouldn't pay taxes, or send a signal to people who could afford it that they wouldn't have to. So now I don't know how the rest of the board is feeling, but I'm feeling like since we'll have a complete picture for our next board meeting, that we could still sort of acknowledge that next meeting and take that up if we feel it's necessary. That's just my current feeling about it. But I just wanted to throw out there that we have heard from a couple of citizens. Frankly, it's not been as much as I expected. So, and I did push out some info on abatement process. We have an excellent abatement process that's very fair. And I'm sure, I would imagine more people than normal will be taking advantage of that, and you're encouraged to do so. But I just want to throw it out there, you know, and not be silent on that issue anymore. Does any board members have a thought? Liz?
Maybe Peter, you could explain a little bit more about the abatement process, because I think a lot of people in town are not aware of it.
Sure. So the abatement process is where someone who, in their own particular circumstances, had a reason why they're not able to pay their taxes, would file an application for abatement. And the Board of Abatement includes select board members. It also includes justices of the peace, and I'm not sure exactly who else. It's a large group of people from whom a smaller subset sits in for any given hearing. That process is organized down in the town clerk's office, so folks who want to find out more about it and get an application can look online under the clerk's office, and can also call the clerk's office, and they'll be happy to help you. The way that it works is individuals provide information about their circumstances and about their finances, and the Board of Abatement looks at that and makes a judgment as to whether to relieve some portion or all of the tax obligation for a particular cycle. The particulars can vary from, a quarterly situation to an annual situation, and they can vary from a partial relief to a full relief. The most common example of tax abatement, although it's fortunately not that often, but it's sort of the most obvious way to help people understand how this works, is if there's been a fire or some other significant damage to a building where the folks are not getting the use out of their home, or their building of whatever type, whether it's residential or commercial, and they're going to incur a cost to restore it and get it back functional again. That oftentimes when that sort of an incident happens, folks will come in and seek abatement because of the financial circumstances. The value of the property is diminished for that period of time, and they're incurring extra costs. So the Board of Abatement tends to look very flexibly at those kinds of situations, and looks carefully and attempts to be as fair as possible to all taxpayers with other situations that are more personal to a particular taxpayer. I would say that part is particularly challenging for the Board of Abatement because there's an obvious important consideration to the particular circumstances that are being presented to them in the appeal. And there's a balancing act between that and the fact that taxes that are abated then are an obligation that is shared by every other taxpayer in town. And so those situations each are dealt with on a case-by-case basis by the Board of Abatement, being just as fair and even-handed as they can be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Anybody want to add anything to that subject? No? Okay.
I'll bite.
Go ahead, Danny.
I'm glad that the revenue is coming in, because the revenue is how we pay for services. And, and I don't want to be kind of singing and dancing about it either, because I know that everybody is struggling right now, some more so than others. And I just kind of wanted to mention that the state has a disconnection moratorium on utilities, and that is currently in effect, I think, until like June 15th or July 15th. But there are still funds available. I work at Sevca, and there are still funds available through Sevca to help with paying overdue balances on electric bills. And I would encourage folks out there who are choosing to pay for this thing and not this thing, to reach out for support with those bills.
Absolutely, good point. And also the, with very real things like the governor has just signed, I believe, the no evictions order. Mm-hmm. Correct. Yes. Doesn't really help you with payments, but it certainly gives a little peace of mind temporarily, at least. And I know it's an issue that the tenants union of Brattleboro is working on. Oh, Liz.
Just a word about evictions. Sevca also provides assistance to people, or at least discussion of where they can find resources so that if someone may be unable to pay their rent and may at some point be subject of eviction, they should start now to plan to alleviate that so that when the time frame is up, they're not immediately adjudicated against. So they should call SEVCA, see what help that they can provide so that they can plan now to have like a payment plan or whatever, so that when the eviction moratorium is lifted, they're not subject to it.
Thanks, Liz. Yeah, I was going to add that as well.
Sorry.
Absolutely. Ian?
Yeah, and just to give some dates for the courts, the order came in yesterday from the Windham County Civil Division that for evictions and foreclosures that haven't been commenced yet, they are stayed, can't happen until after July 15th, unless the governor's order emergency is continued to a later date. But at the moment, it's July 15th. That's if it hasn't been commenced. But if an eviction or foreclosure was basically frozen due to COVID-19, it's after June 15th that it could move forward. So those are just a couple dates for people to think about. And that information is available on the judiciary website and also at Vermont Legal Aid.
Fantastic. I love it when there's knowledge coming from all corners of the world. Wonderful. Not from me in this case. Great. Well, I just wanted to remind everybody who might have tuned in recently. I haven't been watching everybody who's here, but welcome again to everybody. That we're moving through some COVID-19 updates. At the end, we're going to actually sort of call if there's any other further things, because there's just so much that comes up with COVID-19 that I think it's appropriate to kind of have a silent letter D on there, but we don't know what to call it. The next item, I don't think the financial update is going to have, whoops, wow, user error on my computer. Sorry about that. I don't see any phone callers, and I haven't heard from a chat from the public for those two parts of our COVID-19 update. So I'd love to move into a discussion for possible temporary expansion of outdoor business activity during COVID-19. There's been some individual chats going around, and I invited Stephanie Bonin to come in to chat with us about what the DBA might be talking about. And I just got a message that there is a caller. But before we invite Stephanie, let me see if a caller is available that would like to say something. We know you're there, caller, but you don't have to say anything. We just want to give you that opportunity. So awkward silence ensues. So I will now say, if Stephanie's ready to chat, she's welcome to turn on her camera. I'm assuming you're wanting to do this. Oh, there you are. And I'll remind everyone, it's of course an idea that we don't know what's needed in the community yet. This is kind of an opening discussion, and that's why I invited Stephanie to give us a little feedback, especially for the tightly confined downtown area.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think a little. Oh, there's speed. Are you all hearing the?
Yeah. Do you have headphones?
A lot of feedback.
I'm actually not hearing the feedback, but it's hard to hear you, Stephanie.
Well, it might be because I'm distracted by the feedback. Yeah, just my camera. Yep. Okay, let's try that. Yeah. Still.
Maybe the phone.
Oh.
Often, if you can turn down your speaker to as low as possible, Stephanie, or use headphones if you have them. that
Oh,
aren't
okay.
methods.
I turned it down. Is that any better?
Let's see, just chat a little bit.
Okay. Am I still hearing feedback? Or are you still hearing feedback? Yes, you are. Okay. Let me pull up the phone number to dial in. I'm about to speak.
It's interesting that I don't get the feedback. I just get the silence.
It's weird.
That's because your chair.
And I've lost your camera. Is that true for everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just dialing in. Sorry.
To be a phone caller, Stephanie?
Yeah, I am.
I could always play my elevator music again. Oh,
No. Nope.
Vetoed.
We can be patient.
Certainly.
Nope.
Okay.
Oh man.
It's really bad, huh? Shoot.
Do you have a proxy?
There goes that plan. Well, we now know it's not the Wi-Fi. Is that any better?
Yes. Although
That is
there's
terrible.
feedback, but we can hear you.
Oh, it's good. You know why I thought it was better? I had my volume all the way down. Darn it. Does anyone have any ideas?
I can
We
hear
can
you.
Just
hear
suck it
you.
up.
Oh,
Yeah.
we can hear you. There's some feedback, but you should go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, so I'm gonna put myself on mute so I don't get distracted by myself. Okay, I had a little bit of perspective would be helpful for those that are not following as closely to what's going on with the opening up. So the opening up is happening. It's happening at different levels. What that means is that the governor is saying, yes, this business can open, but it'll be with this amount of capacity. And this sector can open, but it can be only this many employees, and so there's all these reasons. So what we saw on Monday was merchants opening up, but with 25% capacity being allowed. We don't know when restaurants are going to open up, but certainly if we're following suit with other states, they are going to open up in phases, and those phases might look like I'm giving examples from other states, might be you can have curbside and outdoor seating, but no seating inside. Then another phase might be you can open up with 25% capacity inside. So however way we slice it, we can be very confident that we're not just going to open up 100% and be business as normal. And so this conversation can be looked at as a way which people are talking a lot about these times right now, and that is that our world is going to look different than it used to look. And also, it can also be framed in the conversation of a temporary thing. So I think those two things are important to keep in mind. And so the conversation being, how can we lift up our businesses in any way possible by repurposing public spaces, and specifically repurposing public spaces for places for people to sit at in the case of restaurants, or even places for people to shop in the case of businesses. mainly this discussion, I think, has been more focused or will be more focused on restaurants. And so the idea is, can we close the roads? Can we reclaim parking lots? Can we put restaurants outside, basically, with the idea of lifting them up in any small way that we can? You know, with whether it's whether the reopening phase is just simply a decreased capacity because of the self-isolating rules, or whether it is a percentage. I just want to say again that whatever decreased amount, it's not a sustainable business model. And so that's the problem that I feel we're looking at right now, is how can we give any assistance possible to make it more, one step closer to a sustainable business model. The ideas that I thought that we could start with was the idea of blocking off Elliott Street every Friday through Sunday. And those that space could be used for either businesses to bring their shops outside, or for people to sit at off of the restaurants. The second idea is sidewalk activation. And so how can sidewalks be used, still complying with ADA, still complying with other things we need sidewalks to be, which is to walk from place to place. And then the third is creating dining parklets out of, I would suggest 2 parking spaces for a restaurant. And I don't know the exact dimensions of parking spaces, but my best guess is that it could seat 3 tables. And then those dining parklets would have to come with some money support in terms of building out those parklets. Otherwise, I would suggest the concrete curb barriers that the town uses to create a dining room in those parking spaces, but not have any cost to the businesses, because that's the big trouble here. My fourth suggestion would be to close off, I'm sorry, within the dining parklets, to not forget harmony spaces. So harmony spaces can be accessed for the Works, Arkham, Turquoise, Tulip, Duo, whereas the parking spaces have some of those same restaurants and others like Dosa, Peter Havens, Elliott Street Fish and Chips. And then my last one is expanding public places like Pliny Park for applications for businesses to do things in them, and potentially an application process. So though, that's what I throw out as ideas.
Okay, I went on mute as an experiment. I'm not sure it helped. Liz?
I just had a thought about, like, the Strolling of the Heifers has floats. Can those floats be used to be stationary parklets? Like, they're already built. And could they be borrowed for this purpose?
Yes. I say it like that because anything can be turned into a public space. So yeah.
Yeah, I've just thought that these things exist somewhere. I don't know, you can talk to Strolling of the Heifers, but see if they could be used for this purpose. That might be helpful.
Ian had his hand up first.
Oh, who did I beat? I didn't mean to beat. You sure? Okay. 70, for the idea of closing Elliott Street, have you spoken to many of the businesses on Elliott who would utilize it? Like, what's the numbers? What are we looking at?
I talked with Bees Nest, Blueberry House, Peter Havens, Dosa.
Okay.
Those are I think Hand Knits might have weighed in as well with that.
And they were, was there a consensus there on support, or?
Yeah, all of the restaurants that I spoke with all were very supportive of continuing the conversation. The hesitation that came out was I can't afford to build anything and I can't afford to furnish anything. So that was where that hesitation was. The other hesitation was how my sidewalk is so narrow. How would that work? So any of the hesitation that I've heard coming from people isn't the concept, it's the question mark of how exactly.
Yeah, how to implement it actually. Yeah. Thank you.
And does it, I'm sorry, I interrupted. Somebody else, go ahead. Daniel.
No, it's okay, go ahead.
I guess Daniel was going to go, but if Daniel's...
I was, but Liz is going to add on, so go ahead, Liz.
Oh, I just wondered whether it had to be for the whole weekend or just like Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night.
I like the, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I really, I like the idea of utilizing our public spaces in creative ways, and I want to be able to make our downtown as vibrant as possible. I was wondering about the Elliott Street closure and the impact that would have on Central Fire Station.
Yeah.
We don't want to have a fire engine having to tear through all these diners, and we don't want to have a fire engine having an unnecessarily longer route to fire. But I mean, I'm excited to work together on it and do what we can. So I don't just yay. In the downtown planning process, we talked a little bit about like restaurant parklets in the pre-COVID time as well. So this moment is also an opportunity to do things that out of the back burner for a little while.
I have a couple comments. Brandy, did you want to chime in?
I just wanted to say that I agree with Daniel. I want to support any endeavor that the downtown businesses, and I should say all of Brattleboro businesses. There's other businesses that also are lucky enough to maybe have their own parking lots and whatever they want to do, but I think downtown businesses face a unique spatial challenge with moving outside. They don't have a nice parking lot like a Ramonto's or 99 and I'm very open to hearing anything. I'm also a little bit nervous about Central Fire, but that doesn't mean I'm closed off to the idea. I want to hear whatever ideas. I love the idea of outside stuff and vibrancy, and I'm not just open to hearing about it. I'm eager to support it.
Oh, Liz.
So yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity in the Harmony lot, and I'm all supporting the businesses and moving outside. I think that's a great idea. I'm less disposed to use of Plenty Park.
Stephanie, do you want my comments first, or would you like to jump in on those?
Go ahead. Thank you.
I would be uncomfortable with Plenty Park. I don't see the utility too much for businesses because it's isolated and across a very busy road, and added safety questions about that, and just sort of use of everyone's use versus just a few businesses' use. So that feels problematic to me. The most positive ideas I hear are the parklets and Harmony Lot. So there's issues with both, I'm sure. Ones I'm not even thinking of, and ones that are easy to think of. But still, they seem to be the most promising ideas to explore. I think the street closures, every time I think about what street and when, I come up with all kinds of problems. Not only the safety aspect from police fire, but like even closing off from Harmony Lot entrance to Main Street, which we've done before for short periods of time for great activities that DBA has helped with. That closes off drive-ups to hotel pharmacy prescriptions. So that's kind of problematic in that sense. Main Street is, and people don't know this, Main Street is pretty much jurisdiction by the state. So we don't have a lot of options without going through pretty big hoops with the state. They've done it obviously for parades and such, but that's a very short closure. Peter, just nod if I'm right, and if I'm not right, just raise your hand for me. The last sticking point that we'd really have to talk about for me is the money thing. I mean, the town has resources that are sometimes easy to be deployed without too much money coming from the town, but to actually construct something like a fully constructed parklet that looks nice for a business might be something that's beyond what I'd be willing to entertain myself from a taxpayer perspective. So, Daniel?
Yeah, I just want to jump on that. Like, so the library, you know, had the outdoor seating that they were starting to make available to folks. You know, so maybe it doesn't need to be such an elaborate parklet. It needs to be safe. You know, it needs to be cordoned off from traffic, and it needs to be functional and versatile. But maybe it doesn't need to be the world's most expensive thing. And maybe it can't be the world's most expensive thing.
Sure. Ian?
Yeah, and I think thinking as I'm considering this more, I like the idea of something that can be more consistent. You know, this time there's just so much change happening all the time, and the idea that like, okay, when is Elliott Street going to be closed? Like, is it Friday night and Saturday night? Is it all day Saturday? Is it the idea of maybe picking, if we were to do something like this, pick a place where it could be more consistently being used in that way would be, as a consumer myself, more desirable, definitely.
Tim, may I have a couple of comments from staff?
Oh, please.
Thank you. In order of sort of the lightest lift to the heaviest lift, and that's not to say that we can't do the heaviest lift, and it's not to say that the lightest lift is easy, but easiest to hardest, we view the Harmony lot, Elliott Street, and the parklets from the ideas that have been considered. And clearly, as you get out of downtown, there's a lot of opportunity to work with individual property owners and individual proprietors because of parking facility. You know, they have their own parking lots and other kinds of sort of more room to do this sort of thing. And so, overarching all of this, I want to say there's already been some communication between businesses and town staff, and we're eager to work together with the DBA, with the chamber, with individual businesses. You know, broadly, we want to be flexible. We agree with the philosophy that's been described about how this is a moment when we need to rally around doing some things we might not otherwise have allowed because of the particular circumstances, but it's also a time when we're going to learn from that creativity in things that might have a longer term benefit for the town, so for the community. And so we agree with all of that, and we look forward to working on these things. Just to sort of put a very tentative description on why I listed those three in the order I did, just so that the community can have that awareness and the board can have that awareness as we dive into working on details together with the business community. The Harmony lot, particularly as the reopening begins, you know, once things get going and there's a lot of activity going on again downtown, we'll all look forward to the time when we need all those spaces in the Harmony lot. But we actually think that it's reasonable to expect that, you know, in the early weeks of recovery, that we won't have full demand for the parking resources downtown. And if people are willing to just park a little further out over at the transportation center, we can make space available in the Harmony lot, both town controlled space and even in the privately owned part of the lot. There's the likelihood could be some accommodation to some of these business activities and a place for the community to safely come together with more space there without it sort of bumping up against the movement of vehicles and other kinds of hazards. So we think the Harmony lot has a lot of promise to it, and we look forward to working on that together. Elliott Street is a slam dunk for sometimes being open and sometimes not. And, we totally get the downside to that, as Ian expressed, that, then people are kind of wondering, when is it working and when isn't it? If we can create a rhythm out of that so that people will know when things are happening in the sort of block party format and when they're not, then we definitely, that's a space we can work with. That's a space town staff has actually suggested to people from the community and prior select boards as being ideal for this kind of activity, because of the fact that when it's a relatively short-term shutdown, like typically for the activities that have gone on there so far, it'd be, you close it at around 4 in the afternoon and you open it back up at around 9 at night. And in that kind of a window where it's just an evening, it has very little impact on the, negative impact on the businesses that are affected, and almost no impact at all on traffic. It does have a rerouting impact for the fire trucks, but we've worked through that in terms of the occasions, and on a fairly often basis, I'd say 4 or 5 times a year we've been using that space now the last couple of years, and successfully so. So the fire department knows how to adapt for that, but does have a concern that if we were to just give that space over to this kind of activity, not only would it have negative impacts of a more enduring nature on the businesses that are in the blocked off area, but it also would have a more enduring and a much greater concern for us in terms of that enduring impact on the fire response time. So there's a balancing act there, but we think that there's an opportunity to work together and find a way that can be part of this solution. And then the parklets are just really challenging. We love the idea, but there is the cost of acquiring the parklets, and there's the practicality of them being small spaces, right? One of the things that's really fabulous about our downtown, makes it different from a lot of other downtowns, is it's got that traditional closeness. It's a walk, it's a human scale, it's not a vehicular scale. But this is a moment when that's not convenient for us, because there's just not that much room in that parking corridor. And so, yeah, what you were saying, Stephanie, about, you probably have to take a couple of spaces even to get 3 tables there. I think that's true. And, we'd have to work with each other to even be sure that that's enough spacing. And so we want to work together on that one too, but we think that's a much more challenging prospect to create something, particularly in COVID. So in non-COVID times, if that was something we wanted as a community amenity and we were willing to have people sort of be in tight tables near each other, that's a different question. But as part of the COVID recovery, we think the parklets are pretty challenging.
Okay.
Great. I have both sort of a board member question for Peter, actually. Actually, first I want to give the opportunity to Stephanie. Do you want to reply to any of that stuff?
Sure. So one thing is the difference between keeps on coming up for me is the difference between the parklet idea. It feels like it's really assigned to a specific business, whereas Harmony, to a certain degree, Elliott Street, definitely, Pliny, definitely, it feels more like this sort of concept of Brattleboro's dining room, and that you could go to any restaurant that you want, and then you could go somewhere and be distant. So it's sort of like 2 different business models a little bit. Whereas a dining parklet, let's say there's one in front of Elliott Street Fish and Chips, they would be bringing the food out to the person like they do normally at an inside table. So I do think that each of the different ideas, kind of like Ian's question was, are people interested in these ideas? I think that I think most people would adapt to anything, but it does sort of interact with the business in a very different way. The reason why I brought up Pliny is me personally, I like oddball spaces. Hermit Thrush is right there where you don't have to cross the street if they chose to do anything. But I also think that it could, with some creative person, it could actually be a really beautiful space to sit and use. And I think it's really underutilized in our community. Then I think the other, yellow chair furniture that was purchased by the AARP grant that was myself and several others in the community with the Alley Lane project is definitely able to be, used, and Star already had wanted to check it out to people. So I do think that furniture, I also don't think furniture is if there's decreased capacity inside, there's lots of furniture inside that's not being used. So furniture can be easily, it's not a hurdle, but yeah. And then lastly, the parklets in the construction, the thing that's great about the parklets versus the concrete boundaries is that it goes flush with the sidewalk, which not only with ADA, but also a good point is that then, because Peter's point was great, that that's a snug space, but if you're flush with the sidewalk, you're actually able to kind of branch out in different ways because you can straddle both the sidewalk and the parklet and still have the sidewalk be used as a sidewalk. So there's major benefits to investing. We have, different people have looked into grants on building these. The problem is how many times do I say this about everything? Nothing is urgent enough. So these grants are getting approved and you might see the money in July. Well, that's not fast enough. So I think I hit everything.
Great. I just wanted to say, Millicent, I'll remind you that I'm going to just read your question because it's just a lot faster. And people participating in this meeting can see it. But again, I ask people to jump on to ask questions because that's how it becomes part of open meeting and part of the record. But Millicent's asking, can someone give more detail about why Pliny Park is less desirable for use in this way? It comes with charm. And I just want to say that I was the one who said that I was opposed to the use of Pliny Park. From my perspective, it crosses a line between a park that should be available at all times for everyone, and giving that over to a business will make that impossible or at least change it. So I just don't like the feeling of using Pliny Park at all for businesses, but that's just me. I'll address that at a later meeting. Liz?
It's not just you. I feel the same way about Pliny Park, that it's a public park and it shouldn't be used for commercial purposes, even though it's an emergency, and because I think that Harmony Lot is so useful for that purpose.
Yeah. And Daniel?
I mean, just kind of adding on to that, I think, in normal times, you might use Pliny Park to go and eat your lunch. You might get takeout and, in much the same way that you'd use any of the other public spaces. And, as somebody that's sat and had lunch downtown a lot in the last couple of years, it's often hard to find a space that isn't, that isn't actually like in the business that you're buying the lunch from. Yeah. So I just think, trying to keep as much space available downtown for people to be able to sit and enjoy the weather. We don't have the world's longest summer. Let's try and get as much of it as we can, and also to provide opportunities for people to take their lunches out, and make those spaces as pleasant as they can be.
Agreed. Brandy?
I agree about Pliny Park, and not because I don't think in concept that it's a great idea to use it for restaurants, but I think a lot of our community members that maybe aren't going to be able to afford it shop at restaurants are using the park now and then. But I also want to really say that I'm going to be pushing over the next few meetings for us, and I know I'm not alone, to really, I'm going to say that I'm not in favor of that because I like to keep that the norm, but I don't think it would be appropriate for any of us on this board to be saying no to everything because it's not the norm, because that's not how we're going to support our local businesses. So while I do like the idea of keeping Pliny Park the norm for those who might not be buying lunches, et cetera, downtown, I'm going to really encourage us all to step outside of our norm for at least this summer and possibly the foreseeable future to try to keep our downtown vibrant.
Great. Well said, everyone. Oh, wait. Liz, did you raise your hand again?
I just gave a thumbs up to what Brandy said.
I keep, I keep wanting to do this thing that I used to see in elementary schools all the time. It's like when you
Doesn't that
agree.
mean milk?
No, it's not that. It's not that.
Oh.
It's this. Like I feel the same way. At least-
Oh, perfect. I thought that meant milk.
Oh, well, Elizabeth
We
could
should
tell
ask
us.
Elizabeth, yeah.
Anyway, Stephanie had raised her hand, and I just had that quick last question for Peter.
I don't want to get caught in the Pliny Park weeds, but I do feel it's important to say that any space that we use for however we reassign spaces is multi-use public spaces. And so if you have a Brattleboro dining room in Harmony, if you have a Brattleboro dining room in Pliny, those spaces are going to be used in many different ways. So cars are still going to park in part of Harmony. People are going to still hang out and sit in part of Harmony. And the same, I think, is holding true to Pliny. It doesn't all of a sudden become a singular commerce type space. If we put in 3 tables and chairs that a business can use or that people could use to take takeout to, but have it be a more purposeful dining room space. So multi-use is my point.
Cool.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I just want to ask Peter, because I'm dying to know, and tell me if we should call in Hillary to answer this question, but how does the Department of Liquor Control permitting process, has there been any kind of signals from them that they're considering loosening their pretty restrictive rules for this kind of thing?
No, we actually have had some communication with them, and the indication is that an outdoor consumption permit, a normal outdoor consumption permit, will be required for alcohol to be served outdoors.
Okay.
That'd be true even in a situation where a restaurant that has a parking lot would be putting some tables out into the parking lot in order to do the outdoor safer approach. They would have to get an outdoor consumption permit to sell their alcohol in the parking lot. And I'm not sure, frankly, exactly how that would work for the things that we're talking about where there'd be some shared spaces. What I can say is town staff certainly would go to bat. Once we have a set of ideas that the business community is rallying around and the select board is rallying around, and we know what we want to try to achieve as a community, we'd certainly push hard for some flexibility from the state in the spirit of what we're saying and they're saying about needing to support businesses. We haven't yet seen that in the response from the Department of Liquor Control, but I think there's room there for us to push back. We would only, as a community, want to set it up in responsible ways, right? So if there was to be something going on in the Harmony lot, and it was to include serving alcohol for those establishments that include that as part of their meal, we'd want that to occur in a safe manner, and we could go to bat with the business, in communicating to the state as needed.
Okay, thank you. And Ian, you had your hand up for a moment.
No, never mind.
Okay, Liz?
I have a question for Stephanie, because I seem to understand that what Stephanie was trying to create is a Brattleboro dining room that has tables and chairs for multi-use of the restaurants. And it would seem to me that if a restaurant was going to serve drinks, that it would need to be kind of overseen by the particular restaurant that was selling the drinks. And that would wreck your model of this overall Brattleboro dining room. So do you have thoughts about that?
Yes, thank you for letting me clarify. So 2 different concepts. The parklet concept speaks more to expanding capacity, whereas the Elliott Street closure, each situation speaks differently. So Pliny Park speaks differently more speaks to the Brattleboro dining. The Elliott Street closure, you can imagine that the stores in front could have table service right in front of them, but any shared table space in the middle of the street could be someone taking something from Amy's and bringing it over, or Yala from bringing it over. So I think that we're grasping at whatever we can get in terms of expanded capacity, but unfortunately, the parklet idea is the most cut and dry in terms of expanding occupancy, so that you're right. The scenario is you wait on your tables out in front of your business. So two different.
Thank you. But that could be, both of those things could be achieved in harmony, because there's that much room.
Right, and Elliot, yes, harmony and be simultaneous. Absolutely. Yeah.
So what's next?
We lost I had a bit of a hiccup there with me.
I don't think it's right still,
You have
Tim.
me
Your
back?
mouth looks weird. Not really.
There's
I'm going to try turning off.
Yeah.
Hello. My camera. Can you folks hear me now?
Yes.
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 Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can. You don't see me though, do you?
No.
No.
We know what you look like.
You see me too. Okay. Good. Well, I'm experiencing a hiccup here. I don't know. I didn't change anything, but I guess my Comcast connection is failing. You still hearing me?
We can hear you really well.
We are.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are you still hearing me?
We are.
Okay, great.
Are you hearing us?
Well, yeah. I'm going to try sharing my webcam again because it's just.
Oh, there you are.
To be able to see anybody. Better? Okay.
Yep.
Let's hope that doesn't happen again. So I know that there's there's a couple callers on the line. So I just wanted to see if any of the callers wanted to chime in with a comment or question. Just give that a second.
Hello.
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 Tim, Dick DeGray.
Hi, Dick DeGray.
How are
You've
you?
already identified yourself. How are you?
All right, great conversation. And one of the things that when you're talking about logistics in Elliott Street, it is a critical street in terms of logistics for the community, not only for police and fire, but for a very congested downtown and, for lack of a better term, malfunction junction. Elliott Street is a great relief for traffic going through town. And I'm extremely concerned about closing off the street from Friday afternoon until Sunday afternoon, and what impact that would have on the local vehicular traffic. I think something that needs to be considered. I think the parklet idea in front of the restaurants is a great idea. One of the things that we have to be concerned about is we do want to have places for people to park when they come downtown. And from all the conversations we've had about parking through the years, the further people we force them out, the less they come downtown. They want to get a parking place right in front of where they're going shopping. So even though I agree with that, I think you have to consider how many you would have, or do you close off one side of Main Street and leave the other side for parking? Plenty Park is, I would agree with all the board members, Plenty Park is a community park, and I certainly wouldn't advocate anybody going in there unless they were, you have people that rent the space or for an evening at numerous times through the year. But that's just a great spot. And I would agree with Daniel. You go down there and you sit and you have lunch and all the flowers around. It's just a great spot. The Harmony lot, one of the questions I have for Stephanie is talking to Richard French, who owns the works, who has been talking to me about getting space in the Harmony lot. but also having a tent, because having a place to go where there might be inclement weather once or twice through the summer, and putting up a tent, but that is a tremendous expense. And, you know, when you talk about having it a community seating area, is that something that people were talking about? I know Stephanie said people don't have extra dollars to spend, but maybe on a, if everybody made a contribution, they're quite expensive if you were going to put up a considerable tent. And the question also about alcohol, taking it to like a community area, again, logistically, if you're eating over at Amy's and you want to go over to the space, by the time you get there, your food's going to be closed. So logistics has got a lot to do with where we do this and how much we do. And that's why I think the parklet idea really sounded the best of all three. But I really wanted to chime in about the Elliott Street. Not that I'm opposed to it, but I really think you have to have it on your radar in terms of what that street has for the community as a whole, and the traffic that it has on it. It's an extremely busy street for our downtown. It's one of those great pass-through streets that we have. So I'm going to drop off and listen to your responses to the few questions that I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Dick. Well, my only response would be, I share some similar concerns about Elliott Street. I'm not sure we were talking about an all weekend type thing. That seems tough, but I think people were talking more about an evening here and there. But what you bring up is certainly correct. Liz, you were making a noise.
No.
Oh, I did that.
Oh, Brandy, sorry. It came from the same. Okay, so we were talking about it, but I do share some of that concern. Anyone else? Stephanie?
I can respond to the Richard French. So that's that balance between using things in dual ways. So Richard French would absolutely like to have an extension of his dining room so that he can take his lost capacity and put it in an outdoor space. So putting up a tent and having that be the workspace. So that would be excellent and great. And Arkham could potentially expand their space to do the same thing. Turquoise. So that is that idea of having it be associated with a specific business.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a daunting task. I'm going to say that I keep thinking of new things, and I keep thinking of the businesses that want their parking spaces to be available for pickup. Now that we have a to-go situation for a lot of businesses, and then another business that wants to use that same spot perhaps for dining. So I don't envy your challenge a little bit, Stephanie, because I'm sure you have competing interests within even the downtown DBA folks. But it's a good start to a conversation. Brandy?
Yeah, I want to just say that while we are doing really well downtown with curbside and pickup, and I love the service, and I'm glad it's not probably going to go anywhere for most businesses, it's just super unsustainable as a profit model. And so we are going to have to ask businesses to give up a little bit of parking so that it can be both curbside and also help fulfill the 25% capacity or the outdoor capacity, because businesses can't succeed on just curbside alone. They're going to have to start, restaurants are going to have to start adding outdoors, and we're going to have to be brave enough to make space for that. And that's just that.
Reasonable. So I think what we should do from this point is sort of turn the conversations over between town staff and the DBA and certainly the chamber too. Unless I should, Oh, go ahead, Ian. I also want to just invite, if there's another caller, to just, as Ian's talking, just get ready to unmute so that I don't leave anybody out there. Go ahead, Ian.
Just newbie question. Where does this go from here? So we have this nice conversation, and then Stephanie talks to the town staff, and then what's the next step?
We'll come back to you as jointly as possible, depending on where we land in those communications. The goal certainly is to arrive at a plan that the businesses think is viable and exciting, and the town thinks is permittable. And we come to you and we say, here's what we think we can all accomplish together. Is that okay with you, select board? And it's going to require a lot of flexibility. It'll be either, you know, like some emergency ordinances that'll be adopted in order to allow this stuff, or just acknowledgement that there would be activities going on that don't comply with our ongoing overarching regulations, but for this moment in time are going to be okay. And we would enumerate those for you so that it's really transparent to the community of what rules would either be being bent or temporarily changed. So I see that kind of a discussion 2 weeks from tonight. And, you know, worst case scenario, which we're going to work together to avoid, is that we come back and the businesses want some things that we as staff have concerns about, and we'll just explain what those concerns are and offer what we think can be accomplished that approaches what's being requested, even if it's not everything that's being requested. And, you know, we'll have that conversation. But to the maximum degree that we can, we're going to come back to you with one plan that we're all rallying around. We think that's best for everyone involved.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Liz.
I just want the record to show that there was a lot of positive head nodding.
Agreed.
We recorded in the video, but not in the minutes, so that's nice.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so that was this. This is this last moment with any callers that wanted to jump in. Right now is the time. And I then want to just move on to any last COVID-19 related items that the board wanted to bring to us. Daniel.
Yeah, so on Friday, the governor issued his most recent addendum to the executive order. And one thing in it about mask use jumped out at me. So I'm just going to read it. So it says, general public mask use. All Vermonters are encouraged to wear face coverings over their nose and mouth anytime they're interacting with others from outside their households, including in congregate outdoor settings where it is not possible to maintain physical distancing. Masks are not recommended for strenuous outdoor activity, anyone under the age of 2, anyone with a medical condition that is complicated or irritated by a facial covering, or anyone with difficulty breathing. Masks are not required when eating in outdoor settings. And then this is the kicker here. Businesses and nonprofit and government entities may require customers or clients to wear masks. And the legislative body of each municipality may enact more strict local requirements regarding mask use than those set forth herein. And so I would like to start a discussion about doing just that. I've spoken with many people in the town over the last few days, and a large number of them are supportive of some kind of consistent position from the town of Brattleboro around wearing a face covering in a retail space or an indoor setting of some kind. And then there are some shades of gray around, should it be everywhere and, blah, blah, blah. But I think that oftentimes, we are just kind of forced to do what we're allowed to do by the state. And the governor has punted this one on to municipalities, for good or for ill. Burlington and South Burlington both passed resolutions last night requiring folks living there to wear face coverings inside retail establishments. I know that in Brattleboro, the stores that have opened up in the last couple of days, the ones that I've seen, the vast majority of them are requiring that from their customers anyway. But it's on a store-by-store basis. Each store owner, manager has to make that decision, has to feel that they have to back it up themselves. I think in this case, the town could enact a policy like the Burlington or South Burlington one, or if we wanted to, we could go down the route of passing an emergency ordinance with a limited amount of time duration. So I just wanted to kick that off and see what you all thought. And it's really easy to wear a mask, just to go like this.
Indeed.
Mine's snakeskin, and I got it from the bee's nest. She has very fancy masks.
Oh, shapeshifters.
Liz.
My daughter made my mask, but it's Marimekko. It matches my kitchen. My first reaction was, yeah, we should be respectful of the storekeepers and workers and help them out by letting them not be the bad guys. Then I read an article about the mask ordinance in New York City, where it's being used as a cudgel to kind of rough people up. And so I don't really think it's something that would be enforceable. I mean, you really just don't want the mask police to walk around the streets of Brattleboro. But then I noticed that Stephanie had produced these signs that, list a number of things that they're asking customers to adhere to, and wearing a mask being one of them. And so to me, I think that spans the bridge between asking something to be an ordinance or asking something to be volunteer, but it takes it out of the realm of each individual storekeeper asking the customer to wear a mask. It's all of Brattleboro's commerce is asking with one voice, and I think that that's stronger, and I'm content with that.
Brendan.
I went downtown today to stop into the local businesses that were open and kind of gauge a feel of how does it feel to be open? How are people treating your space while you're open? And, what do you think, I didn't say, do you want us to demand masks, but I wanted to get a sense of whether or not people were being respectful and outside of 2 store owners, the clear message to me was that they wished that it would be mandated so it was out of their hands. That 3 of the shop owners I talked to have had to ask people to leave who were combative in the store. I didn't get permission from this very vocal and public shop owner downtown who I was speaking with outside today at length, but while we were outside speaking with our masks on, standing in the parklet in front of People's United, somebody drove by and screamed at us for wearing masks outside. And so, yeah, not a Vermonter, somebody with plates from a different state, but they screamed at myself and this very prominent shop owner who I should have asked permission to use his name, but he was actually against a mask ordinance, and then we were screamed at outside for wearing our masks and called stupid. My concern is that things are really emotional right now, that shopkeepers have had a lot on their plate, and that consumers are really emotional, and that asking people to be in charge of policing each other right now might not be the best bet. Over the weekend up in Ascutney, somebody was choked for not wearing a mask in a Jiffy Mart. I think it's very unfortunate that the governor did not just pass something down that everybody can get behind. And while many people are using the DBA created signs, not all stores are going to. And I just have a little bit of concern with people policing each other with high emotions, I guess is what I have to say. And so I want to help our shop owners, and I don't know the best way to do that, but I do know that out of everybody I spoke to, only 3 shop owners were like, I don't think it needs to be enforced. And one of those said, I don't really want to enforce it. It would have been easier if the governor did, kind of thing. So that was kind of wishy-washy. And so I just wanted to weigh in with that firsthand experience today.
Ian. And
let's let a member of the public speak first, please.
Where'd she go?
Oh, I wasn't sure that was someone who wanted to speak. Amanda, were you raising your hand? Okay, well, let's do that.
Thank you. I appreciate this. I'm working with Stephanie on some of the work she's doing contacting local businesses. And so I've spoken with a lot of business owners, but also about this topic. But also as a Brattleboro resident, I've talked with a lot of friends and neighbors and other people, asking them about their opinions on masks. And I think that the most important thing for us to consider is how people feel downtown. Do people feel safe downtown? Do they feel safe enough to go down and do some shopping or pick up some takeout at a restaurant? And I'm hearing from friends that if they see people wearing masks, they feel safe. It's a visible sign that people are doing the right thing, that they're looking out for everybody's well-being. And I saw a number of people posting on Facebook on Monday that they were downtown. They were excited that shops were opening, but they were seeing a lot of people on Main Street without masks, and that was concerning to them. So I feel like we really need to normalize mask use because it's just such an important, simple, visible sign that everyone's being safe together in our community. It's also really important to remember, for anybody who doesn't know this yet, I hope you all do, but just in case, that the way masks work and cloth-based coverings work is that my mask keeps you safe and your mask keeps me safe. So it's not enough for me to wear a mask to protect my own personal safety if I feel the need, because it doesn't work that way. The research shows that when you wear a mask, it keeps your germs from affecting other people. It doesn't so much keep theirs from affecting you. I hope that's clear. But anyway, that's the reason why we need to compel people to wear masks who wouldn't necessarily do it for themselves, but to do it for the rest of the community. And I also feel this needs to be sort of a top-down mandate, because I think there are many people who are just thinking, well, I don't want to wear a mask, so I'm not going to do it. Our community needs this. So thank you for hearing me speak.
Thanks, Amanda. And it's sometimes tough with this brave new world we're in with this go-to meeting, but the way we do it here at Brattleboro Select Board is that if you want to, and no offense to Amanda, that was fine that you chimed in and Ian invited you, but just so it's not the wild, wild west, we're gonna let the board sort of talk this out a little bit, and then I'm gonna open it up to the public comment. So if you want a public comment, I see Peter Fishcase would like to chime in, so he'll be first. But let's do it that way from now on, if you don't mind. And Kate O'Connor, we see you too. So Ian, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I think I've thought a lot about this as well and talked to a lot of people. And I know that emotions are high for good reason. So I want to just add some things to this conversation for everyone, for the board to consider and for the public to consider who's watching if you're going to speak. So first, the resolutions that were passed in Burlington and South Burlington are not enforceable. So they are just essentially, for Brattleboro, it would be like a policy that says this is what we want. And what I think is very good about what both, and I'm from up there, so I try to keep my finger on the pulse of what's going on. And one of the things I like that Burlington has done is they've been very clear about what they're asking their residents to do. And I think that we can take a note from that and provide clarity for Brattleboro citizens on what we are expecting them to do. And I think that that clarity is going to be the most important thing, because an ordinance, an emergency ordinance, if it's not enforceable, I don't think it's the right thing for the board to do. We only erode the effectiveness and the seriousness of an ordinance if we pass one that is not enforceable. So I'd like to encourage the board to keep those points in mind as we continue the conversation, but I'm sure I'll talk again, but I'll stop for now.
Thank you. Yeah. Has everyone spoken to the subject except me? Or it's hard to
I
keep
guess I
track.
kind of introed it, but I didn't necessarily totally give my opinion.
I could give you the last word. You want me to chime in, and then you can have the last
Yeah,
word?
sure, go for it.
And we'll do both. If you were listening to my opening comments, I think it's super important to be clear how I think the entire board, and just raise your hand if it's not true, but we're all believers in the mask. So we do not think that it's necessary to spend any time tonight convincing anyone of the scientific value and the protective effects of masks. And I'm seeing a lot of nods. There's a lot of good science behind it. Again, it's not to protect yourself, it's to protect others, and not from the molecules, it's from the spitules, for lack of a better term, from moisture droplets that could be infected that fly through the air temporarily. So I think we're all clear on that, and so now the discussion seems to be more about the method by which to communicate that as a town and coordinating with businesses. For me personally, I'm very opposed to an ordinance, either regular, which takes a long time to remind everybody, or emergency, because I would agree with Ian that as a town, we've been trying to eliminate ordinances that historically have not been enforced because either they can't be enforced because of our lack of on the ground, feet on the ground resources with police, etc., or town staff, other town staff, or they're just dumb. I mean, we still have a couple ordinances on our books. We have one, if you don't know, about rock throwing. So it's illegal to throw rocks in Brattleboro still. But we don't worry about it so much. I'm sorry?
I'm glad of that.
Well, my kids break that ordinance every day. Every day.
Mine too. But you know, that's the funny one. But just last year, everyone will recall that we removed an unjust ordinance of it wasn't panhandling, it was begging. It was no begging ordinance. So a lot of correct citizen pressure and pressure from the ACLU of Vermont, etc., convinced the board that we should remove that ordinance, which was, it was a long process and it takes time and money to do things like that. So I'm really not in favor of passing an ordinance, but something similar to Burlington is okay with me. I do have parts of me that question whether an edict from the town does much more than an edict from a shop owner, because I would point out that where people get reminded of and get straight about what the policy is in an enclosed space is going to be at the door. But I have no desire to, if this board has a desire to pass, I would favor language, something like policy. The Burlington, I think, used order, which sounds a little bit too, I don't know, a little bit too militaristic to me, but certainly a town policy, I certainly would not be opposed to, because it does, give a little bit more weight, and I think would help some shop owners who are looking for that. I do think it's possible that some shops do not want this. But I think more people want it, and the fact that weighs on me more than the rights of anyone and the rights of shopkeepers even is the rights of people working in establishments that have been told that they have to wear masks, and yet they have to service people who might be flaunting that and willingly not wearing them. So this might help that situation, hopefully, because I think, frankly, that's rude and possibly dangerous, depending on if someone's infected or whatever. So while I wouldn't be the one to put this idea forward, because I kind of trust our community. I hear what Brandy's saying, and I also think about places like Hannaford, which has uneven. They don't have a policy that everyone should go in, and when I watch people go in there, it's uneven. Luckily, there's a lot of room in there. So hopefully people are respectful once you're in there, because I keep reminding people it's really not about the mask so much as the proximity thing. Keep away from people even if you have the mask. And I sometimes personally get afraid, and I see this happen. When people have the mask on, they naturally get closer because they feel protected. So, or they feel like they're protecting people. So my strongest objection would be to ordinance. I don't know if it's necessary to ask Peter to chime in, maybe last or before public, but can you, I'll go ahead and just ask you to confirm that if we passed an ordinance, emergency or otherwise, would staff consider it to be enforceable on a practical level?
It would be difficult to enforce it consistently and continuously. So it's not that it would be unenforceable, it's that there would be times when it would appear to people that it was unenforceable or being ignored, which would not be the case, but we just, with the resources we would have available, it would depend at the moment when somebody was in a situation not wearing it, and a shopkeeper called that in, it would depend on the availability of a police officer, what else was going on in town at the time. And so we do have enforcement concerns related to a formal ordinance, but I hear the broader group of you rallying around at least a policy statement. Daniel had something more he wanted to say, and I think before I go further with trying to help you shape where you might go with this, I don't want to presume that that's the right answer, but I'll stop there, and then I can fill in the gap at the appropriate time.
Thanks, Peter. You know, the way I feel about this is that this is about public safety and about us, you know, taking responsibility for what we can control. And I would much rather the governor had issued an order, you know, directing towns and cities across the state to a consistent position, but that's not what happened. And so I think that we really need to take our responsibility for public safety. You know, I know that we take it seriously. You know, I'm not saying that we're disregarding public safety, but I think this is a tool that we could use that might not seem to be ordinarily enforceable every single occasion, but I think it would greatly lessen the chance of us increasing the number of cases in Brattleboro as things start to reopen. At this point, we have 17 recorded cases as far as the health department data goes. You know, and a few weeks ago that was 16. We're not seeing huge jumps here, and I'm really thankful for that, because if you look at the map of Vermont and you see that town by town data, even though our case numbers are small, we're still in the higher part of that list. And with our position on the border of two states and as a place where we're going to be popular with tourists, I'm just concerned that if we don't have a consistent position on this one tool that we have to keep as many of our folks safe as possible, that we're going to be opening ourselves up to some problems. I think that, you know, if you remember back to the plastic bag ban, I remember going to stores shortly after that passed, and they had some kind of apologetic statement like, yeah, sorry, you know, the town requires you to, you know, to have this kind of bag and not this kind of bag, right? The town can be the bad guy sometimes, and that's okay, right? It's, you know, we have broad shoulders and we were elected to do this, right? We're not just 5 random people. We were 5 people that were elected to take responsibility for some of this stuff. And I want us to take responsibility for this.
Nicely said, Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think if it's all right with board members, I'm going to toss it over to public. First was Peter Case, and I will invite you to turn on your camera if you'd like, and at least turn on your button. Push the buttons. Thanks.
There we go. All right. Well, you know, thanks for the opportunity to speak on this. I know I've spoken with a few of the people who are part of the select board meeting tonight, and I think one of the lightning rod issues for me was watching a lot of these kind of, if you will, social media vigilantism going on about people who are unmasked, wearing masks, not wearing masks, whatever it is. And what is it going to take to kind of restore consumer confidence? And I think however you want to word it, but I think the town has to be the heavy here, because the governor definitely did not step up and, in my estimation, act accordingly by mandating a mask or creating a policy that says when you go into a retail space, a restaurant, that you should indeed be wearing a mask that covers both your mouth and your nose. And I think that is one of the things I would like this select board to consider, is passing a clear and concise policy, whatever you want to call it, that would address that issue, so that the retailers, as they begin to open up their shops, have that one less thing that they have to worry about, that they can basically turn and say, well, you know, the town, the municipality has basically said that in the town of Brattleboro, downtown, Putney Road, wherever, throughout the whole township of Brattleboro has require you to wear a mask. I think putting it on the shop owners at this point in time, as they try to untangle this whole thing, you know, I've been saying it over and over again, nobody pandemics well, and nobody is, we're all trying to fix the car while we're moving. And these policies, maybe it's just a policy that goes into place for 30 days. If going under the guise of it takes 21 days to create a habit, maybe it's a 30-day policy that this board can then look at in 3 weeks to see how are we doing. Is consumer confidence back up, or is it being restored? I also agree with Daniel and his assessment on public safety. I mean, it really is an issue when you see somebody coming at you that is not wearing a mask. You know, it's slightly horrifying as that person walks towards you. You know, I'm not sure why it's such a lightning rod issue when it seems pretty cut and dry to me. I'm not sure why it wasn't passed as part of our executive branch that runs the state. But unfortunately, it has been opened up to this municipality to make its own decision. And I would advocate that we make that decision to the affirmative and make sure that our citizens are wearing masks when they walk inside of a retail confined space. And I'll leave it with that.
Thank you.
All right,
Peter. So I think I'll just go to my next contestant, which I believe is Kate O'Connor, who I think is on the phone. Or no, I might have that wrong.
Can you hear me?
No, Kate's here.
Kind of.
You have video to share?
I have no video. You
Okay.
don't want it. I don't want to be on video. It's a sad sight. Can you?
Go right ahead.
First, I just want to make a quick comment about the sign that Elizabeth talked about that DBA put together. And it has a couple of things on it. It has stay 6 feet away, wash your hands, wear a mask. And that was guidance by the Vermont Department of Health. So that wasn't anything that just a random bunch of people have, you know, put together. I just want everyone to know when they see that sign that it's actually an authoritative body that put those suggestions together. This was not on tonight's agenda, so I'm not prepared to speak about it on behalf of the chamber. So what I'd like to ask is, I'm hoping you won't make a decision tonight. And what I would hope is that that when it is on the agenda, you know, we could get a heads up, because I think what you need is some feedback from the business community, and just to hear a little bit about the pros and cons and the challenges that come with some of what they're facing, including the whole mask wearing issue. So I guess I'm just asking, you know, urging you not to make any kind of decision tonight. And if you put it back on the agenda, if you could give us the heads up so that we can engage, and I'm sure Stephanie at DBA would help, you know, we can engage the business owners to come back to you and just give you a sense of what they're thinking and why they're thinking what they're thinking. Because whatever you do is going to, you know, they're the people that are going to have to deal with it from a policing sense, from a providing mask sense. So I would just hope that you would, have a conversation or listen to the business community, and the chamber would want to help you with that.
Okay. Thank you, Kate. Are you still on the line?
Yes.
Okay. I think I have a follow-up clarification question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Does that apply regardless of how we approach this? In other words, if it's a simple policy voted on tonight, do you think it's necessary, or are you speaking of in our consideration of an ordinance? Because it feels like the board is leaning towards a fairly simple policy, which pretty much aligns with what a lot of stores are doing. Do you think there's going to be quite a few stores that will not want the town to have a policy?
I think we need to ask the businesses. And I think the problem with talking about it tonight, again, it was not on the agenda. So we didn't have a chance to even have this conversation. I've had many conversations with business owners who want a mask ordinance or a mask, for the governor to say you have to wear a mask if you're a customer. And I've also had conversations with business owners that say it's nobody's business but mine because they're coming into my store. So, I don't want to say yes or no, but I know that there's some people that don't even think it's appropriate for anybody to tell them that they have to have somebody coming into their store and they have to make that person wear a mask. So I just think it's kind of unfair to be having this conversation when no one knew it was going to take place. I didn't even know it was going to take place. I just am a nerd and I watch all your meetings. So there are people out there that I think you need to hear
from. Not to put you on the spot, but I was going to ask Daniel if he wanted to respond, and I saw your hand, Ian. But
I see Brandy's hand as well.
Oh, sorry. Who wants to speak first? Who feels stronger?
I'm guessing Brandy. Go ahead,
That's just always how I feel. Well, it's good to hear you, Kate. It's good to hear your voice. And I hear everything that you're saying. The one thing that if hypothetically a shop owner said to me, which one did today, that it's nobody's business, it's their shop, I guess my one, how you have that reactional pushback, my reactional pushback would say, if you let somebody in here with no mask on because it's your shop and they get somebody else sick because they were an asymptomatic carrier, then what does that mean? At what point is it more than just your shop and yet a publicly participated in location? That's my reaction. That's my quick draw gut comeback that came out of my mouth when I heard that hypothetical statement.
Daniel or Ian?
Ian.
Who feels stronger?
Go.
Come on, guys.
All right, very quickly, I know Kate knows this, but it would be 2 weeks. Be 2 weeks till we can make a decision. And that's too long, right? Everything is opening up now. I feel like this is the moment we got to make a decision. And if we're to address that point, really, we have three options: do nothing, pass a policy, pass an ordinance, an emergency ordinance. I don't see it being worth delaying that long. That's my position. Oh, temporary, that's interesting. Peter, how does that work, Tim?
Yeah, we can't respond to chat. That's just, I'm going to draw the line there. But
you're right.
I can't even see the chat. Oh, now I
so
can.
Daniel.
So I feel that at this point, it is the responsibility of the town to do what it can to take care of the townspeople.
Right.
And within the policy decisions that we make to do that, there's going to be some pushback, here and there, and that's just how it goes. I think that the better thing for the people of Brattleboro and the people that come to visit Brattleboro, right? Because we're not only talking about the residents of Brattleboro, but we're talking about the residents of all the towns that live around us, that come here, and then they go back to their homes and their families. You know, I just think that we need to take responsibility. And if that means being the bad guy for a couple of people, that's okay. I'd rather be the bad guy and keep our numbers really small, keep our families safe, keep our relatives, you know, in the realm of the living. And if people get upset about that, you know, then they can elect somebody else next year. And that's
We are
okay.
the health officers.
Yeah. And then, you know, in terms of the timescale, like, yeah, so it's a problem, Kate, that we didn't have this warned because it came out on Friday from the governor's addendum. You know, so it wasn't possible to get it on this agenda, but I felt like it would be irresponsible for us not to have a conversation about it, given how rare it is that we are given the option to differ from the state in some kind of matter of law. And I think that, you know, one option is we could pass a policy tonight if we can work up some wording, or we could, you know, warn a special meeting and either kick around a policy or an ordinance. And Peter's going to tell me what I got wrong.
No, not at all. May I, Tim?
Yeah, you may, depending on what you're doing.
Well, I want to acknowledge that there are members of the public who have spoken who would like to speak again, and two who have not yet spoken who are waiting their turn patiently. But there's a little structure I think I can bring to what remains of this conversation that I think will be helpful. I want to make crystal clear for the record that while it is unusual to have this sort of a discussion without it being a specifically warned item, I had a conversation earlier today with Bob Fisher very explicitly about this situation and the fact that the board might actually take action tonight, not just have a conversation about it. And for a variety of different reasons based on, you know, the COVID-19 situation and the emergency orders and the declaration of emergency that are all in place, in addition to overriding statutory authority of the board to take action to protect public health and safety and welfare. It is not inappropriate. It is unusual, but not inappropriate. It's certainly not illegal for you to act this evening if the group of you feels it's urgent enough to warrant that. And I'm hearing that the group of you does feel it's urgent enough. I've had a lot of communication with individual members of the board over the last couple of days about this matter, and sat back to hear you do what you've just done as a collegial governing body needs to do from time to time with a tough issue of, you know, finding, is there a way forward that you can rally around? And I don't think you're 100% of the way there yet, but what I, as the person who tries to help you deal with these sorts of things, needed to see was whether there were 3 or more of you who felt this was important enough and urgent enough that some action tonight was warranted. And I'm seeing that general consensus. I don't know if there's all 5 of you feeling that way, but I'm seeing certainly 3 of you feeling that way. So I want to let you know that in preparation for this moment, because I knew that you disagreed with one another in the details, but you all were ready to have a conversation like this tonight. And I knew we weren't prepared with normal backup. But if this had landed in a place where it didn't appear that you thought it was appropriate to move forward with anything, then this moment wouldn't have come and I wouldn't have spoken. But because of the general consensus I see forming, I have a document I can share with you because I thought it would be not appropriate for us to be doing this shooting from the hip. Burlington and South Burlington did do this last night. So I've used Burlington's document and I modified it in a way that is not an ordinance. It reads like their resolution read, but it's a lot simpler. And if you're inclined to take a look at it and consider whether or not that's something that 3 or 4 or 5 of you wish to proceed with, we can put it up on the board. And if you prefer not to do that, then wait and take my direction.
I'd like to see it.
I'd like to see it.
Is that unanimous from the board?
Yes.
Ian? Or-
Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah, sure. Sure, let's take a look.
How
yes,
do you do
although
that?
I kind of feel like I want to go to the public, and I also want to check in with our interpreters. Because it's 8:30 now, and I'm wondering if they feel like they can go a little further without a break, because I think we took a break around this time last time.
Yeah.
Elizabeth
Yeah.
is giving me a thumbs up. I know what that one means at least. Thank you. So a little bit further, we're gonna try not to, we do have other business tonight, but this is very important. So Peter, you want to add one thing?
Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. Just I think a break is a great idea, and it also will help so that people can see this language. It's a 2-page document, so I'm gonna need to ask Patrick whether he can put it up to just sit there on the screen in 2 pages. I'm not sure he'll be able to do that. It might have to be one at a time. But at least the first page of it would be.
While we're taking our break?
People could digest it.
Are you saying while we're taking our break?
Yeah, I'm saying that the audio could be shut off. People could be reading this thing while we take a break, and then you'd be prepared to have a discussion about it and hear more from the public about it when we come back, if you're inclined to do that.
Should we let
the public speak? I personally am inclined to go to the public first and then do the break with the document, because the public has something in their brain and it applies to what we were talking about before, and to take that break might ruin that. So Lida or Leda, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your first name perfectly. Do you want to come online if you still want to speak? If not, you can just type in the chat.
Chat.
No, I don't see Leda coming on. So going once, how about, oh, yeah, she's gonna come on.
Okay.
And I'll take this opportunity to remind everybody, please, for my own sanity, do not treat the chat like chat. This is not Facebook, this is not Twitter. Do not say, right on Daniel, for instance, even though Daniel loves to see things like that. It's gonna make
I was trying to be very serious.
Don't send Daniel any heart.
I think he's blushing.
And it's
just very warm in here.
If you're still having trouble, I can go to Fish first. Fish, of course, is the nickname of Peter Case, just so everyone knows. Peter, do you want to chime in? Yeah.
Yeah, so I put this in the chat as well, and I know Kate brings up a good point that maybe it wasn't warned properly. I think Peter brought up a really good point that I mean we're living in certainly some screwy, weird, uncertain times, and maybe if this board could make that decision that saying this will be what we have, we'll put this policy however you wanted to word it. Tim, you worded it in a way that I thought was thoughtful. I'm curious to read what Peter's going to put up on the screen, but even if it's just temporary to get you through the next 2 weeks, as Tim pointed out, it would be 2 weeks. And I think as stores begin to open up and as we see the "We're open" signs in the windows of our retailers throughout Brattleboro, again, going back to the restoring consumer confidence as they walk into a place to shop, even if it's just temporary for 2 weeks until you can vote on something that might be a little bit more permanent on the next meeting. But I think it's critical to have something in place tonight. That's my 2 cents, and hopefully Lida is ready to go.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Oh, yes. This is my first time. Sorry for my inappropriate egging on Daniel.
It's a weird thing. Could you just identify yourself and give a little context?
Yeah, I'm Lida Scheintaub. I'm from Dosa Kitchen, one of the owners. We opened February 1st on 34 Elliott Street and closed March 14th, I think. So,
welcome.
Just getting used to being on this. So, yeah, I didn't catch the very beginning of the conversation on the mask. So sorry if I missed something and I'm speaking to it, but I just wanted to say that I'm really in favor of the mask. It's really problematic to have people right near you and not have a mask. I mean, it just seems complete common sense. And I feel like Vermonters have a lot of common sense. The other day I checked, there were no new infections. That's amazing. No new deaths. Like, I really want to keep this up and show the rest of the country that we are really doing a great job, and other people can too. And the masks, there's just so much science that the masks keep people from getting infected. I'm not going to go to any store that doesn't require masks. So that's like, they lost my business. I know a lot of other people feel the same way. And I can't understand why we wouldn't do it. Like, there just doesn't seem to make sense. Like, we're only doing curbside pickup. We have a very good routine going. The minute I cracked open the door a little to get air, because we don't have windows that open, somebody came in, and he came in without a mask, without gloves, his company from Connecticut. And I said, please leave the restaurant. And I was a little abrupt, and I went and apologized just for saying it abruptly. And he got hostile, like not physically or anything, but it was just very bad, and it ruined my day. And I wasn't sorry that I said it. It was just like, I didn't mean to be mean to him. But so you have to get in these situations all the time of like, oh, I'm a nice person, I don't want to be mean. Oh, he's putting out his hand so I can give him the food. Oh, wait, no, I can't do that. And there's just so many situations, so many small details where you can go wrong, and then you wind up infected. And we're 4 hours from New York City without traffic, and there is no traffic now. So that's really close. So that's just my 2 cents. And there's a lot of situations that I've been in already, and I hardly go out except for the restaurant, that I don't feel comfortable. So I really appreciate that Daniel's brought this up, and I think there's an urgency. Like, I don't want to wait 2 weeks for you guys to vote on this. I want people to be safe now. I want to keep our community safe.
Thank you. Lita, it turns out I knew you and I didn't realize that. Thanks for chiming in.
Yeah, thanks for listening to me.
Yeah, can I just get a quick clarification from Peter? Because Lita has a restaurant establishment. I don't think the way Burlington's is worded that they're covered. They're excluded from it because of when restaurants when the governor does allow sit-down restaurants, it's obviously impossible to eat with your mask on. However, I'm wondering if it's too complicated for us to say for takeout service, they should be included.
So again, what I prepared not in furtherance of any prior direction from you. I prepared it in my best guess of what might be middle ground that you would rally around. And I don't know whether you will feel comfortable with this or not, but I actually took out the exceptions of certain kinds of businesses. I thought that was kind of odd. There's an obvious practical consideration that if you're going to drink from a glass or put a fork or spoon in your mouth, you're not wearing a mask at that moment. But if first of all, it's irrelevant right now because restaurants aren't open. And second of all, when restaurants do come open, I would think it might be that people sit at a table and wear masks until there's a time when they're actually consuming.
Right.
That's a safe thing to do. So what I did, just to try to keep this as generic as possible and not address, excuse me, nearly as much granular detail as they did in Burlington, was just say, if you're an establishment that's open to the public to sell services or products, that employees and visitors in those settings need to be wearing masks.
Okay, I'm seeing a lot of nods, and that's certainly fine. I personally thought that the bars and restaurants made a little bit of sense, but I didn't get the hotel thing. But
and again, I don't know that I've hit the mark that the 5 of you will feel is the right mark, but it's a place to start talking about it in detail.
I'd rather look at it.
The only person there, Millicent, wanted to possibly say something. I'm trying to find her comment. Do you want to sneak something in real quick, Millicent? Otherwise, I do want to go to our break and look at the document, and I can still come back to public after that. And Kate wanted to as well. Okay, so Millicent first, and then we'll hear a quick comment from Kate, and then we'll move on.
So with whichever way that you vote, I would suggest that there's additional ways that the town could support so that the stores feel that they're behind them through a lot of visual messages. One of the things that can happen is that somebody could come in without a mask and they don't know where to get a mask, and are they then forced to buy a mask from the store? And so if the town put either possibly supplied masks or had signs in public places that this is the way we do things, folks. So yeah, there's an ordinance, but there's also a social feeling that everybody accepts that this is the way that you're supposed to behave. People sometimes are outsiders, come to a place and can be influenced when they want to be acceptable. And if we don't just leave it up, we send messages visibly that we all agree to this, that this is the right thing to do, to wear masks. So it's not just an ordinance that you're going to get arrested, but we also are encouraging people. Maybe we supply the masks and we tell people all around the town that this is how we do things.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to take a look at Peter's document. The Burlington order, as they call it, requires businesses to provide masks. So I'll just leave that at that. That's just a point of information. And I just want to go to Kate real quick before we take a break / research session.
Yeah, this will be quick. I just want to make one thing perfectly clear. I'm not advocating for one thing or another, because again, I have not had a chance to talk to all the businesses involved in the chamber. I would ask that if you do something tonight, consider if it's doable for the businesses. We have little businesses, we have big businesses, and some things are easier for one business to do than another. And I think that was my concern when not really talking to businesses. Just make sure whatever policy you do, you take into consideration that we're dealing with some people who have the ability to buy masks, some people who don't. So that's my big concern, is that there are a multitude of different businesses out there. So whatever you do, just make it doable. I think there's a lot of frustration because the state has been so, they say they're going to have guidance and then they don't. So I would hope, that's, and there's been no input from the business community to the state on what the procedure should be. So that's all I'm concerned about, really, is doing something doable. Whatever you do, make it doable.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. And I have to say personally, the lack of notice brings up, dashes together for me the two really strong principles that I hold, which is public health and open meeting laws and respecting people's right to chime in for these meetings. But we are in a very unusual circumstance. So we're going to push forward a little bit and take a look at a document that Peter and his foresight, sounds like, has put together. And I know I'm going to have a problem with the kid thing. I'm just betting. We'll see. We'll see.
Patrick, can you put the document up, and are you able to put it up?
If it's possible. Thank you, Patrick, for trying at least. Do we have a verdict?
Do we have to do anything or just sit here?
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Okay, never mind.
And look good.
Can you make it the side by side? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I see.
Cool. I know that I can zoom in. I know how to do that, but does everybody think they have a handle on?
I see how to zoom in, but how? Oh, I see how to scroll now. Okay. Yep.
Okay. So Did we want to take a break to coincide with this and give our interpreters a break?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
So I guess we won't have our sign up saying we're taking a break, but because I'm going to read this over. So let's officially take a break. Everyone, let's see, go on mute. And if you want to, we could just turn off our own cameras, right? Yeah. Let's take a break until, oh, I don't know, 8:55. I have 8:46. Is that what everybody has? 8:55. Thank you. I was going to suggest, let me call the meeting back to order at
Oh, that's better.
8:55. And I just realized that I was thinking we should read the document for the interpreters because they couldn't see the doc very well. But I don't have it in front of me. Daniel, do you?
Oh, now we do.
Okay.
Daniel,
Yeah,
you started this mess.
You want me to read the whole thing?
No, we could take turns.
Okay, I love it. All right, here we go. You ready?
Okay.
We'll do paragraph by paragraph.
Before you do that, sorry to interrupt, this is one of the interpreters. My comment, just to clarify, was not that it has to be reread per se. What I'm saying is anytime a document is shared on screen, our pictures become very small, so the interpretation is less accessible. So sorry if that was confusing. You're welcome to read it without it screen shared. That would be great.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Oh, God.
Then we need to, well, did you email the document, Peter?
I did not. I thought you didn't need that. If you do need it, I'll be happy to do it. Or I can read it out loud.
I didn't personally need it, but now I need it because we can't have the interpreters be seen without being able to read it in our hands. I don't know if this is going to work. I can do it here too. I don't know if Daniel or other board members would be able to do it.
I mean, I think Peter was offering to read it. Maybe.
Yeah.
Is that what I heard?
I could read it, and while I'm doing that, Patrick could email it to the 5 select board members at least. That doesn't solve it for the public, but at least you have a copy that you could refer to in front of you.
Sorry to make you do that, but I just cannot.
Yeah, that's fine.
We've got to have people understand what it says.
So I'm going to read it in its entirety. And before I do that, I just want to say, sort of fulfilling out the thing I started to say earlier, that I reviewed this with Bob, right? So I saw this moment coming. I thought it might be necessary. So I went to the Burlington document. I slimmed it down to what I thought was its essence. And I went over it with Bob Fisher to make sure that it's legally proper. And Bob assured me that it is. And so without further ado, the town of Brattleboro select board. Sorry?
Sorry, Liz raised her hand right before.
Liz, you're on mute.
I just wanted an explanation of this is not an ordinance, this is a resolution.
Yeah, thank you for that. So actually, one bit more about sort of the odd way that this unfolded. Because I didn't know where you might want to go as a group, I actually prepared this version and I prepared an emergency ordinance version. And so the emergency ordinance version is irrelevant. This is styled as a resolution, and embedded in the resolution is an emergency order of the board. And that follows exactly the format of what they did in Burlington. If you are comfortable with that as a group, that's good. And if you're not, we can work through the process of amending it as needed. Bob should still be on the line, I believe, too. He was going to be available to us in case we got into a situation where you needed legal advice about this tonight. So I believe he's still on the phone.
If you can hear me, I am on the phone, but I'm not sure you can.
Yeah, we heard you fine, Bob.
Okay, great.
Called you up had we known you were here all the time.
I was. It seemed like before when I went to speak, you couldn't hear me, but now it seems better. So that's great. And I just, before Peter reads it, Peter accurately stated our conversation earlier, but I wanted to address Kate's concern that this was not warned. But remember, we're under
as a state of emergency. And given the governor's order on Friday, that did not give us the time to put this into the agenda, and hence the nature of it being either an emergency resolution that you pass, or if you were going the ordinance route, which it sounds like you're not, there is the power to do an emergency ordinance as an emergency. So that may be moot given your consensus that I see or am hearing tonight.
Thank you, Bob. Go
May
ahead,
I?
Pete. Yeah.
Town of Brattleboro Select Board Resolution. Be it resolved by the Select Board of the Town of Brattleboro, Vermont, as follows. And then there's a header on it. COVID-19 emergency order, wearing face coverings required in retail stores. Whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommend the use of simple cloth face coverings to slow the spread of COVID-19 coronavirus and to help people who may unknowingly have the virus from transmitting it to others. Help prevent people who may unknowingly have the virus from transmitting it to others. And whereas the Vermont Department of Health recommends that all Vermonters wear cloth face coverings when outside of the home to help slow the spread of COVID-19. And whereas Governor Phil Scott and the Vermont Agency of Commerce and Community Development have issued the following instructions in conjunction with the governor's executive orders regarding COVID-19. Quote, employees must wear face coverings over their nose and mouth when in the presence of others. In the case of retail cashiers, a translucent shield or sneeze guard is acceptable in lieu of a mask. Businesses and nonprofit and government entities may require customers or clients to wear masks, end quote, while on their premises. And, quote, the legislative body of each municipality may enact more strict local requirements regarding mask use than those set forth herein, end quote. And whereas COVID-19 remains a health hazard to the residents of Brattleboro and a significant threat to vulnerable populations. And whereas wearing a face covering is an important act we can do in an effort to protect others from an infection that we may not even know we have. And now, therefore, be it resolved that this select board hereby issues the following COVID-19 emergency order. Again, the header, wearing face coverings required in retail stores. Followed by 4 sections, I believe, 4 substantive sections. Let me double check that. Yes, 4 substantive sections. The first is requirement to wear face covering. Starting May 20th, 2020, all establishments located in the town of Brattleboro that invite the public into their premises for the purpose of receiving services, purchasing products, or otherwise transacting business shall require both staff and customers or visitors to wear cloth face coverings or face shields over their nose and mouth while inside the establishment. Exceptions. The CDC advises that cloth face coverings should not be placed on young children under age 2, anyone who has trouble breathing, or anyone who is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance. Posting of requirement. Each establishment is individually responsible to post signage at the entrance and at other appropriate locations, stating that customers or visitors are required to wear face coverings by order of the Brattleboro Select Board. Effective period. This order shall remain in effect until the Brattleboro Select Board amends, rescinds, or suspends this order, or until the governor declares an end to the COVID-19 state of emergency in Vermont, whichever occurs first. Adopted by the Brattleboro Select Board at its meeting on May 19th, 2020, and then it has lists your 5 names.
Thank you.
Thank you for reading that. And for preparing it. I have some comments, but anyone want to jump in? Daniel?
Just wanted to question retail stores. You know, the way that you've described the places where people would wear face coverings goes beyond retail stores.
Yeah.
So whether having retail stores in there is sort of misleading.
I think that's a really good point. I felt awkward as I was reading it that I realized that after broadening the terminology in the body of it in order to keep it simpler, I didn't go back and change the header. So I think we could just strike in retail stores and just say wearing face coverings required, and let the body of the document speak to when they're required.
Okay. Ian had his hand up.
Yeah, so two thoughts. One, as we amend it at the end, could that be, could we warn this for the next meeting as an opportunity for people to voice their feelings about this and give them an opportunity to speak? And then if we need to, we could amend this in any way on what, June 2nd? And then, oh, go ahead.
Oh, why don't you complete your thought, but then I'd like to just make a comment about the agenda.
Yeah, and maybe this is to Bob or Peter. So if we're not providing masks and we're not requiring stores to provide masks, I'm a little confused if that could become an issue with someone coming in and not having one at all. Yeah, was that discussed at all in your conversation, Peter, with Bob?
It was. I want to just give a really quick answer, and then Bob can take a deeper dive if he thinks that this isn't an adequate answer. But he and I discussed exactly that question earlier today and came to the conclusion that it was like ongoing normal requirements that you have to have a pair of shoes on when you go into certain businesses, most businesses. So, you know, if you have to have a shirt and shoes, and if you don't have a certain shoes, you can't go in, then this would be a similar requirement, but just for the unusual circumstances of each time. As a practical matter, it's also the case that I don't believe the town can supply enough masks to be the supplier. So the question you'd have to consider is whether to require the businesses to have a stock of masks available the way that we do at the town's facilities, since we're requiring people who come into the town's facilities to have a mask on.
And this is Bob Fisher. I agree with that, but I don't read this resolution as requiring businesses or the town to provide the masks. It's just saying everyone needs to be wearing masks when you're in a business or a retail establishment or place of services. So it's incumbent on people to have masks, and I think there's a great availability of whether cloth masks or other types of masks that people can get, and the cloth ones can be obviously reused and washed. So I don't see that as being a liability on the town should the town pass such a resolution.
Thank you very much, Bob.
Yeah, Brandy?
This probably wouldn't be written into the ordinance, but just as a side note, just as we had the little cards letting people who were asking for money downtown know where they could get food and get other services, we could probably reach out to mutual aid. I know a few people in town, and have cards or flyers available for businesses on where people can get cloth masks, because I know myself, I've gotten them from at least 3 different local people making them, and I know there's dozens and dozens of more. And many times when we're asking people to cease one behavior, we have offered solutions to that behavior, and there's no reason we can't do the same in this circumstance.
Thanks, Brandy. Liz, and then I'd like to chime in real quick.
Yeah, I agree with Brandy, and I know that BAMA, which I'm a part of, there's a lot of mask sewers in town. So if we'd like to publicize avenues to get masks, that's a great way to do it, Brandy.
Yes, thank you both. I just want to point out to anybody listening and who had listened to Peter read the resolution that Burlington's does require businesses to provide masks, and it's in the resolution. But I think this is a better solution because, I mean, businesses, it doesn't preclude businesses from providing masks.
Right.
And anybody out in the world today who doesn't have a mask is, I don't know, in my opinion, slightly clueless and can go fashion something or just wait outside. I don't think we can police that. Liz?
Well, as Kate and Stephanie were saying, some businesses are really tiny, and it would be an imposition to mandate that they do this, and people should have the wherewithal to find their own masks.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to go back and make a suggestion for tonight, and because Ian mentioned our next meeting, and this is a little bit out of the box, but I know Peter has tipped me off that we're heading towards a very late meeting, and we both feel that we can postpone the water and sewer commissioner work because that's a chunk of
good
stuff. My suggestion, and obviously this is asking a lot of the board members and some other folks too, would be that we come back in 1 week and actually do the check-in that Ian was proposing. Because if we do this tonight, it'll go in effect immediately, correct, Peter? So there's going to be a little bit of a bumpy road, and that will make me feel better about Kate's urging us to hear back from businesses. So I think it would be fair to hear some feedback after a week, and we'll be able to do our town business. Agenda number 9 had 3 items in it, and it's going to take a while, and it's very important stuff. So that would be my suggestion. How do people feel about that? Liz, everybody's nodding.
I just want to understand what you're saying. You're saying we should pass this tonight and then revisit it in a week, or wait a week?
Right. I have the same question because I have a concern.
I'm saying I think we're all agreed that we're moving towards passing it tonight.
Okay.
I'm suggesting we move agenda item 9, which has 3 complicated components, not to our June meeting, but to next week in May, May 26th. And at that meeting, we could do a check-in with the community, allow some feedback for what's gone well, what hasn't gone well. It doesn't have to be a big deal if it's going well, obviously, but it just gives that opportunity for people who felt they were caught off guard by it. Liz?
I don't think anybody's going anywhere, so we could have another meeting.
There are things going on in life that are not select. Right. And Daniel?
Yeah, I just want to say real quick that, you know, by all means, let's pass it tonight, see how it goes, and then take some further feedback next Tuesday. And I just want to kind of let the public know that, like, between now and next Tuesday, it's not like the town's going to be sitting on its hands being like, oh, there's nothing we can do about this. This is going to need to be something that we're going to roll out, and then we're going to need to evolve a little bit as we do it. And I think communication piece is really important, and making sure that people have equitable access to things to cover their face with. You know, it doesn't need to be something super fancy. And you know, as Brandy mentioned, there are a number of folks in town that are producing masks. I also think that, like, businesses and organizations that are inviting folks into their place are going to be, there's an imperative to provide something. So we're not going to demand that they do provide it, but I think that in the same way that, you know, any place of business or provider of a service is going to want to provide a pleasant environment that is also safe, this will be a component of that. So I'm not too worried, but I think that we're going to need to, like, figure it out as we go along this week.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm super up for figuring it out.
And so I kind of lost track of who had made comments. I had a couple comments on the resolution itself, but who wanted to make a comment? Did everyone go?
Yes.
Oh, So as I warned you, I would urge us to possibly tweak it. I understand that the CDC recommendation is under 2 is not required, but I can tell you from a father of a 2.5-year-old that under 3 is impossible to keep a mask on, and we might even want to consider saying children under 5, to be honest, because
I'm fully in favor of that.
yeah, because the transmission among children is not yet even proven that it's a big deal.
Well,
transmission, catching could be, but it's really like a parental issue with, like, a parent might not, with a recalcitrant child of 3.5, they might not be able to enter the store. I don't know. That's just my own biased feeling, and Brandy seems to agree.
I definitely agree with the challenge of keeping a mask on. With the new inflammatory disease that's going around, I wouldn't want to make any kind of comments about the health or transmission between children, but I think the fact that somebody 3 and under is going to be tugging at their mask, which kind of defeats the purpose of it, is common sense enough to any of us. And 5 and under is fine. My 5-year-old is just now, I can say, remember, it covers your nose, and he'll leave it alone. But I think below that, let's just be honest, they're pretty feral. I'm sorry. If you haven't had children, I'm sorry if you're offended, but those of us who have birthed them, they're feral. So.
Feral. Okay. That's colorful term.
Yeah, that's Brandy. Yeah.
Love it. Okay, so I did promise someone on chat who would like to just make a quick comment. Peter, want to jump in here one last time?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I just kind of wanted, Peter sort of touched on it with the town attorney. And, you know, I like what Peter Elwell brought forth. I agree with the issues with the child. Just speaking as a citizen of Brattleboro, I, for one, would truly appreciate this effort being pushed forward as a part so that it does take some of the onus off the town. I do not believe that retailers, restaurant owners need to supply the masks. I think that we have an ordinance already in place that say no shoes, no shirt, no service. And if somebody walks in, that retail shop does not need to supply those people with shirts or shoes. So I think that when we're considering this, that we consider that as well. I'm not a fan of putting any extra pressure on any retail operation within the town. So I just wanted to put that out there as a matter of it's just a matter of something else to think about. I don't think that we need to put that on. The municipality is something different. I feel that that's covered by our taxes. So I think it's okay for them to supply those masks, but retailers, restaurant owners, no. So I'll leave you with that.
Okay. Did anybody else have a comment? I have one, Liz.
I just wanted to reiterate that I will speak to the BAMA people in the morning and see how we can publicize mask collection and mask distribution.
I was going to say mask Brattleboro, but then I didn't know if that was creepy. Like a mask. Mask Brattleboro movement.
I think it'll be good for people to go to BAMA as a resource of mutual aid.
Mm-hmm.
Great. I've received a message that possibly somebody named Michael might want to chime in on something. And if that's true, Michael, now's your chance. But if not, Stephanie, do you want to jump in while we wait for that?
Sure, thanks. I can share with you information that might be useful in creating the sign underneath where the mask used to be. Ask us something to the effect of, we'll happily supply one, or something to that effect. And I got enough pushback from the business owners. That was the only sticking point on that sign. Enough pushback that they weren't comfortable having a supply for everyone that walked in the door. So in getting that pushback, Amanda Whitman, who is now working with me at DBA, she and I looked into how can we figure out a mask program like we did the bag program. And Amanda really kind of hit a wall in all of the different areas that she looked into. So Elizabeth, I'm saying all that because I would love to work with you if you find a avenue through BAMA that we didn't already knock on that door, that we would gladly figure out how to distribute the masks so that the businesses could
Great.
supply them. Thanks.
Great.
Thank you, Stephanie. An interesting situation all around. So
hello,
how,
Tim.
What's that?
This is Michael from the Works Cafe. How are you guys doing today?
Michael, go ahead. Thank you.
So I missed the first half of this meeting. I got 3 little kids I was dealing with, and so starting tomorrow, if a guest walks in the cafe to get a cup of coffee, are we instructing them to have a mask on? Is that what I'm getting at?
Yes.
Yeah, yes,
If we-
you're getting those nods if you can see us. However, I'll remind everybody that this is there's not going to be repercussions for that from the town level.
So how do we educate the people in town? Is that going to be like in the Reformer? Is it going to be on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram? Letting these people know, because signs in the door don't work. I'm the district manager. I oversee 4 cafes in 3 different states right now. So how are we educating someone that comes in real quick, buys a cup of coffee or a pastry or stuff like that? What's the best way?
That's a good question.
Yep, Peter.
Thank you. So I think it was you, Tim, who used the phrase bumpy, or the term bumpy, a little bit ago. I think we can all expect tomorrow to be bumpy. This did come up suddenly, and some people will be paying attention to it and some people will not, and it might take part of the day before some people even learn about it. But based on the participation that we have had and the coverage of these meetings by the media, I would expect that certainly the radio stations hopefully will be able to have some push this out. The town is going to push this out through news release and through our daily update on COVID. I would ask now, Stephanie, if you're still online with us, if you could use your network through the DBA, and Kate, yours through the Chamber of Commerce, to push a copy of this out with whatever messaging you choose to add, or none. Even if you just want to say the board adopted this last night, if you have questions, call the town. That's on us. We'll deal with that. There are ways in which we can make sure this information gets widely out into the community. Based on when the Reformer goes to bed, normally coverage of these meetings shows up on Thursday, not on Wednesday. So I think probably in the Reformer, this will be a significant story, I would hope, but not until Thursday. And we just all need to do what a community does, which is, spread the word as best we can tomorrow, and recognize Thursday will be a little better and Friday a little better than that. Hopefully this becomes the new normal that the board is asking the community to embrace.
Daniel?
I was wondering whether or not the sort of big LED boards that the fire department uses could have a nice clear message on, Putney Road and Western Ave.
Yeah, we'll work out the details of that in the morning. I'm not sure exactly like the optimum placement, but we'll get a message on there. We'll get they're called variable message boards. We'll get those out.
Great.
To spread this word.
Okay.
I got one question, if you guys don't mind.
Real quick. Yeah, thank you.
So at the Works Cafe, we have plexiglass in front of the registers, and then we have plexiglass at the expo station where guests pick up their food. From what I've read in Vermont, it says that a cashier does not have to be wearing a mask. We have instructed all our employees to always be wearing a mask. So is that in a retail store that they don't have to wear a mask because the plexiglass is up, or is that a restaurant too?
So the policy order that the board is considering, if it gets adopted without that particular language changing, would require employees and visitors to establishments to be wearing masks. That is inconsistent with the state's instructions where employees have to wear a mask or be kind of shielded. But I would suggest that that inconsistency is actually just further reflection of the cautious approach. The board is saying we in Brattleboro want to take a more cautious approach. We want this community to embrace people wearing masks to protect the broader public. And so there will be circumstances where that will be impractical. We've discussed a few of those tonight. But the general rule should be that employees, in addition to visitors, are wearing masks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. There's no other comments. I just want to ask Peter what's the non-messy way to address a couple of, well, in my self-interest, I want to know how we're going to address the child question.
So I made a note there. I was going to come back to you and just ask if there's a consensus of the board, but we could change 2 to 5 and it's done.
Fine with me.
There's more conversation around that.
Can you just I don't have it in front of me. Just remind me how it's worded in the sentence.
Sure. So it would say CDC advises that cloth face coverings should not be placed on young children under age 5. And then also a few other circumstances.
It's not the CDC though now. It's because the CDC.
No, that's a good point. Yep. Yep.
So that's what I just want to make sure we had the.
Yep. That's a really good point. So how about just
not, let's leave it not be placed. Out of it.
Pardon?
Say that again.
It's our own common sense law.
Yeah. It's the BCS.
Brattleboro health officers.
Oh no.
Brattleboro common sense.
Wait, can you explain why the CDC's position has changed, or what's the situation?
It's because we've changed the number.
Oh, because you went from.
I think it's unreasonable to have kids under 5, regardless of kids under 2.
So
okay.
I've done to the document to keep it simple is just deleting the CDC advises that. So the sentence would read: cloth face coverings should not be placed on young children under age 5.
Or not required. Do you want to just say not required?
Or not required. Well, actually, I think we need to be really careful because they are saying don't put them on people who can't take them off themselves. Not just not
they can take them off.
Yeah, and the rub is that we're speaking to practicality. They're speaking to safety and proximity levels and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy with that. If everybody,
Welcome to being good Vermonters.
Sort of a consensus on that change to the document. Thumbs up from Elizabeth. Thank you. So, Daniel, might come back to you.
Yeah, with a motion.
I think we really need. I know some folks might be out there wanting to type. They haven't yet, but they want to say something. But I really feel like we got to finish the rest of the town business, even though it's important. So, but I do want to put that on the next week's agenda to get some feedback and kind of pick up some loose ends. So Daniel, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, let's see. I'm doing this on the fly, so I move to. Let me look at the document. That's always helpful. I move to adopt the COVID-19 emergency order wearing face coverings required in. Are we saying instead of retail stores?
Nope.
Wearing face coverings.
Wearing face coverings required.
Okay.
Awkward syntax, but that's what it says now.
Okay. All right.
Did that motion get in? Did that make sense, or do we need to say it again?
No, that makes sense. I'll just thank you, Daniel. You have made a motion requiring face coverings on the interior of establishments in Brattleboro. As was read earlier, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 And that's 5-0. Thank you. That was a little messy, but I think we did a good thing there, and we are going to hear about it one way or the other. So that's good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's our job, right? That's our job.
Yes.
So I'd like to move on. We have an important thing to do as liquor commissioners. Do I have a motion to magically become liquor commissioners, please?
So moved.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 All right, we have a third-class liquor license before us, and kick that over to Peter to give us a couple details.
Yes, so there is at Vermont Table at 22 High Street. They already have a first-class liquor license allowing the sale of beer and wine. They're seeking a third-class liquor license allowing them to also serve liquor or hard alcohol. And this would be in conjunction with the restaurant operation at that location. They want to be ready as they're able to, when they become allowed to gear back up the operation of the business, to be able to have a full service bar. And so their application is in order. The staff has conducted the normal review. The police and fire departments both recommend approval. And so I do believe that Mr. Bratton is in the go-to meeting here this evening. You might want to hear directly from him, but we recommend approval.
Here he is.
Thank you, Peter. And Corey, sorry about that. I should have brought you on before Peter explained for us, but
well, it's
do you
been
want to introduce
fascinating.
yourself to the board?
Yeah, hi, my name's Corey. I'm a local person here. We have a restaurant downtown. We just opened in February. So it was an interesting few weeks. We're looking forward to getting back to it, and knowing the liquor licensing process can take some time. I'm taking this time now to kind of get ahead of it. Hopefully, it's sooner rather than later.
Great, thank you. I personally have, well, you weren't open that long, so that's my excuse. But I was hoping to get to the restaurant and never did. But well, I do.
I could say in front of this great platform here, we are doing takeout now, Tuesday through Saturday, noon to 7. We have kind of a smaller, streamlined menu. We have some really good burrito and kind of a Tex-Mex thing we're doing right now, and it's just me and my business partner Sam doing it all. So you can have something personally prepared by myself if you so choose.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a long-standing tradition of giving someone who is about to get, or hopefully about to get a liquor license, a little plug there. So I'm happy with that. And also, I just want to give a shout out to you and Sam, because you were one of the first businesses to organize a really nice set of meals for Groundworks right out of the gate.
Yeah, that was, and we were lucky to have the support of Black River Produce to make that possible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You and Black River Produce and Sam. So, all right. Anybody have any questions for Corey?
No.
No. Okay. How about a motion? Silence. Liz.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me just find that language.
That's what I can find.
There we go.
But it's our tradition, Corey, for the chair not to make motions. But now I'm going to kill time. So
all right. Here we go.
Okay.
I move to approve a third-class liquor license for Corey Bratton Catering LLC, doing business as a Vermont Table, located at 22 High Street, Suite 105.
Thanks, Liz. You've made a motion to approve a third-class liquor license for Corey Bratton Catering LLC, doing business as a Vermont Table at 22 High Street. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? None. So that's unanimous. Congratulations, and we wish you luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Corey.
Thank you.
Bye.
So let's see. We are now at the water and sewer, which we are going to move, I think. Oh, so we should close. Let's adjourn as liquor commissioners. Otherwise, we'll just be liquor commissioners till the end of time. So somebody want to make a motion? Come on, everyone, jump in.
I make a motion.
Go for it, Ian.
Yeah, I'll move to adjourn, being the liquor, what's the term?
Liquor commissioner.
Liquor commissioners.
Remember that if you ever get to go to a bar again in this town. So, just a joke. So all those in favor?
Aye.
That's 5-0.
Yeah, that would be cool, Ian, because when they proof you, you could say, not only am I over 21, I'm a liquor commissioner in this town.
Right.
Come on.
And I'll
Ian
give
is
you my
well
vote because I'm lame duck anyways.
Okay, so that means that we are moving to item 11. Guess what? New business. We have some happy news for Peter to report.
We do. John O'Connor retired as our town finance director and town treasurer back in February of this year. We've been well served during the interim period, but through a contractual relationship with an accounting firm from Nashua, New Hampshire, it was what we needed at the time to see us through as a bridge to the new finance director, but we've been eager for this moment to arrive. We had a successful second search. We had actually a really good, strong applicant pool. And the person who emerged from that as the best qualified and the person that's going to join our team is Andre Yeager. He's been most recently the budget director for Keene State College. And prior to that, he had a career of about 20 years in the private sector, starting out as an accountant with a major accounting firm doing audit and tax work. And then 16 years of audit and financial management experience with private companies in Massachusetts and New Hampshire. And 6 of those 16 years were with C&S, Wholesale Grocers, at their headquarters in Keene. So he's been a resident of this region for a while, living over in the Keene area, and is ready to become our finance director at 8:30 tomorrow morning. This is an unusual circumstance. The board is well aware of this, but I'll say for the public to understand what's happening tonight. Under our form of government, the town manager is responsible for the appointment of staff members and the supervision of the staff. There are 2 positions on the town staff where there's kind of a hybrid situation because they also have statutory responsibilities that make them accountable to the select board and have some independent authority under state statute. One being the town clerk and the other being the town treasurer. Town clerk obviously wears that same label both as the appointed director of that function of town government and as the statutory town clerk responsible for elections and keeper of records and so on. But as town clerk is appointed annually by the select board, and that gets ratified at representative town meeting. Likewise with the town treasurer. So I have appointed Mr. Yeager to be the finance director effective tomorrow, but only you have the authority to appoint him to be the town treasurer in that dual role. And so I'm asking this evening that you do that, subject to ratification by representative town meeting when we are able to hold one.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, I had the pleasure of being involved in the selection process, and it was both fascinating and informative, and we had a lot of great candidates, which is always a good thing.
Yep.
So it was a it was a tough battle. And I'm excited to have Andre come on board. Does he go by Andre, by the way, or is it?
Yes. Yeah, he's Andre. Yep.
Okay. Because in a couple docs it was Andrew, I thought, but maybe that was my own mistake. Okay. So I think this is a fairly straightforward process. We just need a motion. Does the board members have their materials?
Yes. Yeah, I got it. I just, I'll do it. I move to appoint Andre Yeager as the town treasurer, subject to ratification at representative town meeting.
Thank you, Daniel, and forgive the ribbing to everybody. Daniel has made a motion to appoint Andre Yeager as the town treasurer, subject to ratification at representative town meeting when that can occur. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And none opposed. That's 5-0. Congrats to Andre. So we now have parking fund budget. So how are you feeling about that, Peter? Is it?
Well, so I wanted to ask the board actually, we thought ahead about the utility 3 items because we know that's going to take a fair amount of time. Those are large questions for you to tackle, and we've got a lot of information to present. You'll have a lot of discussion to have. The parking fund is a little more straightforward, but it's 9:40 and there are 2 other pieces of business to do. So since we are going to have a special meeting a week from tonight, and right now the only things we have are the 3 utility items and the check-in with the community about the masks. If you'd like to also defer this to next week, we'll be happy to wait.
I would like that.
I defer.
I defer.
Me too.
Okay. I was on the fence, so I'm glad you all.
Is there any prejudice to doing it next week? Is there any issue to do it next week?
No, it's Patrick and I'll be presenting it to you, so we're all set. We're happy to do that, and there's no timing issue because of parking being closed at this time, and you just need to adopt a parking budget prior to July 1st.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also in favor.
Thank you. Sounds good, Peter. Our next item is a grant, COVID-19 JAG grant reimbursement.
So we've talked in the past as part of the COVID-related financial reports about the fact that this is an unusual sort of emergency in that we're not incurring a lot of extra costs, but there are some, and there's a few different ways in which we might be able to receive some funding from outside that are not part of that much more cumbersome FEMA process that is sort of disaster relief aid that comes, whether it's a natural disaster or something like this. And this is one of those. So this is, we're asking you for approval to apply for a JAG COVID-19 grant. You're familiar with the regular JAG program that happens annually, where there's some funding that comes from the Department of Justice, the United States Department of Justice, down through the states to police departments across the country. Our police department gets its fair share of those funds each year. This is a similar program, but specific to COVID-19, and there are some specific purposes for which the money can be spent. We need that. We need some additional protective equipment. We need to also address there's first aid kits, some additional equipment, and to keep a on-hand supply of personal protective equipment. So $39,730 is the amount that we've been told is sort of allocated to the Brattleboro Police Department. And we just need to apply for it. So we're asking you tonight for permission to do that.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions from folks? So it's pretty straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
How about a motion?
Go ahead, Liz.
Okay. I move to approve the grant application in the amount of $39,730 for a BGA FY20 Coronavirus ESF Program grant from the Office of Justice Programs.
Thank you, Liz. Liz has made a motion to approve the grant application in the amount of $39,730 originating from the Office of Justice Programs. All those in favor, say aye.
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 And none opposed, so that's 5-0. Thank you. Let's see. We now have one of these things that always dismays me, the scattered site grants, which Liz is going to tell us all about. No. Peter's going to tell us a little bit about the 5 counties.
Actually, I'm going to ask Patrick if you can bring yourself on.
Oh,
please,
yeah.
To
a new face.
Let us know about this. Thank you.
So good evening, everybody, and thank you. I'll be quick. I know the hour is getting late. So this is a simple and procedural bit of business that accompanies each of the VCDP grants. We're asking the board to adopt the grant agreement resolution and to accept and appropriate the sum of $375,000 from the Vermont Community Development Program for the 5-county home ownership services project, which is a project of Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. And just to sort of briefly remind folks, it was later last year that we came before the board and we received authorization to submit a grant application. The state has reviewed that grant application, provided us with preliminary notification of a grant award. We've worked with Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust to achieve the sort of award conditions. And now there is an offer of grant agreement and the board is asked to accept and appropriate it. There's one other point that I think may be important to remind the public about, especially, is that this is a 5-county project, which means this is a consortium effort between the town of Brattleboro and the city of Montpelier. And our subrecipient is Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust, but they are working with a sister organization called Down Street Housing and Community Development, I believe, and they work in 3 counties in central Vermont. So this one sort of consortium application is going to provide a range of home ownership services to income eligible households across 5 counties. And I would take any questions.
Do we have any question for Patrick? Liz does. Go ahead.
Is the Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust the lead in this consortium?
They are the lead subrecipient, yes. In fact, they'll be doing, I forget what the terminology is, but they will be underwriting, I believe, the loans for the home ownership and home repair loans that occur for all 5 counties. So it's something they're quite good at. The state has a good deal of confidence in them. And so they're the lead agency and we're the lead municipality.
Yeah, and I see
That's great. So I remember when Bruce Whitney came to the board to discuss it.
Yep.
Yes, and we did quiz Bruce a little bit on percentage of loans going to Brattleboro, and it's a decent amount considering.
Yeah, historically, Brattleboro households have done very well with this program and have been a recipient of counseling services and home repair loans far in excess of our percentage across the counties. So it's certainly a program which is highly utilized.
Okay. My only other question is I do see in the recommendation doc, it says public hearing, to conduct a public hearing. Is that something that I shouldn't worry about as chair?
No, so there were 2 memos that came with the board packet this time. One which was a simple cover memo, and one was the last memo. that occurred. It was sort of a reference document for when the grant application went through. There are two times in the life of a VCDP grant where a public hearing needs to take place. One is at the application phase and one is at closeout. The action the board is asked to take this evening is just to accept and appropriate. And so no public hearing is required.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I didn't look carefully at the date on that document. All right. If there's no further questions or comments, I would accept a motion.
I'll make a motion, but I see there's two motions. Should I make them both? Yeah?
Yeah.
I see
Why
Peter
not?
nodding. Okay. So I will move to adopt the grant agreement resolution and to accept and appropriate the sum of $375,000 from the Vermont Community Development Program for the 5-county home ownership service program of the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust as presented. And I move to authorize Town Manager Peter Elwell to execute the grant agreement and all other documents necessary to implement the grant.
Thanks,
Is
Brandy.
that done properly? Okay.
Sounds great to me. You made two motions, one to adopt the grant agreement resolution and accept and appropriate the sum of $375,000 from VCDP for the 5-county home ownership service program of Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust, and to authorize Town Manager Elwell to execute the grant agreement and all other documents necessary to implement said grant. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And none opposed. And I believe we're going to sneak it in under 10. It looks like we've come to the end of our business. I just want to say to fellow board members to go out and disseminate some very rapid information, however you think is appropriate. As Brattleboro's health commissioners, that's what we'll be doing in the next couple of days, I think, to try to get the word out. And if you can, speak to a couple of shop owners on the street to see if you can get some concerns and stuff like that. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, just in furtherance of that, I hadn't actually planned to do this, but you've made a good point. I know each of you has your own networks with which you can touch a lot of folks out in town with this information. So as soon as we're off the meeting, I will make the two small changes that you made before adopting the resolution, and then I'll email it out to all of you. So before you hit your Facebook pages tonight, give me about 15 minutes and you'll have the actual adopted document.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
Thanks for that heads up.
extra hours there, Peter. And you kind of saved our butts with adopt to work with, because otherwise we would have been kind of swimming around for quite a while, I'm sure. So
No kinda about it.
Yeah.
exactly.
You don't know what I have up my sleeve.
Sorry?
It was nothing. It was nothing at all.
And thanks once again to Patrick for making my job possible, actually, with some of the workings that he does that I don't have to worry about with all of this technology. So, anyone want to make a motion?
I move that we adjourn.
Brandy's moved to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
So I'm calling this special public Putney Select Board meeting to order at 5:01. And our first item is adjustments to the agenda. Are there any adjustments?
No.
Great. Any public comment on items not on the agenda? Okay. And just to give a quick rundown to everybody, normally we keep everybody's microphones muted and until it's time for you to speak. If you would like to speak and you're not an invited speaker, then just reach out to us through the chat and we pay attention to that and we'll happily invite you in. We really want you all to be a part of this process. And normally it's select board speaks first along with town manager and then invited guests, and then we turn it over to the public. So moving on from public comment not on the public comment on items not on the agenda, we have select board items, the emergency management preparedness update. Do you want to start with the farmers market or do you want Tom to start?
No, I'd rather have the farmers market start and then we can.
Okay. All right. So Diane, I assume that's why you're here. Karen, did you have anything that you wanted to start with or should we just invite Diane in?
No, we can invite Diane right in.
Okay. Hi, Diane.
Hi there. How are you?
Good.
Thanks for inviting me to your meeting. I really appreciate you being interested in what it is that we are up to.
Yeah, and how we can support.
Great. So what would you like to know to start off with?
I guess, what is your opening date?
That would be the 24th of May, Sunday the 24th.
Okay. And what new protocols have you put into place?
Well, we have come to the conclusion that at this time we are going to do a prepaid call-in and contactless pickup only. I apologize. I have to let the dogs out.
That's okay. That's all right. Life happens, especially when we're all meeting from at home. That's okay.
Okay, so we're going to do a prepaid contactless pickup only. We are not going to have an in-person market at this time. Last night, we talked about setting up our big market tent, which is 20 by 20, at the opposite end of where we normally do, so that it would be sort of across from the bus stop on Alice Holloway. So depending, what we anticipate is that people can pull in from Route 5 onto Alice Holloway, pull way to the side out of the driving lane, give us the information on their order, and we would be able to put the order into their car. And so nobody would be getting out of their cars. It would be a hopefully very quick transaction because we're asking people to prepay. The only people who would have to pay in person would be people using EBT because they're not allowed to pay online. So after people get their products from the market, they would then turn left up Carroll Brown and exit to the old Route 5, and from there they can go whichever direction they need to go.
Are you working with the co-op on this?
We have not so far worked with the co-op on this.
Okay.
We're not against it.
We're not against it.
We're just really trying to do the best we can to pull things together.
Mm-hmm. How are you getting the word out about this new system?
Lindsay Riopel is our market manager, and she is in charge of all of our marketing and advertising, and she makes use of social media pretty effectively. This will represent a change, we think, in the market, in that in the past, a great deal of our customers have been people from out of state or out of town who are stopping off to get some lunch and pick up some fresh produce on their way home from a weekend in Vermont. And we anticipate that we're really only going to be attracting our local buyers. And we do have local buyers, but we anticipate that's really the basis of what we're going to be doing is taking care of our local buyers.
Okay. Do other members of the select board have questions?
And
Can you tell how, I don't know how that echo is coming.
It's awful.
Can you tell us how the system for pre-order works? Do you have a website set up that one can go to and see what's available, et cetera?
Yes, we are using a platform called Eat From Farms, and you can access our site by typing in putneyfm.eatfromfarms.com. You should be able to access our landing page from there. We are not 100% up and running on it at this time. We are still working out the bugs.
Okay. So if one searches Putney Farmers Market, does it lead them there?
At this time, I'm not sure. We just signed up for the program or the app or whatever it is, and our market manager, Lindsay, and one of our farmers, also a board member, Justin Bramhall, they're the two who are really in charge of getting the program up and running.
Good. Do you have a sense of how many vendors you're going to have at the beginning?
Approximately 10 to 12.
Good.
And it's all farmers. It's no craft, nothing like that. We're really focusing on the farmers who have products that need to get out of the fields and into people's kitchens.
Good.
Just to repeat that, it's putneyfm.eatfromfarms.com.
I believe that is the correct address.
Okay. Thanks. Karen, can we get this information up on the town website? You're muted, Karen.
we can, not an issue.
That would be fantastic. Our hours are going to be from 11 to 1. Normally we run 11 to 2, but we feel with the contactless pickup and the reduction in our customer base, we feel that 11 to 1 is probably going to be better.
Okay.
And again, this is subject to change based on how well we're able to get the contactless pickup up and running, and how conditions on the grounds improve, overall over time.
You might want to have Lindsay shoot Karen an email with correct, just so it isn't sort of telephone.
I'll have her do a press release.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Karen, I don't know whether we have room on a sandwich board to put that in front of town hall too, but we could try at some point.
We can. We have a sandwich board there.
And this brings me back to my pitch for more sandwich boards. But I want all the sandwich boards. And Karen, when you get that, will you forward it to me so I can put it on the Facebook page as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
David, do you have any questions? You're muted.
Yeah, because he has
David's muted.
sound.
Now.
There he is.
It's his mic.
So I think there are still some people traveling, even though we're asking people not to travel from out of state. And how are you set up to deal with the people who are going to come who might see the tent they are looking for it from the past? So you set up to deal with them too, if they don't have a means to order online?
Our ordering is set up to have a cutoff of Saturday afternoon.
Oh, nice. Well,
I'm not understanding your miming.
Okay, I lost the sound.
I see. Our ordering is set to cut off on Saturday afternoon so that the farmers have time from Saturday afternoon and Sunday morning to assemble the orders and bring them to the site pre-assembled as per the government guidelines. So we will need to redirect people who want to buy in person to the co-op where they will be able to shop.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chief Goddard, do you have any, from the health perspective and emergency management perspective, do you have any questions?
No, not at all. Everything that sounds great.
We will have a hand sanitizer, so the people who are actually performing the contactless pickup on behalf of the farmers market, they will have access to all the sanitation that they need. They will be wearing masks as required. We understand that the farmers also have to pay attention to all of the sanitation and food safety laws that normally apply. And so they're all aware of that, and I'm confident that they'll all be able to meet those standards. I actually do have a question for whoever's in charge of traffic issues. And mostly I'm concerned about jamming up traffic. And I'm wondering if you have suggestions for us to mitigate any kind of dangerous situations, whether it's cones, flagging, anything.
Okay,
Karen.
so I just want to state that Route 5 is a state highway.
Right.
So the state of Vermont may have an issue if there is traffic, either slowed down or backed up. I mean, my concern about turning on to Alice Holloway Drive is if you're going north and you can't get in the line or get out of traffic, what's going to happen?
Diane?
Yes.
Just to clarify, you said you're going to instruct traffic to come off of Route 5 onto Alice Holloway Drive, correct?
Correct, across from the fire station.
Exactly, directly across from the fire station entrance. So right. I'd like to assume that the amount of parking that's available on Alice Holloway, I wouldn't foresee there being a problem.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I hope not too.
If traffic were going to come onto Carroll Brown Way off of Route 5 off of Main Street, that would be a totally different story. But
yeah, that's
with everything that's available, with all the space that's available on Alice Hallway, I would assume there won't be a problem.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts on some additional signage that we can place at the intersection of Alice Holloway and Carroll Brown to help people go left to leave? Because that whole one way with Carroll Brown can be confusing.
Well, that's actually from Alice Hallway. Traffic is not supposed to turn right onto Carroll Brown Way. They're only supposed to turn left.
Well, I know they're not supposed to.
Okay. All right, we get that.
It might be a good place for a cone or two in the, basically just right there on Carroll Brown Way, sort of so that it's obvious that you aren't supposed to turn right, because that would still allow co-op traffic to either go straight or turn left. But if you just had a couple cones there, because people do get confused about that. But I mean, but I think my guess is as this hopefully builds, over the summer, that this may become an issue you need to think about. Right. But I'm guessing, as Tom's pointing it out, and I would agree, at least at the beginning, the likelihood of you having enough cars to create a problem, I don't know that that'll be an issue. Also, are you doing anything to try and stagger pickup times at all?
We did not address that issue directly in terms of assigning times. And let me take that back. We decided not to assign specific times because we have a very short window of pickup, 2 hours. And we've been participating in a number of calls with Nova Vermont and the Vermont Farmers Market Coalition, and paying attention to what other markets have been doing. And a lot of the markets who are trying to do assigned times are finding that it's not working very well.
Mm-hmm.
And so we did discuss the possibility of there being some sort of a log jam, either at the very beginning or at the very end of the market, if people showed up, 15 minutes before it stopped. And basically, we decided we would assess at the end of the day and figure out if we needed to make changes for the next week. We really want to be nimble about it and make sure that people are safe, make sure that people can get in and out easily, make sure that we're not blocking off any of the traffic to the co-op or in other ways inhibiting people's use of the space. So, whatever it is that we can do.
So Diane, have you considered having traffic come like from Old Route 5 down Carol Brown Way and out Alice Holloway onto Route 5?
Well, that would present a question about where would we place the tent? Because if they're going to come down Carol Brown and turn right, they end up kind of in front of the bus stop. Is that right?
Right.
And that's not our property to be able to put our tent up. And we're really thinking that we need the tent to keep produce cool, keep it in the shade.
So Josh, is that Gateway property though, right across from just like left of
where they're talking about? Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's as it is now, that's property that the farmers market has been using consistently for a long time. It's just sort of the lesser used end of the property in a way, but people certainly park over there and access that from that direction. So, but there's also, I mean, I can't recall, Tom, whether there are parking spaces on that side or whether that's just a travel lane.
That it's a travel lane, but I mean under the circumstances, with everything considered, that there is plenty of room there for people to park temporarily. So I don't foresee it would be any big issues would be created at all. And if we find that we do, then we'll get together and figure it out.
Yeah. No, it sounds like a good.
At face value, I don't see that there's going to be an oh my God at all.
Yeah, it sounds like a good plan at this point, and the fact that you're willing to be so nimble and reassess as you go is really important. I would encourage you to reach out to the neighbors before you get going, just to let them know that you have a plan in place. Might prevent some calls to town hall.
So by neighbors, who are you referring to?
The co-op particularly, and well, I don't know who you would reach out to. There must be property management. Josh, do you know?
I don't know at Putney Meadows.
Oh, Putney Meadows.
Tom and I have that info.
Yeah, and or you could probably put up a sign there for them. The other thing is, I don't know whether you're taking walk-ups, but you might want to. Yeah, I mean, for people who live right there, I guess going forward, maybe you try to figure out how to service people who live in the.
Well, that would be fairly simple if they can utilize a telephone or use somebody's tablet or computer.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, but that maybe you see how it goes. The other thing I would encourage you to do is just try and place some signage where to encourage people to order next week.
Yes. Yes. That's
where
part of our
people
required signage.
Okay. Well, but also, I mean, I'm talking about attracting other, like, people have a big sign where people are leaving the co-op. So, sort of saying, hey, if you want produce from the farmer's market, go to suchandsuch.com before next Saturday and you can come next week.
That's a great idea. Love it.
Yeah.
And also, I think putting some sort of signage up at Putney Meadows and letting them know how to get in touch with us is a great idea as well. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Great. I noticed Jason Hubner jumped on after we started this call, and I just want to make sure that he knows that if he wants to connect or jump into this conversation, just use the chat, and you can send us a message letting us know if you have a question or comment. Does anybody else have questions or comments about the Putney Farmers Market opening and protocol?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. I'm so grateful for your support.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Diane.
Okay. So I'm good for leaving the meeting now?
Yes.
You are good for leaving the meeting.
All right. Have a good night.
You too.
Yeah.
All right. So our next select board item is the library status update.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hi, Emily.
Nice to see you guys, all of your faces. I'm really glad to check in with you guys just about what we've been doing at the library and potential future plans for the library. And I also I checked in with Karen just a little bit today about what you guys might want to know, and I'll just start by quickly outlining what's already going on, and then we can get to questions because I'm sure you guys have some. We are presently, and by we I mean I am presently the only library employee that's been working since we closed. But when I say we, it's the library board and myself. So right now, the services for the library that we are providing are we just started pickup lending again. We started actual picking up today, and it's people were really asking for that. We had done it for 2 weeks after we closed, and then the board decided it was a little bit too risky because there was very little known about how long the virus could live on different materials. There's more guidance on that now, including studies of actual library materials, including the ways that libraries wrap books and audiobooks and things like that. And the guidance is for us to quarantine items on the way back in for a week, which we had been doing when we first closed and are doing again now. So we are doing pickup lending outside the building three days a week now. We've been doing programming almost the entire time that we've been closed by Zoom. We have 2 children's story times a week, and then we have 2 to 4 adult programs a week, and those have been really popular, and people have really said that they appreciate it, that they appreciate the ability to connect. I've helped a lot of folks get set up with Zoom, which is, I think most people find really easy to do. So that's been an ongoing good thing that we've been happy to provide. And we've really bolstered our streaming and downloadable content, especially during the time that we were not lending physical items at all. So the library board allocated some fundraising money towards purchasing more copies of downloadable ebooks and audiobooks for just our patrons to use, as opposed to the pools that we share with the entire state. I moved some of our audiovisual materials money from purchasing physical items to using to us subscribing to Canopy, which is an online streaming movie service that focuses on foreign and independent movies plus documentaries, and they have a lot of children and families content. They also have a lot of how-to content, so if anybody needs a how to cut your hair video, that's one I certainly used recently. There's something for all of us, yeah. So that's the stuff that we have been providing, or slash are providing now. I'm really happy we're doing pickup again. I think a lot of our patrons are. I was definitely getting many calls a week asking when we were going to be doing that again. In terms of other things like possibilities for reopening, I have zero timeline on that. I have been keeping up to date on what the, Governor Scott and the Vermont Department of Libraries, the State Department of Libraries is advising, as well as just looking at the reopening plans of libraries of varying size across the country and just what protocols they're putting into place for even beginning that process. I wanted to appraise you guys of just the realities of what it means to reopen the building. I know that, there's baby steps towards reopening retail right now. And a few people have said, well, like the library is like retail. And it's like the library is really not like retail. The reality is as soon as we open the building, we're going to have people of all ages there. We have children certainly, that spend all day at the library during the summer. We also have older people that spend all day at the library during the summer, and it's that, just from reading about it, it's that prolonged exposure to other people that are potentially infected that creates a real risk. So we, if we reopened, some libraries are just storing all their chairs off site because, and saying you can't be, you can't spend any actual time here. You can come in and pick something up and then you can leave. As far as I'm concerned, we're providing that service already when we talk about pickup lending. I think that reduces a lot of the risk. We are certainly not providing our full range of services right now, but I think we're doing the best we can with having to be closed. I am concerned about the people that are not able to use computers right now. I'm thinking about, or people also are getting in touch just asking me to print things for them. And I have actually been doing that in kind of an unofficial capacity. And I think now that we're doing pickup lending and encouraging that, I think I'm going to open it up for people to be able to email me things to print and to either mail them or put them outside and they can pick them up, because that's a major service we provide. But computer use, internet use, people are certainly using the Wi-Fi out in the parking lot, and now that it's nicer out at the picnic tables and benches, but in terms of providing computer access, we're just completely unable to do that right now. So we also have staff in various high-risk categories. So, without getting into that too much in a public meeting, that is a big thought of mine. And for me, this whole thing and the considerations for reopening are really about staff and community safety. So that's kind of like where I'm at with all of that, but I'm sure you guys have some questions for me.
Yeah, actually, you reminded me of a question I meant to ask the farmers market. The last amendment I read required that all picnic tables and outdoor tables were removed. And so I'm curious if that applies to the library as well. And I noticed that there are 2 picnic tables that I believe belong to the farmers market. I could be mistaken, but my understanding is that they're all supposed to be put up right now to discourage even that kind of outdoor closeness.
Yeah, I was unaware of that. I mean, they're certainly used. We could post the same kind of social distancing, encouraging signage that we use in front of the library when people are picking up behind the library. We could also separate them. They're certainly used. Usually it's like 1 or 2 people kind of behind the library or sort of in the outside environment back there using their computers to use the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, and I would hate for people to lose that.
Me too. So was that farmers market specific, Laura? Where did you read that?
It wasn't farmers market specific. It was the most recent order, and it was, I want to say that it was specific to businesses that were catering towards outdoor activities, but I don't know if it covers farmers markets, if it covers libraries, if it covers all businesses.
Right. We'll have to look at that.
I'll look into it. Yeah, I'll definitely look into it. We certainly don't have a high volume of traffic back there in terms of, a lot of people are using it. A lot of people are also sitting in their cars, but I've never been concerned about the people that are there, being too close to each other. But of course, we should probably post signage back there. I'll look for that directive and see if I can interpret it for our use, or get in touch with the Vermont Department of Libraries and ask what they recommend. That's a good question. Also, speaking of behind the library, I don't remember who said that there should be sandwich boards everywhere, but I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but there's a big collection of sandwich boards behind the library that people are welcome to borrow and use as long as they put them back. It's one of our unofficial. There's no barcodes on them. You don't have to have a card. You just come and take one. But but I just wanted to make sure that you guys all knew about that and could advise others that needed to borrow a sandwich board, because it certainly would be a pain to build or get your own if you just needed it for, 1 weekend a month or something like that.
That's great. Thank you, Emily. Are they the kind that you put a poster on, or are they the kind that you have the lettering for?
We only have the ones that are back there are all the kind that you would staple a poster to, preferably a laminated poster, and they're in varying stages of decay. Many of them are in good shape, but people should certainly choose the one that works best for where they're putting it and it is stable enough, and they're not actually welcome to put them on the library property.
Noted.
Thanks.
Does the select board have any questions for Emily?
I've certainly heard good feedback about that, your online movie, your online streaming service, that people like that. So
Yeah, people are really into it. I think we introduced it at the time when most people had scraped the bottom of Netflix and were really ready for anything else. So anyone with a library card can access it, and anyone without a library card can get in touch with me, and we can fix you up. If you are a Putney resident, you get one for free. If you are not, you can purchase an out-of-town card. And a lot of people have or have renewed their cards in order to be able to use some of the services where we've rolled out. So that's been good.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
I will say also, aside from the movies, you've done a phenomenal job of reaching out to people through social media and the programming that you've put together, the story time. I haven't participated in the story time, but it looks really exciting and fun. And so kudos to you for keeping things going when you weren't able to use a building.
Yeah, I mean, it's the least we can do with everybody stuck home, and it's mostly been the people in town who were already doing great programs and volunteering their time. So it was just sort of about making them set up to be able to do it. And I'm really grateful that everyone wanted to do that. And I know that patrons are really into having that. The story times are particularly good. Susan Hesse is wonderful.
Great.
David, do you have questions?
good. I'm good.
And I assume, Chief Goddard, if you have questions, you'll pop in. So, all right. Well, I don't see anything in the chat, so that feels good, Emily. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Emily.
You guys have a good night. And feel free, any of you feel free to get in touch either by emailing me at the library or giving me a call. Chief Goddard, I know that you have my contact information as well. If a question comes to you or any other issue comes up in the rest of the meeting, please feel free to get in touch.
Good. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, guys. Enjoy.
Thank you.
You too. Enjoy the rest of the meeting. Bye.
Have a good night.
Thanks. All right. So our next item on the agenda is concerns about citizens not adhering to the governor's orders. And I just want to share
Hang on.
pretty quick.
You want to? Oh, sorry. I think Tom was earlier in the agenda, and we went over. I don't have the agenda in front of me.
Yeah, can we do Tom, and that way,
sure.
If he has no comments on any of the other items.
Yeah. Tom, how are you feeling about that? You don't want to hang in through the whole meeting?
Well, at the end of my spiel, which actually is going to be pretty short, if it's okay, I will talk about what you just started, just to give some idea of what kind of calls we're getting already, and where things might go.
Okay.
to start with, everything with the department and our responses is all status quo as it has been the last few weeks. We're just this afternoon, late this afternoon, we received some additional guidance specific to our operations from the Fire Academy. I haven't read that yet. I'll read that either tonight or in the morning. And we'll start to implement some different things as it's appropriate. As far as the state is concerned and any updates we've gotten, it's the same exact information now that everybody is receiving. Obviously, the governor is starting to open some things up. The big hope is that things are not going to open up too soon, and that as things do open up with continued restrictions, that people, the citizens, keep in mind the whole social distancing thing, face covering, so on and so forth, because the last thing anybody wants to see is a sudden surge, and that's what everybody's concerned about. So, along with that, if Laura, if I may, with concerning what you started, and complaints, so far over the last 3 days, no, it's actually started on Sunday. So 4 days today, we received probably 25 to 30 inquiries / complaints.
Wow.
About people who have traveled back into town from out of the area, not abiding by the guidance that's being issued. A lot of concerns surrounding, and in my opinion, absolutely nothing against these folks or their businesses, but the farmers market starting up. Some other places that'll be starting up, opening up some more, and a lot of concerns about. No, it's not concerns. It's gripes about people from out of state being attracted into state, and so on and so forth. So what I've been telling people at the end of the day is everything that the governor has issued is guidance. There are no solid rules. There is no enforcement. As long as the businesses are being diligent and doing what they need to do and should do in accordance with all the guidance, people coming into the state, they have a right to. I know of a case up in Hartford that occurred yesterday, I believe. That got it was pretty silly in my mind, and became confrontational. Law enforcement's now involved, simply because there was a vehicle without a state plates, and somebody took it upon themselves to tell them they need to leave the state. And so
In front of their children.
I clearly understand the level of fear. I understand the paranoia. I understand the concern. But we all need to be cognizant of the fact that I believe anyway that the complaints are going to keep coming. There are going to be a lot of people with some very, very strong opinions. At the end of the day, other than trying to educate folks when and where it's appropriate, there's really nothing that we can do, either as a municipality as a whole or as the emergency management director / health officer. There's no jurisdiction, there's no enforcement powers at all.
Yeah, and that's the same thing the sheriff said when we spoke with him about this last week. Okay. I want to add that didn't just happen in Hartford. That happened in Putney.
Really?
A Putney school teacher was followed up onto campus because they had New York plates. And their story is that this person got right into their space within 2 feet of them and proceeded to tell them that they shouldn't be here, and really shook them, not only shook them emotionally, but was physically in their space, which is dangerous at this point. And this is a person that maybe should have had their license plates updated a while ago, but has lived here for quite a while. And frankly, it really worries me that people in our community are taking it upon themselves to be vigilante justice seekers in this. And I urge everyone in our community to go through the proper channels. I don't want you inundated by phone calls, Tom, but I would rather them calling you than chasing somebody up onto the Putney School campus and approaching them there.
That's totally inappropriate.
And it really, it has shook some folks to the point where they're unwilling to take their own car out to the store now because they're afraid that they're going to get looks and that they may be put in a compromising position because they have out-of-state plates. And that to me is just not what we're about here. So it was pretty heartbreaking to hear that.
Yeah, that is sad. That's sad. Just another what is turning into a significant piece as far as receiving complaints is the number of folks in town who adamantly believe that they have the right to know who in town has the virus, where they are, and what they are doing, even to the point of policing these folks themselves to make sure they're not just out wandering around. That's becoming very frustrating listening to that. I honestly haven't received any phone calls about that in the last 4 days, but late last week and over the weekend it was pretty significant. And again, I tell the folks that, well, and when I tell folks that legally we don't, none of us have the right to know who these people are, to be, unless they self-identify, and if they do, it's probably going to be to us, and we're not going to say anything anyways. We're legally bound. So essentially, I explained to them at the end of the conversation, it's nobody's business except their own, and the people are being monitored by the health department on a daily basis, and it is what it is. It's just that simple. On Saturday, I think it was Saturday, I got a phone call from a gentleman whose next door neighbor happened to be outside doing whatever in their own yard, and this person was convinced that the individual has the virus and demanded to know what we were going to do about it to keep them inside. So that type, and I'm again we haven't heard anything since then. I'm hopeful that it's kind of petered off and we won't, but I'm not convinced of it, especially as things start to open up more.
Yeah.
So just a point of information, frustrations, et cetera, that's all.
Yeah. I would just encourage folks, if you're worried about being exposed, control your environment. Don't try to control others at this point, and allow the authorities and the folks that are their doctors and the health department to guide these situations.
Right.
So can I make
Well, I'm sorry that those are things you're dealing with.
Right.
No, that's all right.
And I'm glad you brought them up, Tom, both of them.
Yeah.
So the ACCD, there is a non-compliance complaint website. If people are really concerned and they feel that somebody's not doing what they need to do, they should be reporting it to the state directly. And then the state will investigate it. And that information is on our website. and it was to go to iPutney as well. And Laura, I can share that with you
Please do.
for social media.
Yeah. And I think it's really important that folks understand that, you know, I can't express how much work Tom and his team have put into this crisis so far and how much work likely lies ahead of them. And if there is a place that our government, who is our state government, who I will assert has been handling this fairly well, if there's a place that they're trying to guide you to put a complaint in, please go to that to streamline this process and not overwhelm our local folks. I know you're an exceptionally capable person, Tom, and I have full confidence in you handling these phone calls. But I also think if there's a place where they can go, that doesn't have to be you.
I agree.
So
Yeah, and particularly to educate oneself about what deserves a phone call and what doesn't. I mean, you know, Tom, as you accurately pointed out, a neighbor calling to complain about another neighbor outside in their yard, it's like, don't call anybody about that because it's none of your business, you know?
Right, exactly. And again, I truly do understand and I appreciate the fears. I appreciate the paranoia. I appreciate the concerns. But at the end of the day, and again, what I stress to everybody is everything that's been issued by the governor is guidance. There are no laws in place regarding this. There are no absolute directives, and there is no enforcement. So
Right.
whether we like it or we don't like it, the citizens still have the right to do what they choose to do. So that all needs to be kept in mind. Again, people may not agree with it. People may not like what other folks are doing or not doing. But at the end of that day, that's their right.
Mm-hmm.
And one, I think perhaps an exception to that, Tom, is lodging. I mean, I have heard a couple people
that
talk
is
about,
accurate. Yes.
And that includes, I think, Airbnbs.
It does. Yes.
And I would certainly encourage people, if you are a neighbor of an Airbnb and you feel that it's being used inappropriately, that's a reportable offense.
Correct.
And
I know for a fact the state police will follow up on those.
Yeah, and that's inappropriate. I mean, people, when it is legally binding and there is enforcement, you should complain about it. So I would encourage anybody who's witnessing that, because that's just abuse of people's. I mean, it's honestly, it's the Airbnb owners that deserve to be straightened out on that one. So.
Absolutely, but strictly pertaining just to citizens and individuals, in the complaints we received regarding those folks, that's what I was referencing. But you're absolutely right, Josh. There are things that are absolute, and motels and Airbnbs are one of those.
I would also stress, though, to let the police follow up on it and not make too many assumptions, because Airbnbs and motels can be used for other purposes at this point.
Exactly.
And
nobody, you're absolutely right, Laura. Nobody should be making assumptions that these places are operating just because they might see people coming and going or a vehicle. They may actually be operating lawfully, as they're allowed to. So
I have a comment, and it's just a comment, and it goes back to something that Laura said, and it seems like I'm not out that much, but when I am out, what it feels like is happening is there's a general relaxing in people's demeanor. And for a period of time, most of the people that I saw were wearing masks and taking precautions and staying 6 feet away. And I had to open up again on Monday because I just had to. And very few people are doing that anymore. And I'm having to say, look, leave your keys in the car. I'll wipe the steering wheel down. I'll deal with it. And so many people I think that if they took care of themselves, if they didn't relax, if they wore their mask, if they carried wipes with them, if they did all of that, they could affect their world in so much more of a positive way than complaining about their neighbor.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if anybody else is seeing what I'm seeing, but it sure seems like people have gotten used to this and they're slacking. And I don't know if that's true or not in general, but it feels that way. I don't know. What are you seeing, Tom? Is that true?
I think you're absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right, and I think it's going to get worse. Even though what I believe is going to happen is we're going to be continually reminded for quite some time regarding social distancing, wearing of face pieces, even though that's going to be in the forefront every single day. As things continue to open up, that complacency is just going to increase, and more and more people are not going to be doing what they should be doing or what's being suggested, and then eventually unfortunately what is predicted will happen is things are going to spike, and then everything is going to be shut right back down again.
So that's probably it's probably in equal measure to the fact that things are opening back up, but also that things are opening back up and people aren't being careful. So, right. What little bit I've read shows that the places that were able to achieve containment that opened back up again are definitely spiking.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's, that's tragic. They achieved containment. It's like, what can you tell us about that? What is there to know besides doing everything you can do to be careful?
That's just it. That's all there is. There's no magic formula at all. All it is just the common sense stuff that's been reiterated to us over and over and over again. And that's it.
And continuing that education, continuing, in spite of the fact that it feels like it's been hammered into all of us, just continuing that, setting our expectations as a community. But yeah. David, I will say, just to reassure you a little bit, I navigate the world a little bit more than I would like to most days. And I do see a varied approach. So it depends on where I am and at what time I'm there. Sometimes folks are great, and they and I'll say, I think I said this in our last meeting, 95% of the people will be wearing masks and they'll be super conscientious. And then my mother-in-law told me a story about, I haven't been to the Putney post office in a while, but she told me a story that people are naturally waiting outside until the person that's in at the counter comes out. It's not even instructed. They're just doing it. So and I hope that's always, and maybe that's just the time she happened to be there. But I think that there is a good portion of our population that is paying attention and doing the right thing. And then there are people that for various reasons are choosing not to. But we can't police them. That's not our job.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. And the reason
I know you weren't. That's more directed to people that are.
I'm going to turn into even more of a hermit before I police anybody.
Yeah.
But I had two experiences, and I know I'm just jabbering on here, but I had a vendor in Keene I had to go to, and I went into a grocery store in Keene, and I was the only person in the place that had a mask and gloves on. And I went to a grocery store in Brattleboro, and 75% of the people were wearing
masks
and gloves, but still 25% weren't. And I see stuff that worries me. It worries me. But anyway, what can you do with that? I'm just blathering. So
no, rightfully so. And I will admit that when I see New York plates, my initial reaction is, what are you doing here? But I also then I think through and I process that reaction, and I could never imagine chasing that person down and having any kind of conversation with them. So
it's anyway.
All right. So Karen, you have that information for us on the non-compliance
I do.
complaint
Yes.
line, and we'll get that out to the public as much as we can. It is on the vermont.gov site if you're watching this, and it's a really long web address. I'm not going to read it out, but you can find it on the vermont.gov site, and we'll make sure it's up on the town site, and we'll get it out on social media. And please report your complaints there, and the sandwich board. Please report your complaints there. That's the appropriate place for them to go. Your concerns should go there. We have the next thing on our agenda was a positive COVID-19 cases in Putney protocol from a municipal level. Is that something, I know we touched on that a little bit. Is that something you want Tom in on?
No, actually, Tom explained that we can't police it. So that ties into the non-compliance complaint.
Okay.
For people to go, I mean, like he said, it's confidential information. We don't even have it. So unless they self-identify, we don't know who they are. So
I just have to say that's such an invasive ask to ask for people's health information, and
right.
I understand the fear that's prompting it, but I would hope that folks that are asking for that would flip it around on themselves, and think about, do they want to share? Sorry, Tom, what was that?
That suggestion has been made to each one of them that I've talked to.
Yeah. Do you really want to share your health history? Because that's not something that we would ever expect of anybody under any circumstances. And
Is the state still posting the map that's giving the number of cases per town? They're still
yes, they are. Yep.
Okay. Right.
And it's weekly.
Right. That's okay. Weekly.
What
we've had.
What's our most current number, Tom?
What's that?
What's our most current number? Do you know?
We're still at 6.
Still, yeah. So that's been steady for a little while.
Right.
Yeah. And those 6 could full well be recovered right now, is what I pointed out to people.
Definitely.
That could have been 6 at the very beginning, and they've moved on with life, and these aren't 6 new cases. I also have pointed out to folks that it has nothing to do with the landmark testing site, that we're not getting extra positive because of the landmark testing site. Those are designated by hometown.
Right.
So there's definitely confusion out there, but.
Yeah. And from our perspective, confusion is one thing, because I'll take all the time necessary to explain to anybody what they might need to know, what would benefit them. The thing that gets real frustrating is when none of that is accepted, and we're still in the wrong for not providing information or not being transparent or whatever term they want to put to it. And it's still just they just don't get the fact that it's nobody's business. Period.
You're legally bound not to share that information.
Exactly.
Even if you knew it, you wouldn't be allowed to.
Right.
So
that's so okay.
Well, thank you very much. Does anybody else have anything for Tom? Are we?
I have one other thing. Tom, do you want to let everyone know you're on vacation next week?
Oh, yep. I'll be leaving Sunday. I'm going up north on an annual fishing trip. So I'll be out of town for the week next week. Josh, I'll be talking with you tomorrow. Just so you know, I'm going to be transitioning all the emergency management oriented stuff over to 2 folks, Chris Fellows and Evan Martin. So they'll be up to speed. Everything will be good. They'll have access. I'm going to give them access to my email so that they can receive all of the updates, bulletins, etc. that come in. I'm only going to be 3 hours away, so I'm not anticipating anything. But if anything should start to go on, I'll be back. I'll be in touch with Karen as I need to. I'll still have access to my email and all that I'll be checking. So it'll all be good.
Can I make a suggestion? don't check your email. Stop it.
Yeah.
Go on vacation.
Well, I'm gonna have my phone with me, so I don't have a whole bunch of choice. but I'll stay in touch once on and off with Karen, and everything will be good.
All right. We're still going to need you no matter what. So
absolutely, I'll be back.
My suggestion, Tom, is to take pictures of the best fish. I want to see those.
Okay, all right.
That's a good suggestion too.
All right, we may doctor the photo up a little bit, but it'll be good.
I got a feel I can share with you.
It's all depth perception, Tom.
There you go. Yep. All right, thank you.
All right.
Have fun.
All right, Tom. Thank you.
Have a good
Have
night.
fun. Take a real vacation.
All right, take care.
You too.
I need to excuse myself because it's my son's birthday and dinner is ready, so I'm gonna head down to birthday.
Well, we could all join.
Virtually.
All right. Wish your son a happy birthday.
I will do that. And I think you have a nice meeting. Don't make it too long.
We're gonna power through it now.
Yeah.
Take care, Josh. Thank you.
Take care, Josh.
That happens to me every time. I'm like, how do I turn this off? All right. So we are moving on to select board updates, signage, COVID-19 in town. David, this is something that Karen and I had discussed a little bit this week. We have a sign ordinance in our town that really restricts how signs can be used, how long they can be up, whether they're temporary or not. And my suggestion was that we consider putting a moratorium on our ordinance for the time being, as long as the signs are COVID related or community supportive. So, I mean, I don't want to see the town littered with signs, and at the same time, the ones that I'm seeing are so heartwarming and informative, and it feels like that just for this time being. I don't know how long we would set that for, and I've never done a moratorium before. Maybe Karen can give some guidance.
Yeah, well, I'd have to look into that.
Yeah, I'd totally on board with that. I can't imagine there's anybody that's going to abuse that. And if it's making things harder, let's get rid of it for now. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep, for sure.
Okay.
Yep.
I think that'll make your job too easier, Karen, because then you won't have to worry about like, should I be addressing this or not?
Yeah, so the banners, like, the Putney Food Shelf and, the banner in front of the co-op, those things I can overlook. The sandwich boards, I can overlook those, because in my mind, they're temporary.
Yep.
So, depending on how long this is going to last, if it gets out of control, then I might have to look into it. But just to put a banner up, that requires a sign permit.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Yep. Huh. And like the school also puts their little mural up down by the gardens, and it's up there for about a week, for the dinner. And I overlook that too, because it's temporary. It's not going to be up there, for a year. So right now I am overlooking some things.
So I'm sorry. Should we change the wording in it so that whether instead of it being so difficult to have a sign, maybe it's the nature of the sign that makes it okay or not, and we get to decide that? Is that too?
I don't know if you want to go down that road, David. That gets really messy.
Man.
So an ordinance, David, just so you know, is the select board can revise it, they can amend it, but it has to go in front of the public. So it requires a public hearing. Any feedback, you might end up with 2 public hearings, it depends. Unlike a policy where the select board can revise it and just approve it without a public hearing. So ordinances are a little more, there's more legality to it.
Got it.
So with me sitting here saying I'm overlooking certain things, maybe I shouldn't be saying that, but
Right.
because it is a town ordinance. And it's enforceable if we had enforcement.
Oh, here we go again. Another area for enforcement. Anybody? Good Lord.
Right.
So,
And the town manager is the one that approves the sign permit.
Got it.
So it goes through my office. But again, the ones I look at are the ones that are going to be permanent, whether they're on a side of a building or they're, two-sided and they're hanging from a post, those are the ones that I look to permit.
Mhm.
Again, a temporary sign, as long as it's not out there for a year.
Are the signs, is that signs anywhere in town, or is that on main roads? Is that within just the business district? Is it anywhere?
It's anywhere. It's even like, yard sale signs. There's certain signage that we can't even have in town. We prohibit it altogether.
Huh.
Yeah, it's an extensive list, and each district it's a little bit different,
Explain.
for restrictions.
Oh.
so I'm curious if we can put a moratorium on it for a time being, and if not, then maybe we just continue to overlook them. And I'm also curious, like down the road, if we can revisit this, because it feels like it's been pretty consistently overlooked, throughout the years, even before your time, Karen.
Yes.
And so if this ordinance isn't serving us well, if we have to turn a blind eye to things over and over again, at some point it's time for us to revisit it. I don't think that point is now.
Let me see. It might be good to keep it in place until we have time to go over it, to do a
Exactly.
good job. So that if something comes up that's problematic, we have an ordinance that will back us up to stop a sign we don't want.
Yeah. So
put a moratorium on it, and then all of a sudden we've got signs for things that are ugly for whatever reason, and we've got a moratorium. We don't want that.
So I was asking for a conditional one, a conditional moratorium that is COVID related. Anything that's informational for COVID or inspirational, basically we would, at this point,
right.
Yeah,
Well, that's
overlook.
my comment about the nature of the sign, but then we get into all kinds of,
Yeah. That's when you said, could we approve signs individually? And I was like, oh, we don't want to go down that road.
Right.
Because we would spend most of our meetings talking about signs, I think.
I have a sign at the end of my driveway, and I didn't get a permit for that. I didn't have any idea I needed one, so now I'm going to have to come in and get approved for my sign. Now I'm in Karen's radar. She got me in her crosshairs.
I know. Again, stop.
I grew up with that school that it's easier to get forgiveness than permission. I'm sorry.
Right. Just to let you know, the sign ordinance was adopted and enacted back on February 14th, 1997.
So I'm grandfathered.
Have you had your sign up since before then?
Sure. I started in 1986.
All right, you're grandfathered.
Karen.
No, it does feel like I've read this ordinance, and it's really comprehensive.
Right. Right.
And I think it was around that same time when Vermont was deciding as a state that they didn't want billboards.
Right.
And so I think it was in keeping with that kind of trying to keep the landscape pristine. And I appreciate that and think that we should definitely uphold that value. And at the same time, question whether or not it's time to look through this. But like I said, not at this time. Our plates are full.
Right.
So,
that all stems from some business on Route 7 the western part of the state. I remember there was all this to do about some business had signs every quarter mile up Route 7, and people got sick of it. I remember when this case happened, and I can't remember the name of it, but that one incident was over the top, and it changed the way we do signs in the whole state.
Mhm.
Remember Fletcher was telling me about this, but anyway.
Yeah. Well,
I'll find out about a moratorium.
Okay.
And then.
And a conditional one that we would be setting conditions to it. It wouldn't be an open field day for everybody, but.
Right. And just remember, we don't really want to set a precedent, so we need to be very cautious.
Yeah. Well, I mean, during extreme crisis, so that's the precedent. It has to be during an extreme crisis.
Well, we get to decide the extreme crisis. Who's going to decide that? One person's idea.
During pandemics, you want to get more detail? Pandemics that affect our area.
We're trying to keep this easy, and who knows what might come up? It might make it more complicated. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sometimes a person with good judgment using judgment might be the best thing without having to change the rules. I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to go down that road. My dinner isn't ready, but I am ready for it. So
yeah.
and we're almost there, David. So okay, our next item is public assistance state federal emergency FEMA grants.
So just to update the select board, I spoke to Tom, and the FEMA COVID-19 grant. So the threshold is $3,300, and you have to apply by this Friday. We're only at $2,800 spent out of our general fund budget. So Tom and I discussed it, and it's a long process for the grant, and it's only a 75% match. We are not going to move ahead with that grant. We feel that it's not a big enough expense that we should be applying. We have the money in our general fund. Tom has been getting a lot of supplies from the stockpile through the state. So it doesn't make any sense to go through the process. If it were $10,000, I would say yes. If it were $7,500, I would say yes.
You're telling David you're not going after money, and I can see his brain exploding through the screen.
I'm gonna tell you, my question is this. We don't know how long this is going to last, and if we don't go after this now, will there be another opportunity later if this thing lasts for a year and we spend way more money?
Yeah. Are there cycles, Karen?
If there are cycles, or if we don't apply now, then we can apply later?
I don't know the answer to that question. And I don't know how long it stays open. So once the state of emergency closes, you only have 30 days to, submit your expenses. So as long as the state of emergency is open, those expenses can be submitted, But
okay, so let me ask you a question. I think I misunderstood. I thought you said it had to be in by Friday.
So I have to apply. I have to finish the application by Friday, the 15th.
Okay.
So, and it's a pretty extensive process.
But you also said that you can submit your expenses at any point that the state of emergency is still in effect. So it seems like there's something.
Is the state of emergency technically closing on the 15th when the stay-at-home order closes?
I don't know that for sure. I haven't seen any information on that.
Because my understanding is he's going to continue with guidance. We have guidance already that goes beyond the 15th. So I'd be curious about that. And I would be curious if he doesn't close it and we don't apply by the 15th, does that exclude us like in perpetuity for COVID?
Yes.
And if that is the case, that's concerning. Because we could see much larger expenses come up down the road if this is going to continue, if this is going to go in waves the way it's believed it is and the way it's showing that it's trending around the world. That would be concerning. And then I guess my next question would be is if the state of emergency is going to close on the 15th and then another state of emergency would be opened due to another peak, would we be able to get in on funding then?
I would, well,
depending.
I would think there'd be a different grant for a second round.
Okay.
But
then, could we add our $2,800 to the second grant, or would we have to start over?
I would think we'd have to start over, David, because I think it's based on a period of time. And just to let you know, so Vernon is applying and Brattleboro's applying, and there was one other town in Windham County, but I don't remember what it was.
Do we know if they met the $3,300 minimum?
Well, I'm sure Brattleboro has, but I don't know about Vernon. And, you know, there was a comment too about not sure, you know, we can understand why Brattleboro would, because they're a bigger, you know, municipality. Plus they have a lot more going on, like, you know, with wastewater and, you know, fire departments. They have more than one fire department. Yeah, I would really hate to go through this process and then not get to the threshold.
Is there any way for us to get answers to the questions that we brought up? Do you know?
Yeah, I can probably ask the lady at FEMA.
Well, that would be, I think that would relieve a lot of my concerns. Is to know the answer to the question.
And I think that we trust your judgment, Karen. So if you get answers and, you know, putting on David's hat and my hat and say, well, they would really want me to do this based on the answers I got, I would hope that you would. And
please don't take any questions I ask or comments in any way as not trusting your judgment on what to do here. I totally trust your judgment. Don't go there.
No, I'm not taking it.
I carry a lot of fear that this is going to last a really long time, and I think that when money runs out for unemployment, and when the stimulus package runs out about September 15th, things are going to get hard, and things are going to get tight, and fall's going to be coming, and then we're going to be looking at a very different fiscal picture. And so, any way for us to get any money, I want us to get it. That's how it feels to me.
I agree with David, and I share your concerns and fears, David. I do realize that through the course of the signage conversation, we kind of skipped over a signage piece, and that was how we're going to communicate with folks coming into the town, what we're hoping they will do when they come in. And I think it's unavoidable. We're going to see folks coming into town. It's important for us to recognize that and deal with it. And so, you know, Karen and I had talked a little bit this week about if that's something that we as a select board want to take on, or do we want to put out a community ask and see if people in the community would be interested in creating signs for us that are kind of like what we talked about last week, the big cow with a mask on, and this is what social distance looks like. Please wear your mask. Please turn around. If you have any symptoms, go home. You know, I think those are the three main points. Don't go into places if you're symptomatic or have been exposed. Wear a mask. And if you need a mask now, Putney Mutual Aid has started up a project where they're going to have a mask tree. It sounds like it's going to be out front of the Gleanery, and volunteers are going to hang masks on the mask tree. So there will be free masks for anybody that needs a mask.
That's kind of cool. I like that idea.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
They're doing great work.
Yeah. As far as signage, you know, for like going into stores and stuff like that, Laura, are you leaving that up to the stores?
Well, stores are required to have a certain amount of signage per the governor's orders. They are supposed to have signage that says if you have any of these symptoms, do not enter. Some of our stores, like the Putney Co-op, has decided that you have to wear a mask and gloves while you're in there.
Right.
And they're providing them. Most people that I've seen are coming in with their own mask at the least. So I do entrust our local businesses to do this, but I think for us to have something that has a large presence, almost a billboard-like presence, I think it's important to show that it's a town concern. That when you come into Putney, we're asking you to do these things.
I think it's really important too that if we put it out there and it's obvious and there's no way really anybody could have missed it, and they don't conduct themselves in a way that's responsible, then we get to say, there's masks on that tree over there. Would you please take one?
Right.
And if you don't tell people, you don't make it obvious,
Yeah.
I like it. I think it's a good idea. Are stores required to put up a sign saying that it's strongly suggested you wear a mask and gloves? They're not, because it's not enforceable. They're not. Right.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Their requirement is that it has to say if you have these symptoms, don't come in. But what I have seen is most stores are putting up signage asking folks to wear masks and politely asking, but and some are requiring it. So the Putney Co-op being one of them, that you need to wear a mask and gloves if you're coming in. And if not, if you don't want to wear a mask and gloves, then we do curbside.
Got it. Yep.
So I'm happy to put out a community ask to see if there's anybody that's interested in making those. I know Josh said that he was going to see if the Putney School had anything. I can't follow up with him on that, but Karen, if you want to follow up with him on that, and I can't, just because of open meeting law, I can't follow up with him on that. This is sometimes why I wish we had a 5-person board. But if you want to follow up with him on that before I put that ask out there, and then if the Putney School doesn't have the time, ability, whatever desire, then we can put out a community ask and see if folks want to do it.
Okay. All right. I'll get back to you.
All right. Sorry to skip around like that. That was important. And I got a little lost in the other sign conversation. So is there any response update at this point?
No, I think we're pretty much still in it,
Yeah.
Still waiting.
Yeah, I meant to ask Tom about the continuity plan. Have you?
I will ask him about it before he goes on vacation.
Well,
because I just found out our hazard mitigation plan expires in November of 2020.
Oh, stop it.
No, I'm serious. I just found out today and I'm just like, so I'll bring that conversation to the board next week. But I think the continuity plan can tie into the hazard mitigation plan. Okay. And the whole resiliency that you were talking about, Laura, in this plan that needs to be updated.
Good. I was on that Wyndham call on Tuesday. That was yesterday, which feels like a week ago now.
Yep.
And somebody mentioned that we're entering hurricane season. And I was like, oh, just stop. We are not entering. That's not happening. That's not allowed to happen right now. And
No.
that we should start preparing for tropical storms and potential hurricanes as communities, that we have to be covering all the emergencies at once. And I was like, all right. Well, we know, and let's not talk about it right now.
I'll follow up with Tom again with the continuity plan.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Last thing, David Babbitt, and then you can get to dinner. Town hall protocol.
So I sent you the protocol, Laura, because you wanted to see it.
Yep.
So this is just for town hall. The highway department's still going to continue what they're doing, basically isolating from one another and just doing, they're running trucks right now. So that seems to be working. And Tom has his own protocol for the fire station, which hasn't changed. So as you know, so I called Alyssa and Jonathan back on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So the three of us are going to be in the office, our regular hours, 9 to 4. Jonathan's 8 to 4 because on Wednesday he is 8 to 7 and he's not working on Fridays.
Okay.
So we have enough work amongst the three of us that, I feel we need to be in the office. We've had visitors already in the land records.
I saw that.
Yeah. So we have cleaning schedule. We have disinfecting schedule. We have masks. We have gloves if they need them. But people are bringing their own in, which is terrific. We meet them at the front door and they go wash their hands and then we bring them to the copier room.
Okay.
So
that's all good. The only thing that I might, and I believe that it's a requirement of the new training that was sent out, is that folks should be taking their temperature. And if you really want to dot the I on it, I suggest a temperature log. So they can take it at home if you don't have a thermometer.
We have one on order.
Okay. Did you get the infrared?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
So it's what I did for our organization was I created a log that had date, name, temperature, and then the question, do you have any of these symptoms?
Right.
And it's the chest, the lung symptoms, and people just write no. So instead of me going through that with them every time they come through a door.
I know, because that's a little invasive too when you got to ask them those questions.
It does feel that way, and it's also like it's not. I don't believe that you have to do that with everyone coming into the building. I think you only have to do that with staff.
Okay.
No, but it is in that training, I believe. I've read so many updates. It's all becoming one.
Yeah, but
there's a little tidbit I wanted to share. I don't know if they're talking about this or not, but a lot of the stuff that I was reading is that oxygen sat is the first sign that there's a problem. I actually went out and bought myself one of these, and I've been doing it every morning and every night to make sure that it stays where it is. And they say that, anywhere between 94 and 100 is normal at sea level for a healthy person. And just when you see those start to drop, that usually drops before any signs of symptoms for someone who's positive. I don't know if they're doing anything with that or not, but read some very interesting articles from ER doctors about catching things early and how important that is because of the way the disease attacks the cells that produce surfactant in the lungs. And that's the first thing that happens is your oxygen sat drops. Before
Interesting. That's good to know. I don't think that's in any of the official guidance yet that we've received, but it makes sense.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
All these cases that are happening, people are coming in once they have shortness of breath and they've had pneumonia for a week or two. before they even feel the shortness of breath.
Yeah.
They're saying that's a good thing. So that's just a tidbit. I'm no doctor. That's just a thing. But and if you're done, are you done, Laura? Do you have more? Because I have something to add if you don't.
Okay, I am done.
Okay. I wanted to just add that I followed up with Brian today. Had a really good conversation with Brian at the town garage about the truck and about moving forward and being all on the same page. And took a look at the truck and have lots of information. And I can save all this for next week's meeting. But we did that. Really feels like we're all on the same page, and everybody's on board and understand the challenge that this could present for the town over the next bit financially. So
great. I hope that at our next meeting, we can also start to talk about communicating with the town regarding the budget and putting the ask out there. What would you be willing to sacrifice, and what creative ideas do you have for us to support us in this endeavor of cutting things or trimming things to.
Yeah, and what can you offer? Not, what do you need? What can you offer? And in so many ways, just the acceptance that we've come to expect a very high level of services that are expensive, and that even if we cut back on some of those in some ways as need be, that doesn't change our town and who we are as a community. And there's lots of ways the private sector can fill in places that we might not be able to supply the kind of service or help that we've been able to in the past financially. And I think that we really have a unique opportunity here, because the type of people that live in Putney tend to be pretty community oriented, big-hearted and big-minded people who would want to be part of this and contribute in a way.
Agree.
So that there's as little a small bump in the road as possible, and yet we can still make ourselves much healthier fiscally in the long run. And I have a lot of thoughts about that too that I'd love to share next meeting. So
I know you do. All right. Well, our next meeting date, we're going to have our regular meeting on, I'm not date savvy here. On May 20th, we will be holding our regular meeting at 5:30. And then we're going to skip the May 27th emergency preparedness meeting to give everybody a little break. It's been intense. And then we will get back to, and then we will have a regular meeting again on June 3rd, and we will get back to the emergency preparedness schedule on June 10th. And we will carry forth until we no longer need to do this, hopefully.
Right.
Not that I don't love seeing your faces every week, but no. All right. Oh, well, David, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we close the meeting.
I second that. Any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Good night, all. Thank you.
Why don't we start with Matt Valerio? Just maybe briefly talk to us a little bit about what you're looking for, and then we'll do a more formal discussion when we have the documents.
Well, I don't know at this point that I'm looking for anything in particular.
Okay.
We have, we received some information from administration late yesterday after hours, looking at an 8% budget cut for fiscal year 21. And to begin with I guess they're going to be effectively budgeting quarterly. And so we would be looking at, almost a $400,000 budget cut in the first quarter, and it's like 389 or 369 or something, and then to continue throughout the year, and with the hope, I think, that there are going to be changes in revenue that are going to allow us to readjust as things improve throughout the fiscal year. And what I've always said about this situation is that the biggest concern I have is the wave of deferred cases and delayed cases and the like that are going to start to come forward in the next fiscal year as we start to come out of the virus situation. And for us, what that means is that we've got to be able to have the people on the ground to do the work, whether it's, whether we can do a bunch of work by video, or we do it, or we're doing it in courtrooms, my guess is, or somewhere else. I need the people to do the legal work. I saw that the court has asked for about $12 million in video technology and the like, and run it by our people. And everything is moving very quickly right now, but I don't know that we're going to really need anything to deal with that. As you know, we respond. We're always the ones who respond. Whatever somebody else does, we have to respond to it. If there are more state's attorneys and there are more cases, then we've got to respond to that. If the court does some kind of thing that requires us to change the way we do business or respond by, if they have more judges or more judge time, then we've got to deploy lawyers in that area. If they use video, we need to be able to come up, to speed and address that. And I think as far as the video stuff goes, we're perfectly able to respond to that as we sit right now. The biggest concern I have is an attorney and investigator time and being able to retain people. As you know, and I've said this over and over and over again the last few years, have an extraordinarily difficult time now hiring people and keeping people. And I'm going to try to do the best I can to make sure that we do not have to suffer pay cuts or even pay freezes. But, if there's an 8% budget cut, there's not much that you can do when the vast majority of your budget is personnel costs. One of the concerns that I do have is as we move to doing more work on video with the courts is dedicated space within offices so that you can have those hearings and not be in court. As of right now, most of our offices are very crowded, and we don't have any spare space to do anything. We were addressing that up in Franklin County, but that was going to be our proposed budget, which for 21, which is, I guess, is out the window at this point, would have addressed some of those needs. And with some shuffling in Chittenden County, moving some positions into Rutland and some into Franklin, we were able to deal with some of that stuff. in some of the other offices, it might be more difficult, but we don't know exactly what that's going to look like yet. You know, one of the good questions that came from our staff meeting earlier this morning is, where are the clients going to be? And I don't know how we quantify that from a dollar standpoint. The only other concern, because we have 50% of our attorneys are contractors, conflict contractors, who are independent contractors. You know, the quality of their Wi-Fi for those who are in the Northeast Kingdom and in other rural areas is not good. And then you've got the issue of you know, their own equipment, and I think we can help them with the equipment, but the you know, the Wi-Fi for some of them is problematic. I know that we have some people literally who are still getting onto the internet via dial-up. So, you know, when we ask for, you know, what's a request for money for this, you know, for me, the biggest issue is making sure that I have intact the group of people I need to do the work. And the other parts I think we can accommodate. But if we end up with, you know, I can't cut contracts. I can't, because they're already grossly underpaid and there's not really enough of them, but I can't fill what I have right now, that if I were going to do it ideally. And then secondarily, I have positions that are open and now frozen because there's been a hiring freeze in the staff system, but I need those positions if I'm going to deal with a wave of people. And to me, it's not about asking for more money. It's just keeping everything I have. If I could make everything I have be intact going forward, could probably handle it, putting one foot in front of the other. But you know, it's not just how much more money are we going to get. It's how much money are we going to end up losing going forward.
I appreciate that Stephanie Barrett's here. And Stephanie, are you able to continue to work with the various folks that are here in presenting something both for the skinny budget as well as the COVID-19 funds? For example, I believe the judiciary put funds in to buy laptops for everyone.
So the judiciary asked for FY20 in the BAA supplemental, the COVID supplemental BAA is in at 4.9, and the vast majority of that is technology for remote access and safety to resume operation. And so there was discussion that both the Defender General and the state's attorneys would have subsequent asks to keep up with that. And so in listening to Matt, the ability to actually estimate the costs and to track the costs that are COVID related, where those can be covered by the CRF dollars, is very important, because the CRF dollars have a very hard deadline of December 31st, by which they have to be expended. The work has to be done essentially for that. COVID dollars can't be used to budget beyond December 31st. And so the trick is the cost that can be attributed to COVID activity, the closure of the courts, and the subsequent backlog and the ability to catch up with that backlog, and the need for technology to do remote, those types of costs, people need to make an effort to track those costs and make estimates for what those investments need to be. And then we feel pretty strongly that those are permissible expenditures. And also looking at the FY21 budget, the instructions that went out are the first 3 quarters, the first 3 months, the first quarter of the 21 fiscal year. That bill is intended to just give enough spending authority to start the fiscal year, and the big bill would be developed in August and September for the remainder of FY21. By then, we'll have a much clearer picture of what the revenue landscape looks like. And right now, that looks like it's significant down. to the extent that there are ongoing COVID-related costs in there, and we have CRF capacity, that might help to some extent. But the larger conversation about the entirety of FY21 will happen in that August bill. The ask that went out from the Finance and Management last night is in the target they put in for 23% of general fund, and most of the criminal justice is very heavily general funded. Let us know if that 23% is not a realistic amount for those first 3 months. And I would do that in a bifurcated way, first 3 months with and without COVID. And so the 23% for your normal base operations versus the 23% trying to cover everything, including your COVID related expenditures. And I'll stop there for questions, but I'm hoping that's a little bit helpful to people.
Let me ask though, we've been tracking the COVID expenditures so far, and we were well positioned to be able to do what we needed to do before the COVID situation. And we've spent next to nothing relative to our total budget in addressing the COVID situation. You know, I'm not one really to, you know, quote unquote, make up a COVID.
It's not a makeup. If there are additional resources you need for a period of time to catch up with the backlog that is COVID related, that's a COVID permissible expenditure. And especially going into 21, because that budget hasn't been built yet. And so there is a restriction on using COVID if your base budget that's already been passed can cover it. But if the 21 budget has not been created yet. And so to the extent that you're catching up in the backlog in July and August and need, you know, additional, to the extent that you can fill them, additional positions or contracts, those types of costs should be attributed to the CRF fund, we believe. And also if you need remote technology, if there's laptops and things like that, or technology that needs to be brought up to align with the judiciary, and those can be deployed in this time frame that we're talking about, those would be the types of COVID expenditures that we would be expecting to see borne on the CRF side of the ledger, as opposed to your regular base budget side of the ledger.
All right. I don't think the technology is going to be an issue at all, to be frank. But the other side of it, you know, obviously keeping everything intact and making sure we have the people to do the work is I guess the side of the ledger to focus on going forward.
Thank you. Yeah, Jeanette.
I thought Matt said that you said that that the technology would be an issue for many of the contract people, and if there might be a way to put that into to somehow upgrade that.
Yeah, I mean, it will be for some, but I know that right now the contract people have been doing the work, you know, remotely, and you know, everybody seems to have Wi-Fi. The issue is in the spots where you've got attorneys, you're going to have maybe a couple, but
okay.
and then you've got the place where there's poor Wi-Fi availability, and that's not going to be solved by this situation, I don't think.
Well,
but I do think that, you know, the tech side of it is the least of our worries, to be honest. But I can survey the contractors and see, you know, what they need.
Do you think it's more realistic, Stephanie and Matt, and maybe anyone else, Josh and Pepper and all the others? Is it more realistic to look at this in 2 weeks than next week?
So there's going to be multiple, I assume there's going to be multiple vehicles for the CRF appropriations. If there are known FY20 expenditures that people feel confident about the expenditure amount, FY20 meaning through the end of June, that people feel confident about the expenditure, those types of things could go into the budget adjustment, which will probably be in the Senate Appropriations Committee next week. But there will also be that skinny start bill, which will offer an opportunity. there will be standalone vehicles, we assume, that may offer opportunities for appropriating the money. So that, you know, the timing is the absolute timing is that December 31st date, and sort of working back from that and understanding what type of activity has to happen when, for that work to be completed by December 31st is one guidance that I would give folks. But I think, you know, if extra time is needed, I don't think that means that the ability to appropriate the money is lost. I just think it will happen in a subsequent budget vehicle.
Senator Sears?
Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to deal with, I just got invited to an appropriations committee meeting at 10:30 this morning. I don't know what's going on. This is
that's at 1:30 today.
Oh, okay. It says 10:30. So I'm just
I don't know what that is either, but it's at 1:30.
She must have made a mistake. Thank you, Stephanie.
May I ask
Senator
Stephanie
White?
a question?
Yes, please.
Stephanie, did you say that on the CRF that it has to be spent? Anything has to be completed? I mean, like
we had a group of state fiscal officers had a call with Treasury official on Monday. You know, it was not, they were, the gentleman was giving, you know, what are reasonable arguments for supporting the CRF expenditures we're making, and the sort of clear due to COVID expenditures. And one of the big questions was, what does it mean that it has to be expended by December 31st? And he was saying from their point of view, it means that the dollars are out the door and the work is completed, not the dollars are out the door and the work will stretch for months after that. And so that was the most disappointing part of the conversation, is that that's a very hard date from Treasury's point of view.
That certainly does away with our ability to improve our connectivity and broadband.
It will depend on the nature of it will, yeah, but
okay.
It's a conversation. Yep.
All right, thank you.
All right, Joe.
Matt, you had floated me a question last night, and I don't have the answer. I don't know if you wanted to ask that question here with the folks that might be able to answer it.
Yeah, I did, and I've got to remember what the question was, because I've had about
It had to do with filing fees and the care money.
Oh, yeah. What this is really probably for the later witness, but I happen to be on the committee involving e-filing for the VBA, and I wondered if because of the issue of social separation and you know, remote filing and the like, whether or not the COVID money is available for the court's e-filing fees, at least for this and for the next fiscal year.
There is the discussion of that. Stephanie, did Steve Klein write that memo, or did he get that memo? I can't remember now. Again, I'm overwhelmed.
I don't think he's written a memo yet. I know that over the weekend, Catherine and Steve shared some, various correspondence. So I will double check on that. I wasn't working on the fee.
There was something about 175,000 could be covered by COVID funds for the e-filing.
Yes, that would get you through, I believe, either January or March 2021, or January 1st, 2021, December 31st. I can't remember. He was also costing out between January and March on the general fund side. I will dig up and find out. I didn't see an official memo. I saw emails with numbers.
Like I said, I think every one of us who sits on this committee and serves in the Vermont Senate is overwhelmed by constituent, by other issues. I've never felt as the inability to work remotely on these types of issues is very difficult. And frankly, I'm overwhelmed, and I'm sure you all are as well, trying to lead either departments or agencies or deal with your problems. I'm going to move to Josh Diamond to hear a little bit about if the Attorney General is overwhelmed or not.
Thank you, Senator Sears. Joshua Diamond, Deputy Attorney General, appearing on behalf of the Attorney General's office. I'm joined today by David Scheer as well. Senator Sears, members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for this opportunity to talk a little bit about the budgetary impacts caused by COVID-19. And not dissimilar to the Defender General, we have really seen a significant increase in the legal demands for our services, whether it be by Vermonters or our client agencies. We've been able to meet that demand within the confines of our current budget, but we anticipate that those demands will continue. And we are concerned, while we are able to meet our obligations with our existing budget, if there are cuts, that will put a lot of pressure on us. By way of example, or several examples, we have created a rapid response team right out of the get-go when this crisis became apparent to address the various questions from the public, from law enforcement, from our client agencies about compliance with the various executive orders. And what that's entailed is really direct contact by our line AAGs, but also all the way up through to the general himself, meeting with businesses, meeting with law enforcement, talking to church leaders, multinational corporations and their general counsel to convince them, to educate them, to cajole them to do the right thing, to comport with the executive orders, and to ensure the health and safety of all Vermonters. And we've been successful. We have not had to litigate over enforcement of the executive orders, but we anticipate that that's not going to last forever. As I'm sure you all can sense in your communities, there is a lot of anxiety of the economic uncertainty. I think there, in some pockets of our communities, a lack of patience. And we have seen in a number of our sister states numerous challenges to these executive orders. We expect we will be defending those in due course, and that will require resources on behalf of our office. Just to give you some statistics, our rapid response team has addressed over 170 inquiries from Vermonters about compliance with the governor's orders. We've received 15 referrals from law enforcement. And as I said earlier, that all involves direct time-consuming contact by our staff to get compliance throughout the state. We also engaged in a vigorous activity by calling over 41 lodging operations when those executive orders came out, dealing with compliance, whether it be Airbnb, Expedia, or just the mom and pop inn owners across the state. Another indication of the work to come that we anticipate is in our criminal division. We have seen a very disconcerting increase in cyber tips related to our Internet Crimes Against Children unit. That's the unit that investigates child pornography, child sexual assaults. We've seen a 200% increase year end over end from last year. And that will require resources beyond certainly the 12/31 deadline. We will need to deploy resources to investigate those potential crimes. Our public protection unit has also been busy addressing price gouging. We've received over 110 complaints from consumers. That also involves from our investigators, from our attorneys, direct contact with those Vermonters to find out what's been going on, to reach out to the businesses who've been alleged to engage in price gouging and to get relief for consumers. In one case, we were not able to get that relief by that direct educational conduct, and we actually went out and had to get a preliminary injunction. A distributor of PPE face masks was seeking a 2,500% increase in his cost and trying to sell masks to healthcare providers, and we were able to accomplish that recently. Our public protection unit also has a civil rights unit, and they're seeing a spike in inquiries. concerns about employee rights, about access to PPE, how returning to work could impact their disabilities, family medical leave. And as in any economic crisis, we fully anticipate that those who are not able to find new employment quickly will be pursuing their civil rights claims to the extent that they feel that they have been unlawfully let go or impacted. And we expect that unit to see an uptick in business as well. And then even in areas such as our general counseling services, we have been asked to help all state agencies on a number of contractual matters, whether it be getting access to essential supplies, contracts to construct and operate new medical facilities to anticipate the surge of activities, addressing questions about contracts that need to be canceled for force majeure. We have received a lot of activity in those areas, and we fully anticipate there'll be litigation that comes out of that going forward, whether it be non-conforming orders where we need to seek relief affirmatively, or defending disgruntled contractors where force majeure has been invoked. Also, our Agency of Human Services has seen a significant uptick in business, if you will. Our Department of Health attorneys have been working around the clock to provide general counseling services to the Department of Health as they address the myriad of issues. And there are backlogs in this division as well. Our Department of Children and Families anticipate a backlog of at least, I believe, almost 50 cases. There are about another 99 that need to be filed coming out of COVID-19. So that's going to put a lot of pressure on us, I assume the judiciary as well, possibly the Defender General's shop, who will be defending in many of those cases. We've got backlogs as well in guardianship proceedings and in mental health hospitalization orders. So the work will continue, it will not slow down. And we think we can meet those demands in our current confines of our budget. But if there are cuts, that may be exceedingly difficult to meet the demands of the state going forward. So I'd like to turn that over now to David Scheer, who can talk a little bit about what's going on in the pretrial and diversion programs in our community justice unit.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you very much, Josh and the committee. With respect to the pretrial services and diversion unit, there's a couple different things going on right now. There's obviously, along with everybody else, significant adjustments have had to be made in terms of how we deliver those services. They're mostly being done remotely, and frankly, there are some challenges, especially on the pretrial services side, with getting people matched to programs that they need. The idea of a warm handoff, which is something we talk about a lot, is quite challenging. And so we've had to be inventive about how we do that. In particular, with respect to budgeting and diversion, there's a significantly lower collection of diversion fees as compared to a similar time period last year. There's two reasons for that we perceive. Partly, it is a lower rate of referrals, but much more significantly, even if you account for that, there are fewer people able to pay. And I think the reasons for that are probably self-evident. We are entering into a very difficult time. People are losing work, losing employment, and there does seem to be an increased need. Just for a brief background, diversion fees operate on a sliding scale. So there is a diversion fee rate set by statute, but the programs do have the authority to make adjustments on the basis of need, and that need is simply greater than it has been in the past. And so diversion programs are dealing with, as a whole around the state, fairly significant gap in funding, and that's something that's that programs are going to have to account for going forward, and it is going to be a squeeze.
Again, next Wednesday, hopefully you can get any budget type requests to both Stephanie and Peggy Delaney So by Monday, so we can take them up next Wednesday and take a good hard look at what those impacts might be. And we'd appreciate that. I think we're kind of combining both issues here, the issues facing the court system when Vermont loosens restrictions, the same issue. I mean, you know, you're going to have a number of people coming into court who are going to overwhelm a system that is already at a breaking point, and how you're going to do it remotely. I don't know how many of you saw the judiciary's proposal, but it's broken into three different pockets. One is the COVID-19 direct related expenses. The other is like a for the FY20 budget adjustment, and the second is the FY21 budget needs. So anyhow, any questions for David or Josh? Thanks so much. I'm going to take up with John Campbell and James Pepper.
Thank you, Senator John Campbell, Executive Director for the State's Attorneys and Sheriffs.
You know, we're disappointed we can't see you, John. Do you need technology? Yeah.
All right, hold on there.
Do you need new technology? Oh, it's so nice to see you.
There I am. I am there. Yeah. There, all my hair growing. I feel like I'm back in the 70s. But then I
know. As long as you still got electricity for your blow dryer.
Yeah, I do, of course.
Not close to the 70s.
That's a little joke, because John and I had an apartment together at one point, and you know, he was always concerned about the electricity for his blow dryer.
Had to make sure, you know, like Jeanette, you know, had to make sure that that hair's just right. Anyway,
Pepper and I don't worry about those.
First of all, I also want to say welcome back, Senator Benning. Glad to see you there and active with the group today. I understand that you do not want to go into the specifics of the funds. We did submit a memo regarding that, and we could wait till Wednesday. But I think the most important thing to understand, and which I know you do, is that the court system, the criminal justice system in Vermont, as well as the rest of the country, actually the rest of the world, the articles I've been reading, is really facing a dilemma that they've never seen before. You know, how do we deliver criminal justice, and how do we ensure that the rights of the defendants are protected, and that we keep our the Constitution sound. And I think the only way right now, in talking with the courts and knowing how large the backlogs are, is that we have to understand that we will have to do things differently. And right now, the only way to do it differently is to do it through basically remote justice. And it's going to be difficult to work all those things out, especially when it comes down to jury trials. As you know, the defendants always have a right to confront the accusers and also witnesses. So you're going to have issues that are going to come up regarding social distancing. And in the last week, because we have also realized this as soon as we heard that the courts were going to be closing, one of the things I did was to reach out to ADS to discuss the possibilities and of remote justice, and to see what their recommendations were, and also to go through what we have currently as our resources. And we've met with them, and they were concerned mostly about the security of the systems. Again, not just our system. I'm sure it's also Defender Generals and also the courts. But the fact is that anytime you're going to use any type of IT and it remotely, you're going to have to make sure that it's all secure, up to date. And that goes with our management systems, everything. So we have our proposal to you. It sets out what changes we need to do, but again, we'll discuss that next week. However, I do think, I agree with the court, and I think the court did a great job in putting their package together. I do think that if we right now do not look at these needs and understand that we're going to have to attack this backlog problem by remote and dealing with things in ways that we've never done before, we're going to be in really big trouble. If you recall, several years ago, we had a huge backlog in Franklin County. And it took adding additional personnel, adding additional judges up there to finally get that in hand. And that's nothing compared to what we're facing right now. So if we let this slip through our fingers, this problem is only going to get greater. And one of my big concerns is the fact that if the federal government does not continue with the COVID type funds or the CARE funds, then we are going to be either looking to the state, which I know the state doesn't have the money, and it's going to be very tight going forward for the next 3 to 4 years. Then we're going to have a serious crisis, even more than what we have now in the judiciary, in the criminal justice system.
I don't think there's any question that without federal help in terms of the next bill, without that help to the states and the local governments, we're in deep, deep trouble. Looking at the fiscal state of Vermont and any other state, how you're going to run schools, how you're going to run courts, how you're going to run, you name it, how you're going to operate. And so again, I appreciate your putting together whatever you can to try to help us sort this out and do our best to struggle through this. You're raising one issue that Matt doesn't have as much as you do as state's attorneys. Matt Valerio can move people around, especially remotely now, to deal with different counties like Franklin County, which is overloaded. But you have a much more difficult task in doing that since you have 14 independently elected state's attorneys. And so if there is there isn't that much going on, and for example, Orange County, it would be tough to move the personnel to Franklin County. So
and we're already
have you given any thought that remotely it would be much easier for people to?
Yeah, we have actually, and that's part of the proposal. But because we're already down six deputies right now, going into this year, or currently we're down six people, and we have thought about it. And one of the other things that I think you and I, we both over the past few years have been struggling with let's say those video arraignments when we're talking about that. And I know Matt was very concerned about the confidentiality, and so that the systems that we had in place were not sufficient. And I agreed that I thought he was right. And there's not been much change, and that's the only way we're going to change that is through, I believe, the use of these COVID funds, and at the same time provide us with the manpower or the labor force that we will need to be able to shift some folks to let's call it the hotspots. Right. And what we thought about was to go along sort of the same thought that, or same way Matt does with the independent contractors, so that we could have some contractors that would be able to either remotely, or if there was a case where you had to be present, then they could possibly travel down to a different county. But they would be at the disposal to go, I should say, not the disposal, but the direction to go where the demand is.
Good. Next, are there any questions for John or Pepper about where we're headed? Jim Baker and Matt, yes. Do you have thoughts from correct? I mean, you don't have control over your population as much as the others might, but do you have some budget issues that we should be looking at?
Yeah. Good morning, Interim Commissioner Jim Baker here. Sorry I couldn't join you by Zoom. I'm on the phone, and hopefully you hear me okay.
We can
I
hear
did
you
ask
fine.
I did ask Matt to join me, Senator, because
I think Matt is
he,
he's muted, and we can't see him, but I know he's here.
I am here, yes.
He understands the numbers much better than I do, but as far as the current budget and the budget adjustment, we've put together a number that's in that budget adjustment for this year on funds that we have spent on COVID-19. As you all have heard me talk about our response, and we have spent a fairly significant amount of money on managing the virus and continuing to manage the virus, and that's been submitted in the budget adjustment. I think looking at the skinny budget, I think this guidance did just come out as Matt talked about earlier. The guidance came out, I think, yesterday, and I just got the information from my Matt here a few minutes ago. It looks like the skinny budget for the 3 months, we'll be looking at just, I think Stephanie talked about this earlier, 23% of our current budget to move forward in fiscal year 21. The 8% cut, again, it's too early to react to that. And, but an 8% cut for us in that 21 budget is about $12 million. I mean, that's devastating. I mean, we've talked about this in the committee before about, the last 4 or 5 years have been very tough budget years. We're about 96, 98% general funds. The general fund's going to take a hit. It's going to be very, very difficult to deal with. And, I don't think we're prepared to talk about that until we really have a solid number moving towards that 3/4 budget that'll start in October 1st. But obviously, just throwing out a dollar figure of $12 million is devastating. When I saw that,
What worries me is you have a surge of people coming in,
correct,
new entries into the correction system as a
no
result of the opening up of the court system. And that worries me. And the other thing that worries me is the easy place to cut is in the community-based programming that you need to keep people out of prison, or to have places people to go to out of prison. And so all of that gets thrown into the wind as we spend the money on bridges.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Senator, because that's what I was going to go to next. My immediate reaction to that is the work that's been going on, the conversations we've been having. You and I started this conversation briefly at the beginning of the week and the end of last week around really working on focusing on that community-based correctional system. And, that's exactly right. You can't, if you got X amount of people in jail and you're having a hard time figuring out ways to cut that number down, you've got to deal with the people that are in the system. And that could really impact creative thinking around better managing folks in the community. And we've been doing a lot of brainstorming internally. I think we're narrowing it down to make some suggestions and working with CSG on that. And this could be devastating to that whole process. It could damage the system for years to come, and not have the outcomes we're looking for, which is, again, it's not always about saving money. It's about taking good inmates and turning them into good citizens through good programming, good supervision, and good supports. So, it's early for us to talk about that, but, we'll pull something together and make sure we get it to Peggy by Monday, kind of outlining and following the outline of what the judiciary did. So, Matt, anything to add? Sorry, Senator.
No, I mean,
I just want.
No, go ahead, Matt. Did you have something to add? Matt, did you have anything to add?
No, not much beyond what Commissioner Baker has said. No, we're looking at the Agency of Human Services. Had a call with them this morning about finance and management's guidance and getting that skinny budget put together in the next couple of days. We could certainly get some information over to all of you by conversation for next Wednesday.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
One thing, what are the numbers today in incarcerated population?
Yes, I'll give you yesterday. I didn't. Well,
yesterday's fine. Yeah.
1370. Wow. 1370 in custody. I will tell you that though, we are seeing it's slowly sneaking up.
Yeah.
We over the last week we've seen the numbers go up, and I'm really asking the staff to take a look at what those numbers mean if they're in detention. We are starting to see some fairly serious cases. I mean, I think the state police has had 4 homicides in the last month, and we're starting to see a little uptick in some of the folks we supervise around domestic. So we're trying to figure out what that uptick is. And I will just reemphasize what you said, Senator. I think when the system rights itself, we've got to be prepared to understand what that number is once the system starts writing itself and how it affects us as to who we get into our custody. So 1370
Totally
yesterday.
agree. People are getting angry.
They
we
are.
see it in our emails, and most of them don't email their senators or representatives. But when you see it in your emails, the anger and people, it's out there, and people are getting itchy. They're having quarantine fatigue, I think is the name of it. And some of it will obviously end up in the criminal justice system, unfortunately.
So we'll continue to work with you and get that stuff for you next week, sir.
Falco, I don't know how much you want to add to this, but we wanted you as part of this discussion of what happens next and how we keep the momentum of reducing our prison population.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. And I think this is going to be a situation where the commissioner and I are singing from the same songbook in terms of the need to be supporting our community-based providers that are helping folks as they are being released into the community, and also helping folks so they don't get incarcerated in the first place. So in many respects, what I came here today to talk about is we would recommend funding many of the things that were recommended by the Council of State Governments in their justice reinvestment recommendations in the first place, which is standing up our community-based systems, also looking at things like helping the Department of Corrections with some of their needs around data collection, but largely trying to make sure that people have the reentry supports they need, especially as we're seeing these reductions in the number of people that are incarcerated, making sure as people are entering into the community that the programs are in place and the providers can be creative and adaptive to those needs in these really trying and unique times. And then also supporting the department in making sure they have the resources they need to keep people safe within the facilities. We know that there have been expenditures to get those resources, and think we need to make sure that those resources are available now and for the duration of this crisis, because we know that we're going to need to be keeping people safe who are incarcerated for quite a while. So whatever funds are necessary to make sure people have the PPE, the sanitary equipment while incarcerated, and then also looking at expenses that are incurred from things like the changes in visitation. So allowing folks who are incarcerated to have the ability to maintain visitation over video calls. I know that's a change the department made earlier this year, but making sure the funds are available so people can maintain connection with folks on the outside and maintain their safety while they're incarcerated. So those are really kind of the broad strokes, I think, very much in line with what the department has been saying, but happy to submit something in writing, just kind of outlining the broad strokes of what we think would be really important.
No, that anything would be helpful, but I think it's important that we keep all of the criminal justice system together and not separate out people who rep like the ACLU and other groups, and which is I don't know if there's questions for Falco from anyone, but yeah, Senator Benning.
Actually, Falco, this is for you and for the commissioner if he's still with us. I am really concerned that we have people that cannot get plea agreements accomplished because the programming that's called for is currently unavailable. And for instance, I have a domestic assault person we're trying to get through the system, but because programming is not being offered inside the facility or outside, as far as I know, any kind of plea agreement I commit him to has an open-ended question as to when he'd be released. And I don't know what's going on to resolve issues like that. I'm trying to recall the name of the programming for domestic violence. I was going to say community I can't remember what the name of it is off the top of my head, but it's not being offered right now inside the facility. And yet corrections will not let him out until he's completed it inside the facility. So what's going on and how are we going to clear that logjam?
That question may be better for the commissioner, Joe, but.
Yeah, so Senator, we recognize this issue, right? And so you used an example of domestic violence and the importance of programming around domestic violence to protect the victim. I don't know exactly where this is at, but I can get back to you and I can make it part of the package we put together for Monday. But we are moving towards a process to start that programming internally without allowing folks through our front door to keep the mitigation going. So we are in the process of figuring that out, and I think we're pretty close to having a solution to it. In a bigger picture conversation, I believe that some of this type of program you're talking about needs to start in the facility, but continues outside the facility. And I think when you look at CSG's recommendations and my conversations with them, and in a quick conversation with the Senator Sears last week, the goal here should be that we have more robust programming on the outside and less on the inside. But again, when I take a look at a $12 million number, which may or may not be reality when it sets in, that kind of shatters your dreams about what you can envision a community correctional system looking like. So I don't know if that helps your answer or not, but we are trying to figure out soon how we can start programming internally, remotely, so we can move some of those folks along, especially in the more.
Yeah, I just want to remind my own committee, we were having this conversation prior to being booted out of the State House because the programming was offered on a quarterly basis, which would mean going into a plea agreement, the person has to wait 3 months before they can get it started. But now we're in a situation where we literally can't do a plea agreement because the person, for all intents and purposes, could be subjecting themselves to the maximum sentence and have absolutely no control over how they get out of the system. So I'm really urging that this problem be dealt with as quickly as possible because there are people that are hung up in the system. We just can't get them through.
I understand. And what I have to say to that, Senator, is we want to make sure we're staying faithful to the model of the program too, and we can deliver it in the way that stays faithful to the model. I mean, that's been the challenge, but I've heard you, I've got it, and it's been the conversation inside corrections, and I will let you know soon what the resolution to that is and when we should be able to start that.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's an important point that we should raise also, is any programming that has been delayed due to COVID-19, both in the community and outside the community. And I know much of that is also involved in diversion programs and other alternative justice programs as well. So if we can get an update on that next Wednesday, that would be helpful. Anything else, Falco, or any other questions?
I just want to say thank you, Senator Benning, for bringing that issue up. That's something that we've heard from a number of folks about, especially people who are incarcerated and are being held for lack of at this point. So that's something I'll be highly supportive of and hope that the committee can find a way to help move that forward so that people can get the programming they need so that they can be released. So appreciate you. I think that's all I have to say for today.
Thank you.
And I know that Judge Grierson is on the line, but I'm not sure we're going to get to the issues facing the court system, although we've kind of covered that. But I do want to ask Chris Fenno for some comments if she's available. And we would come back to you also next Wednesday because I do want to deal with the e-filing, if that's okay, Chris.
Yep, that's fine.
Senator Jim.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to cut in. I apologize for cutting in.
No, go right ahead.
I do have to, I'm going to drop off the call because I do have to get off because of a drop.
Okay,
A drop
we certainly
dead time now,
understand. And well, hopefully Don Keelan will pay the bill so we can see you next time.
Excellent. So,
Stay well.
I apologize for cutting in again.
No
Thank
problem. No problem. Chris, go ahead.
Yes, I'm ignoring my phone because it's in another room.
Oh, okay.
So it's going to just ring a little bit.
I hope it's
Thank you
not
for
from East
having me.
Callis. I've got this junk call keep coming from East Callis, and I've tried to get rid of it. But...
Yeah. I think that might be it.
Yep.
Good. Thank you for bearing with me. I appreciate being here and having the ability. I did send an update, which now is going to need to be updated again.
Yep.
I feel like, sort of like what you said, Senator Sears, overwhelmed all the time because everything is so fluid. I have never seen anything this kind of crazy. So I had quickly redone numbers. This week we found out that we were hoping for the network programs that this FIPSA money that was part of the CARES Act was going to be about $190,000. When it actually got to us, it's 60, looking for my notes, it's 60 something thousand. And it's not anywhere near what we thought it was going to be. So those programs had given me their estimates on their cost, but I believe most of what I've submitted is through June of next year. So I'm going to have to go back to everybody and to my folks, and we're going to have to see through December 31st. On top of that, you know, we too got the skinny budget notification yesterday. And while we have 3 programs that are affected by that, one of them is the network programs. So not only are we a little iffy about what the special funds, their DVSV fund is going to produce this year, but we're also looking at that state general funds of an 8% reduction on that, the child visitation programs, and the child advocacy programs. Those are the 3 that have the state general fund line in our budget. So I just need to think about that for a minute to see if any of that might be COVID related costs. I also updated the, and John Campbell, I apologize, I haven't even had time to talk to you or Annie about this, but in looking at what about $400,000 reduction in our special fund towards that program would mean, going through December 31st would really mean about $200,000, but it's about 4 positions for that advocate program that potentially would be lost because the revenue is lost. And to me, I think we can make a case that that is in fact COVID related. It's not general fund related. It's special fund related, which we all know how that works. I put some numbers down for the center because we are starting to be able to see what our increased costs were. We're trying to get back in our building, and right now we have cleaners 2 days a week. We're looking to expand that to 5 days after hours to have people come in and just do sanitizing it, even though we have a long laundry list of what we have to do to get people in anyway. But so we have those kinds of increased costs. What we haven't been able to get a handle on, we're trying to get our people that we furloughed back in, but the furloughed people, we are one of those employers that pays for unemployment when there are claims made against it. So we actually do, we will have hard numbers of what those furloughs cost us. And while it'll be less than if they had been employed full-time with us, we kept people sort of as whole as we could. We're paying 100% of their medical costs, and then we will get the bill from the state for the unemployment piece. So, so I'm going to work on those numbers right now. The total looks like it's about 1.2 million, but it will be less than that when we prorate it down through December. I am very concerned about victim services. I appreciate being able to hear, you know, what's going on in other parts of the justice system. But, you know, for all of the justice system, and, you know, I always say this, so I know you know this, but, you know, there also are victim rights. And in order to offer services to victims, which is so important in our society, we need to realize that sometimes it's just scotch tape and, you know, crepe paper, it feels like. So we are trying to not sound the alarm to our grantees, but and to our staff. But I will be honest with you that we are very scared in a way that we weren't even 10 days ago, going into this. So that in a nutshell, you can ignore the revision that I sent to Peggy before this meeting, and I will send another one by the end of this week.
Great.
And I'm willing to take any questions if anybody has any.
Any questions? You know, I just think that it shows how unrealistic it is to expect us to get along with an 8% cut.
Absolutely.
It's totally unrealistic, and but we don't. As a member of the Appropriations Committee, I know that the struggle we're facing is the loss of revenue.
Yep.
Every revenue, and this says a lot. Every revenue source is down significantly, with the exception of alcohol.
Oh.
Alcohol is up.
Wow.
And I think it says a lot about our situation. I think alcohol was up by about 4% in terms of revenue in the last quarter, where everything, or the last, excuse me, the forecast is the only place where revenues are up. We're in a dire straits, and without federal help, you know, and we're Vermont, supposedly in better shape than most states in terms of fiscal health. So it just
Right.
says.
I am still looking, even though the news yesterday was kind of bleak in the Senate, of the next bill that might go through.
Yeah.
We, you know, I think I said this last time, that the first bill, the Violence Against Women Office and the Victims of Crime Office, did have allocations in there for COVID-19, and those were cut out and haven't been put back in. Those would greatly, you know, if that got back in, it would greatly help the state of Vermont.
Well, you know, we are reliant on our federal partners here, and we need to have that dealt with soon.
And we are having conversations, as is, I spoke with Karen Trasgard this morning, and that we're doing everything we can.
Great. Excuse me. I'm going to move on with all. Judge Gerson, did you have any comments that you'd like to make before we move on to the e-filing subject?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for inviting me. For the record, Brian Grierson, Chief Superior Judge. You know, I could only add to the comments you've heard from corrections, the defender, state's attorneys. Obviously, the judicial system as a whole is going to be facing a significant backlog. We generally schedule 2 months ahead as a general rule, which means over the last 2 months that we've been in this emergency situation, we've literally canceled thousands of hearings. That doesn't involve thousands of individuals, but thousands of hearings. So that's one part of the backlog. We have had some filings in the dockets, minimal filings. We've obviously been focusing on emergencies. And so that's one of the great unknowns. Once we open up the doors, which is supposed to happen first week in June, we expect a flood of new cases coming in. And I think the only way that we're going to be able to address this is finding new ways of processing these. The defenders and prosecutors have not, for the most part, had a physical presence in the court for 2 months. I would expect that's due in part to a significant expansion in the use of remote hearings, both by video in the facilities, but also through WebEx and other platforms to conduct evidentiary hearings. And that expansion is reflected in our request to the legislature to be able to expand that ability to process cases remotely. We think that will continue. We think it should continue. We think it's been one of the silver linings in this pandemic is to find other ways of processing these cases. We're going to need it. I won't spend a lot of time on it, but just to give you an example, and I'll have more information next week because the Supreme Court is in the process of issuing a memorandum. I expect it'll be out by the end of this week to try to set some priorities and guidelines to reopening the courts. So I will have more information, but just by way of example, I would think everyone would have to agree that the priorities are going to involve children and they're going to involve the incarcerated population. And within those dockets, we expect the judiciary will have to reallocate its resources to focus on those dockets, meaning judges that are sometimes doing civil matters will end up assisting in the backlog in those dockets. And I think for this to be effective, somebody referred to the Franklin backlog a few years ago, and if this committee that was instrumental in helping with that backlog, that was one backlog essentially in the juvenile docket, but it took the combined additional resources for state's attorneys, defense attorneys, the judiciary, DCF to attack that, and we were able to do it successfully. So as we go forward in this process, it's going to need resources for all of the players, and at a minimum, a reallocation of those resources. And I'll leave the committee with this thought. If we have, for instance, in most courts, the juvenile docket operates, let's say 2 days a week. We're not going to be able to get through this backlog in the juvenile docket. And we anticipate once the courts open up and the families, the stay-at-home order is lifted, we're going to anticipate more things. But we'll never be able to attack that backlog if we keep the schedules the way they are, which means the footprint for the juvenile court will have to expand, which means state's attorneys and defenders, perhaps who are not presently doing juvenile work, may have to focus on that. And then the focus may have to shift to the incarcerated population. So I think it's going to take everybody working together and finding new ways of processing these cases to get through this backlog.
Thank you, Judge.
Morning, everyone. It's a meeting of the Senate Natural Resources and Energy Committee, and today is Thursday, May 7th. It's 10 o'clock, so we're going to get started. So good to see you all, and as a committee again. Senator Rogers can't join us, but he has sent in to Jude, and she's going to redistribute it to all of us, a list of his priorities.
Flag.
Whoops. Okay. So is everyone all set? I see Senator Campion, kind of. Senator Campion, are you all set?
I am all set. I'm just decided to step outside, and
Great.
I'm going to try to get, there we go. I don't know if you can see me.
The garden looks beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. It's coming along. Coming along. Good old Mount Anthony in the background.
Tree needs a little trimming there.
I think I'll.
It's greener where you are, I would say.
It's much greener where I am, even though we too are expecting some
Snow this weekend.
Some cold weather.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I've sent the email to everyone, and as per our committee assistance requirements, I am supposed to take myself off the screen. So I'm here listening and I can talk.
Great.
But
All right. If we have an emergency, we'll be calling on you.
yeah, okay.
We'll try not to have an emergency. All right.
Okay.
Okay, well, great. So thanks, committee, for getting together. In terms of working with the Pro Temp's office, right at the moment, one of the tasks assigned to every committee is prioritizing work from here to the finish line. And I think it's still a work in progress. You know, what do we mean by the finish line? I think there's a near-term finish line, which my sense is, it hasn't been clearly stated yet, that early June, we may have budget adjustment plus first quarter budget for FY21. That'll get passed and we'll, I don't know, go into some sort of more dormant phase as a legislature and be returning something like August, September for a final budget for the balance of the year. How much, this is a tricky planning session we're being asked to engage in because it's not clear to me exactly how much time we have right now and until we pass that first set of budget documents, and then how much time we'll have when we come back, say August, September. Are we, I apologize that I can't lay out sort of clear parameters to help us make all our decisions right now, but I just wanted to let you know the framework we're working in. And I think we're still being asked to drive anything that we see that's COVID impacted, that we should prioritize addressing that. And then secondly, looking at the balance of work that's in our committees, either or in the Senate, either our own bills. We have two bills that we voted out, that one's on the calendar, the other's in finance and could be out, I think probably in short order. It's our plastics and waste bill. And then we have, a few big bills that came over from the House in our in basket. So what I'd like to do is just talk with all of you and hear your thoughts on, the list, the email I just sent out that gathered together two earlier emails. Basically, the breakout is, there's the COVID bucket, anything that we need to get done sooner rather than later because COVID's impacting something in our jurisdiction. Then secondly, non-COVID. So I would put in that bucket things like the Act 250 bill. And then third, the two working groups have asked us to contribute. Senator Campion, you're a vice chair of one. You may want to fill us in your own words what your group is looking for. But between an email from Senators Westman and Campion plus a call from Senator Pearson on the other working group, the things that we've been asked to contribute to the working groups are, as I understand them, for one working group, what entities will need assistance as our economy restarts? And secondly, what lessons for the short term and the long term have we learned so far so that we might try to record those or do some, in some way, keep track of the lessons learned with an eye, I think, really on, like the next session. So that's it for the framework. And then the rest of those, the emails lay out, one of them is a list of bills, and then the other one was a list I sent out 2 days ago, all the areas that we work in that I thought we might, just send it as a memory prompt, like, are there things happening in these areas that we should be working on? So let me stop there and say, well, any general discussion before we start to work our way through those lists?
I mean, the only thing I might add, if I may,
yeah, please.
Is I mean, there are things, of course, that I think we'd all like to see happen. It's partly it's timing. If we're looking at 2 more weeks possibly of session before we take a break, I don't know how we would get to things like Global Warming Solutions Act or even Act 250 stuff, unless I'm misreading something. I mean, those are things that are exciting and I think really important. But I just trying to also deal within a level of reality. And I look to you, Mr. Chair, to ask, are these things that we actually could get done?
Yeah. Well, this is an open discussion amongst all of us. We've all been involved in all of this work. So I want to make sure that everyone feels that their voice and priorities get heard as we sort our way through. But if we have really only through the end of this month, basically 3 weeks to work, and even if we're meeting every day of the week, Tuesday through Friday, 2 hours, and I think I say 2 hours because Zoom is not the same as a normal committee meeting in my experience. Like I'd say a 2 hour, 90 minutes to 2 hours, I'm finding it's kind of a good maximum dose of Zooming at once for productivity. At any rate, so round up to 2 hours. That would be, even at 4 meetings a week, that's 8 hours and 3 weeks, 24. We could, I would say, honestly, if we were to work on Act 250, the entire bill we received, even if we spent all the time we have, I'm not confident that we will have felt like we did our due diligence on Act 250, which has been under development since September 25th, 2017. That's when the commission first met. That was the driver for the bill that we got. So that said, not to stick to Act 250 too much, but I'm also thinking about, are there elements of things? So we'd say, well, for instance, Act 250 doesn't seem feasible to take on that entire bill. But we know there was a sticking point around trails and exposure to Act 250 liability. And our economy's challenged, and we have an outdoor recreation industry that could be one of the brighter spots, of the businesses that could get restarted in tourism and recreation. Things like trails might be a particularly good opportunity. So
that's a great point. Absolutely. To kind of look at just pieces, particularly I think the trails piece is something that I think we'd all be interested in.
And there will be sort of deeper dives and less deep dives on that. For instance, there was a jurisdictional opinion, either one or two of them. We need to get some help with Mike O'Grady from sorting through the filings and the status to find out where things are. But if one possibility, for instance, might be a moratorium on implementing a jurisdictional opinion as it relates to trails, while the full trails working groups come up with something that I would call something like the AMPs of trails, and we don't have a published set of AMPs, I don't believe yet, for trails. So we know there's an opportunity there. There's some legal clouds hanging over it that I think are holding people back. Can we get rid of the legal clouds for at least the balance of this year would be a question I have. Any thoughts on 250?
Yeah.
250? Yeah, Senator McDonald.
I thought it was a coin flip when we, whether we get it wrapped up when we took recess back in March. And I think it's impossible to deal with at this point, to deal with responsibly. The trails issue is, if we weren't doing an Act 250, looking at Act 250 bill, that would have come up anyway.
Right.
So I would treat that as a separate issue.
Okay. All right. So is the committee generally interested in in looking into the trails thing, if that's sort of a discrete piece of work we can do going forward with the time we have?
Yeah. If we weren't going to be tasked with finding the inevitable or the end solution, but put a pathway, no pun intended, to get to one.
Okay. Great. Senator Perrin?
No, I think that makes sense.
Okay. So Global Warming Solution Act, that to me is a complicated and deep bill. And, you know, I'm open to working on it. The challenge I see is that it's a major shift in energy policy, and that was developed over a period of months with intense testimony. I have some serious questions about it, and I'm guessing you all do too. And so, although I'm open to, if it's a committee priority, to working on it, just to be direct about it, I don't see that we have the capacity to dig into that at this point and pass that, unless we're going to get a lot more committee time than is my current understanding. What are other people thinking on that one?
I agree.
I agree. The interesting thing about the global warming issues is that this whole COVID business has been a kind of a lesson in how, you know, what happens when you put things off and don't tackle them head on.
Right.
I think many people have said that.
What are other people thinking on that?
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. The interesting thing about the global warming issues is that this whole COVID business has been a kind of a lesson in how, you know, what happens when you put things off and don't tackle them head on. I think many people have said that.
What are other people thinking on that?
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm working on it. It's showing
The
live.
thing about global warming issues is that this whole COVID business has been a.
Is everyone getting this?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
What happens when you put?
I mean, I enjoy hearing Mark.
Many people have said that.
What are people thinking on that?
I agree.
Jude, are we picking up the YouTube feed into Zoom?
Yeah, there's some problems. I'm trying to figure it out.
Is everyone getting this?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. I mean, I enjoy hearing Mark.
I
agree.
Jude, are we picking up the YouTube?
This is around.
Yeah, there's some problems.
So good morning, everyone. This is the House Commerce and Economic Development
committee. We are meeting on Senate Bill S346. With us this morning, we have our legislative counsel, Damian Leonard. And I've asked Damian to look at the guidance from the feds and on how hazard pay, if we can use hazard pay from the CARES Act dollars. And so Damian's done some research around. He's going to report to us, and I want to do that even before we start going through the bill, because if we're not confident that we're standing on solid ground, it doesn't make any sense to go through the language. Damian, if you take it away.
Great. So good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
You'll have to bear with me. I literally just handed my kids off, so things are still loading up.
Okay, no problem.
But so with the question of, I guess we've got two questions. The first one is this even a permissible use of the coronavirus relief funds? The answer is we think that it is, but we are not certain that it is. And that's significant. So that leaves a fairly big policy choice for you. So if we take a look at the bill, Amy, can you set it up so that I can share content, please?
Yes, I'm going to make you the co-host.
Okay, great. I'm going to go to the committee's webpage here, and I'm just going to pull up a couple of our documents here, and we can kind of walk through those while everything is loading up. And basically, there are a couple of pieces that we need to keep in mind. So I'm going to look at the Department of Treasury's, or pull up here the Department of Treasury's guidance on the Coronavirus Relief Fund. All right, just bear with me here.
Sure.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me break in 1 second. Amy, if you could just keep a lookout for Jean. She'll be popping on after she gets finished with transportation.
Oh, right. Will do.
Okay, Damian, go ahead.
All right, let me try that share again. For whatever reason, it did not go through. But basically, within the bill, there are allowable uses, and the allowable uses are very vague. So the situation we've got is that the U.S. Department of Treasury has issued some guidance. Unfortunately, the guidance is not crystal clear about our situation. So let me put in the URL here, and hopefully this will work. Great. Okay, so this is the U.S. Treasury Department's guidance from April 22nd. So the CARES Act language here, numbers 1, 2, and 3 are the language within the CARES Act. So necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19, not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of March 27th for the state government there. There's also local government funding, which is why there's an or in there. But no municipalities in Vermont are large enough to qualify for that.
Was it 550,000 or something?
Yeah, I forget what the cutoff is, but it's for the rest of the country, it's medium-sized municipalities and larger. For us, it would be a metropolis. So, and then they have to be incurred between March 1st, 2020 and December 30th, 2020. So the second one is easy. These have to be expenditures for which there wasn't a line item or a specific appropriation in the most recent budget. And that can include things like if you had funding for one particular particular government office, but that office has been closed and those employees have been repurposed to perform something related to coronavirus, that would qualify as something that's not accounted for in the budget, because you're paying the employees for something that wasn't actually specified in the existing state budget. And then the costs being incurred between March 1st and December 30th, that's easy to sort of see how that works. The next piece, though, is what's a necessary expenditure due to the public health emergency. And so the first is they can be for sort of first order effects from the emergency. So this would be medical transportation, testing, PPE, things like that. They can also be incurred to respond to second order effects, such as providing economic support to those suffering from employment or business interruptions. And it's really the second order support that this hazard pay gets to. So the question then, if I'm just gonna skim through this, is if we look at the examples of eligible expenditures, there's medical expenses, there's public health expenses related to medical supplies, disinfection, technical assistance, public safety measures. There's payroll expenses for public safety, public health, healthcare, human services, or similar employees whose services are substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID-19. So that covers some of the employees in the hazard pay bill, but not all of them. And it's also important to note that we're structuring this as a grant rather than payroll in order to, so it's coming from the state as a grant. It's not an actual payroll expense. And the payroll for public employees is supposed to come out of a different funding or different bill or appropriation here. So for those who are listening and have had questions about why state and municipal are excluded, it's because they're going to be addressed in a different bill. I know that's been a question that's come up repeatedly in the last few days. So expenses for actions to facilitate compliance, that, these are things that are not really covered by the bill. Expenses associated with the provision of economic support, grants to small businesses to reimburse costs of business interruptions, expenditures related to state, territorial, and local government payroll support programs, unemployment insurance costs, if the costs are not reimbursed by the federal government. So this would include things like any sorts of expansions in UI capabilities that aren't covered by federal dollars. The actual federal benefits will be covered. And then any other COVID-19 related expenses reasonably necessary to the function of government that satisfy the funds.
So would a new system for UI be compensable under the CARES Act?
Oh, that's a great question. The issue that I see with that is the expenses have to be incurred before December 31st. And they have to be directly related to sort of the COVID-19 emergency. And so unless you can get a new computer system online rapidly to deal with this, I see the potential issue I see is that we're looking at potentially it being viewed as a project that we viewed as necessary as a result of the coronavirus, but it's not actually directly related to the response to it. So that, and I see a hand up.
Jim?
Yes, Damien, in your remarks that you prefaced the meeting with, where do your doubts lie?
So my doubts lie in a couple places. So I think that we could potentially fall under the expenses associated with the provision of economic support. So in connection with the emergency here. So these are expenditures, they're basically grants to employees of businesses to, address the risk that they're facing. And, I wouldn't call this a payroll support program, but it's similar. And that's the thing. My concern lies in that there are a lot of things where I can say we're similar, but nothing where I can say we're an exact fit with the examples that have been provided. So I can draw a lot of parallels. I think we are probably covered. But the big concern that I have here is the specific language in the bill provides that the Inspector General can come back and look at these expenditures with 2020 hindsight after this year ends and say that wasn't an eligible use of the funds. You have to pay back the federal government. So if you're looking at potential budget difficulties going out for at least one fiscal year, the concern that is there is, will we have to repay that? And I think that's, obviously I can't speak for the executive, but I think that that's one of the concerns that I've heard out there is just folks who are concerned that if we push into an area where we're not allowed to do the expenditure, then we could be on the hook for $60 million in money that we have to repay to the feds. So that's the concern. You'll see down here that this is a list of things that are specifically not eligible, and it's workforce bonuses other than hazard pay or overtime. So again, we're structuring this as a hazard pay, not a workforce bonus.
Damien, in the language that you read us, and maybe I'm confused, but where do retail workers fall in this?
That's another piece here. So this talks a lot about public health employees. It talks about small business, sort of reimbursement and grants to deal with business interruption caused by required closures. It doesn't specifically address the issue of providing grants to private sector workers to keep them on the job or to, basically recognize the heightened risk that they expose themselves to. There was a question and answer session that was hosted by NCSL yesterday with an agent from the Treasury. And Stephanie Barrett from our Joint Fiscal Office specifically asked about the structure for the bill. And she said, we have a bill providing a hazard benefit for private employees related to workers who are at risk for a COVID exposure, and it's based on the number of hours. The Treasury employee focused in their response on, whether the kind of providing a flat benefit without doing a detailed assessment of the hazard there. So, for example, as we'll get to in a minute, the differing hazards between a frontline retail employee and an EMT who might be performing CPR, intubating, dealing with bloodborne pathogens, et cetera, where obviously there's a big difference in the potential risk factor for them. They're both at a heightened risk, but one is at a very high risk and one is at a what OSHA would deem a medium risk. And so they focused on whether we could justify just the two-tier benefit as something related to administrative convenience, and they thought that that was defensible, but that the state would probably need to make its case there. And my take on the feedback there was that we probably need to have findings in here talking about, given the very short timeline and the need to provide these benefits to folks to help them stay on the job and provide them with some recognition of the hazard that they're facing. That this is an issue of administrative convenience, and the fact that standing up an administration that could process 35,000 grant claims and then assess what bucket of risk you fall into for each hour that you've worked would probably leave us with a bigger backlog than the unemployment insurance system has faced. So that was what they focused on. They did not come out and say providing a hazard benefit for private employees is not permissible. That said, we don't have express language from Treasury saying this is a permissible use of the funds. And that's where my hesitation comes in, because I think everything I'm reading seems to indicate that it would be permissible. The risk, if it doesn't meet that, is very high for the state.
Or how to get it done.
Well, how to get it done, I mean, that's a policy question for you to weigh whether this is doable. And, you may want to hear from, for example, the executive branch and the agency of administration as to whether they think this is something they could carry out within the next few months.
Thank you, Damon.
Bob?
Yeah, I have several concerns with this bill. I think the topic at hand right now has to deal with, in fact, this bonus, this pay bonus, is an after the fact. I mean, initially, I got the impression that the reason it was being offered was to encourage people to stay in the workforce and not take unemployment. But given that the benefits only go through March 15th, and this thing would never get passed by March 15th, May 15th, it's historical. And I question whether that meets the litmus test that the feds are going to apply, that we're going back and giving a reward. That's in essence what we're doing. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but I think we need to call it what it is. And in fact, there's nothing about this bill that encourages people to stay in the labor force, because it deals with March 17th through May 15th.
Well, and that's one of the things that I was wondering about, is the necessity of it. And it would be a necessity to make sure that these people stay on and continue to work for the better of society. But I don't know that we have any evidence that, number one, people actually quit their job because of being on the front line, and I don't remember hearing anything that there were mass quittings of employees because of being on the front line. And I have share that same concern that we're paying this after the fact, but you can't prove the necessity.
Yeah, and going forward, I mean, if this was to pay people going forward, that'd be another issue. Or we could wind back the clock into March. That's my major concern.
Lynn?
Yeah, I have a concern. Listening to Damien, we have experience with federal agencies that are supposed to give us money after for things that we need. The FEMA experience with Irene, it sounded like it was a huge promise and we were going to get all kinds of money. And then of course FEMA didn't come through with that money for a lot of the things that were the state was hoping they would do. You know, the way they've rewritten or totally changed or reassigned issues with the PPP program. You know, the federal government and these agencies are always going to look to hold on to their own money and keep their own money and not give it to the states. I mean, there's a record of that. And, you know, I think thinking that we're going to just get this money, it's just going to come through and we're just going to have all this money to use, I think is probably not realistic. They're probably likely to come back and say, well, no, you really shouldn't get that 60 million or most of that 60 million. I would just tend to be cautious.
Damien, is there, does anybody put a weighted percentage of, we think we're 90% sure that this could go through, we're 50%? Any thoughts that way?
You know, I am always hesitant to attach a percentage to things. I mean, that's something I learned when I was still trying cases, was trying to make odds on things is hard to do. You know, one of the things that struck me is that if this bill kind of moves forward, you know, getting guidance from our federal delegation, you know, or getting them to help us get guidance on whether, you know, the Treasury Department has concerns about this, I would be helpful. I don't know that that's possible, but that's, you know, I'm like I said, I think most of what I see indicates that it's a permissible use, and the, you know, the Joint Fiscal Office thinks it's a permissible use. You could certainly have them testify, but one of my jobs is also to highlight the risks, and I'm not 100% certain. And the, you know, the potential penalty, if my uncertainty, you know, proves to bear out, is steep. You know, it basically makes this a general funded program. So that's, you know, what I'm doing. I'm not saying this is something you shouldn't go forward with, but I'm highlighting that risk because I think you have to be able to make a, you know, sort of informed choice if you're going to decide to push this forward. You know, I know the Senate also, you know, thinks that this is a permissible use. They moved it forward. But I have to highlight that I do have a little bit of hesitation. I can't say I'm 100% confident that this is permissible. I would love it if they had a specific piece in here that said, you know, grants to employees in heightened risk situations or financial assistance to employees in that situation, but they don't.
Well, that's one of the things that I was thinking about, was seeing if we could get the existing language from the Senate to the delegation and ask them to run it through to see what the feeling is there and any suggestions on changes that we might need to make it a lot stronger case, so that we have a great deal of confidence that we're standing on solid ground. I think probably that's what we'll do.
Yeah, I should note with the administrative convenience piece earlier, as I was mentioning that if you do move this forward, it might be good to have findings. I got an email from Becky Wasserman, who I think will be joining us in about half an hour.
Yeah.
Forwarding a conversation that she's been having with JFO and JFO, Steve Klein in particular, think that the administrative convenience issue could be addressed with a memo from staff to the legislature explaining that it needs to be structured in this way to, basically allow the benefit to roll out quickly and be timely, given the short timeline and the need for it to be, as Representative Bancroft was mentioning, the need to put it, to have some relationship between when the work is being performed and when the benefit is out. The benefit needs to be able to roll out as quickly as possible, and certainly that would speed up the rollout. It may not address Representative Bancroft's concern, but it would speed up the rollout and thus meet the administrative convenience standard there. So that's just another piece in there.
Okay, I think Charlie has a question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So Damien, I have a couple questions, and I think all of us are concerned or have heard from our constituents, some of whom are not covered by the definition within the bill, as they are in some ways working for an essential business or a critical business, I should say, but aren't covered in the definition. So it's a slippery slope when you get to this and trying to figure out who is covered and who's not. And from what you were saying, the risk factor from the Treasury may also be a determining factor. So I'm wondering if in all of the executive orders that have been issued by the governor in determining who an essential person is or what a critical business is, if the scope were more narrowly focused to those essential persons that was identified in the governor's executive order about who can receive childcare services, those workers who are essential to the fighting the COVID-19, does that put a more narrow focus and guarantee reimbursement or increase the likelihood that reimbursement would not be questioned?
I think that actually would broaden the bill. I'm pulling up the executive order now, but I think that might actually have the opposite effect on the bill, because the governor's executive order, it's addendum 6 from the 24th of March, lists the essential workers.
Actually, if you go back to March 17th, the provision of services to children of essential workers, that definition talks about those who are absolutely critical to the state's response to COVID-19 and continue public health and safety.
Pulling it up right now. So Directive 2, child care for essential service providers.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it defines essential persons as staff and providers of childcare and education services for children of other essential persons, including custodial and kitchen staff and other support staff, providers of healthcare, workers at clinics, FQHCs, nursing homes, long-term care, post-acute, respite houses, VNAs, criminal justice personnel, firefighters, National Guard, public health, first responders, and state employees determined to be essential for response to this crisis by the State Emergency Operations Center. So the potential issue I see here is this does cover a lot of folks who are at heightened risk. There are also workers who are covered by this who would be considered low risk, even though they're essential, because they're not necessarily being exposed to folks with COVID-19 or who potentially have the virus. It includes support staff, kitchen staff may not be exposed, even though they're preparing the meals. They may not actually directly provide the meals to the folks who are receiving them. Some of the state employees determined to be essential may be in an administrative or support role. They're not actually out there on the front line. They're dispatching and so forth. So for example, you know, a 911 dispatcher is probably essential, but they're going to be at relatively low risk, assuming that the call center has proper social distancing in place. So that's my one concern. With that, I do think that's an even narrower definition. It gets away from some of the retail employees, but there are employees in the bill who are at a heightened risk who are not necessarily covered in this list, although this list gets most of the folks in the bill. And that, you know, so that's one of the questions. It might help to actually look at move on to the sort of risk levels discussion if we're done with the sort of funding question. I just sent Amy a document that has the sort of OSHA and VOSHA identification of risk levels, and then to look at the bill, and we can kind of assess and also look at this directive. I'll send Amy the link to this so it can be posted on the committee's webpage.
Okay, she just stepped away from it for a second, but she'll be right back.
Okay. Sure. So the just make this so let me go ahead and just pull up the risk factors document. And I will post that in just a second. All right. I'm sorry. This is taking a minute here to just kind of take care of everything. For whatever reason, my iPad won't clear out the old address. So if I try to copy a new one in over it, it gives me an invalid web address here to share with you. So here we go. So the VOSHA and OSHA essentially have virtually identical language. So I've just combined it. So very high exposure risk jobs are folks who are exposed to known or suspected sources of COVID-19 during medical, postmortem, or lab procedures, healthcare workers performing a precedent for aerosol generating procedures such as intubation, cough induction, bronchoscopies, CPR, some dental procedures and exams, invasive specimen collection, et cetera, on known or suspected COVID-19 patients, health and lab personnel collecting or handling specimens from known COVID-19 patients, and morgue workers performing autopsies on the bodies of people who are known to have or are suspected of having COVID-19. So basically, these are folks where not only are they present with a person or a body that is known or suspected to have the virus, they're also doing something that can aerosolize liquid droplets. So basically get the virus airborne. So these are the folks who need to wear the highest levels of PPE and so forth. They would all be covered by the bill, although I would note, I think actually morgue workers are not in the bill. So that might be something that the committee wants to consider adding if it moves the bill forward. Occupations identified as high exposure risk are the same sorts of healthcare delivery and support staff. So any staff who have to enter patients' rooms where there's
funeral
a known or
establishments are there.
What's that?
Sorry, funeral establishments are in the bill. Doesn't say morgue workers, but funeral establishments.
They are. So the question I would have is the morgue and medical examiners. So medical examiner performs an autopsy. a mortician does not. So that's kind of the potential issue there. So medical transport workers, EMTs, they're in the bill to the extent that they're employed by a non-public ambulance service. So whether they're driving an ambulance that's owned by a hospital, or they work for, sort of a nonprofit private ambulance service that serves one or more communities, they would be covered. The ones who work for a municipality or another public entity would have to be covered through a different bill. And then mortuary workers are covered in the bill, same as crematorium workers. So these folks are all in the bill. The next piece is the medium risk. And these folks are also in the bill. These are jobs where there's frequent contact or close contact within 6 feet, or both, with people who may be infected but are not known or suspected COVID-19 patients. This is also in areas where there's ongoing community transmission. These are folks who may have contact with the general public, high population density work environments, high volume retail settings like grocery stores, schools, which are closed right now. So this would be your retail workers in pharmacies and grocery stores, and the other sort of essential retail establishments that have been open. I know we're opening more retail establishments starting next week. Transit workers who are not covered by the bill, they're going to be covered by a different stream of funding. But this kind of gets at that medium risk, which is also in the bill. The low exposure risk, these are folks who...
Damien, Damien Jean has a question, I think.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is quick. I just want to check if I was at a pet food warehouse picking up my dog food, and I was asked by the folks there, would they then fall under this bill because they are essential, they were open, and people could go in for retail. I was doing curbside. So my answer was, I believe so, because they were open during the essential time. So was that?
Yep, and they were identified in, if we go back to Addendum 6 to the executive order, the March 24th Stay Home, Stay Safe order, that's what we drew our list from. And we were looking at, retail serving basic human needs such as grocery stores, pharmacies, and then retail that sells food, beverage, animal feed, and essential supplies, and then hardware stores, and then agricultural equipment. Actually, nope, that's a different listing there. But basically, you're looking at these sort of essential retail operations that provide our animal feed, hardware, groceries, etc.
Thank you so much.
They should all be covered.
Good, thanks.
So this brings us kind of to the low exposure risk, which these are folks who do not have to have contact with people who are known to be or suspected to have COVID-19, nor frequent close contact with the general public. A lot of the questions that I've seen are folks who say, well, 98% of the time I'm either working from home, which is expressly excluded under the bill, or I'm in an office environment where we have social distancing and proper PPE, or a manufacturing environment where we've got that. But occasionally I take the company truck out and I pick up supplies and bring them back to the office. Does that time when I'm at a gas station, for example, putting gas in the company truck count? And the answer has been no, you're not having regular, it's not a principal function of your job to have general contact with the public, versus someone who's a delivery driver and is spending their entire day going from retail location to retail location, restocking shelves at those locations when they get there. So they're having repeated, frequent contact with the general public. So I'm going to stop the share here. Do you want to kind of look at the list in the bill, Mr. Chair, or how would you like to proceed at this point?
Yeah, I think we can. I think one question that I'm struggling with is the guidance from the Fed and looking at very high and high risk workers, and then you look at the medium, and so I think that we're probably on more solid ground with the very high and the high risk, and I'm not sure about the medium risk.
Yeah.
And I think the medium risk are actually the ones that we were more worried about.
Right. And so the one of the frequently asked questions, this is another document that's posted to your webpage, is the guidance includes workforce bonuses as an example of ineligible expenses, but provides that hazard pay would be eligible if otherwise determined to be a necessary expense. Is there a specific definition of hazard pay? And it says hazard pay means additional pay for performing hazardous duty or work involving physical hardship in each case that it is related to COVID-19. So the question here is, what is hazardous duty? And so the definition of hazardous is risky or dangerous. And so what we're faced with here, because what I have not been able to find yet, and I've been looking, although I haven't had as much time to look as I'd like, is, is there sort of a go-to definition for when duty crosses from, regular to hazardous? And I think for the high risk and very high risk, that's very clearly hazardous duty. For the medium risk, you have a question of, does this meet the hazardous duty? And certainly compared to regular work at a retail establishment, working right now would be hazardous. But are we talking relative to their normal work, or are we talking relative to the other high-risk occupations? And I don't have an answer for that. Again, the language is left vague. Typically I would say in an employment law, you err on the side of the worker. But here we're looking at restrictions on federal funding, so it's a little bit different calculus. And again, this is something where having some guidance would be good. I'm continuing to look to see if I can find additional clarity on this term, but I haven't found any yet.
Okay, let's take a look at the list and.
Sure. Let me pull up the bill and I'll be right back with you. All right. Okay. All right, there we go. That went much better. So the sort of listing of duties is covered in twofold. So part of it is covered through the definition of covered employer, which is just an employer that or an entity that employs one or more individuals in Vermont to operate a grocery store, a pharmacy, and then paragraphs F and H were the, retail serving basic human needs, and then hardware stores definition within the executive order. And then provided that it's open to the general public for in-person sales rather than curbside pickup or delivery. Wholesale distributor making deliveries to a retailer described in those subdivisions. So trash collection or waste management service, janitorial service that is providing cleaning or janitorial services to another covered employer, assisted living residence, nursing home, residential care home, therapeutic community residence, healthcare facility, doctor's office, childcare facility, provided that it's providing care to essential service providers pursuant to Directive 2, vocational rehab service provider, dentist's office or dental facility, homeless shelter, home health agency, federally qualified health center, rural health clinic, clinic for the uninsured, residential treatment program licensed by DCF, ambulance service or first responder service, funeral establishment or crematory establishment, and then providers of necessities and services to vulnerable or disadvantaged populations. That language is taken directly from Addendum 6 to the executive order. And this is to capture folks who, for example, might be providing services to, economically disadvantaged populations like a food shelf, or might be providing services to a vulnerable population like victims of domestic violence, where your economic ability may not be a factor in the fact that you're vulnerable. And so this is kind of the universe of employers here. A couple of things to note that have come up in discussions and also in emails just before I move on. Representative O'Sullivan asked about the meat market the other day. We've got the catch-all language referring back to the, selling food, beverage, or animal feed and essential supplies, which should cover that. There is a question you may want to consider, though, just whether grocery store should say grocery store or other store selling food and beverages. That's a question for you. The funeral establishment or crematory establishment, you may want to add morgue or medical examiner's office. For the homeless shelters, one of the questions has come up is, what about the motels that are housing homeless individuals during the crisis? So you may want to clarify that because they're not a traditional homeless shelter. Same question, though, goes also for what about hotels and motels that are housing essential, sort of high-risk personnel who can't go home to their families because of their exposure. So again, these are just some questions in there, but this is the universe that we're working with in the version that passed the Senate. Once you're in that universe, obviously there are some folks who work for example, a healthcare provider who may not be exposed to patients at all. They may be in an administrative setting and they never go out of their office. So the principal job function has to be to provide in-person services to members of the public or clients, to clean or sanitize premises in a location that's open to the general public, to stock products on the premises of a retailer in a location that's open to the general public, or to perform activities that would reasonably result in a similarly elevated risk of being exposed to or contracting COVID-19. The last piece here is to basically capture activities that we haven't considered but are similarly high risk. One thing to note in here, that just came up is use of public in on line 17 versus general public on lines 20 and line 3 on page 4. It's probably just something to clean up and make consistent. That's a Scrivener's error that was noticed after it passed the Senate. They have to be unable to perform their job remotely or to telework, and they have to have actively performed the principal function of their job during the program period. And except for employees of home health agencies and nursing homes, they have to earn less than $25 an hour, or $24 an hour or less, and then have to have worked at least 34 hours during the relevant monthly period, which works out to, I think, more than 8 hours a week. So that, and then they have to be ineligible to receive monetary benefits under any program authorized or implemented by the federal government. The last piece is in here so we don't duplicate the federal hazard pay that's been rumored to be proposed by some parties in the U.S. Senate, but you know, it's not clear if it's going to make it into any future COVID-19 bill. So for our risk factor assessment, though, the big pieces here are they can't perform their job remotely. They're actively performing it during the month. And then they're somehow exposed either by performing in-person services or cleaning or being present in an area that's open to the public. So they're being exposed, they're at least at the medium risk level or above. Someone who works in an office and doesn't have regular exposure to or frequent exposure to the general public is not covered. So this bill definitely captures medium risk and above. If you wanted to limit it to high risk or very high risk, you would probably remove the retail settings at a minimum. And you might have to look at some of the other covered employers too. For example, the providers of necessities or services to vulnerable or disadvantaged populations. Some of them likely meet a high risk, but others would probably fall under a medium risk. I see questions here, so maybe I should pause.
Lynn?
Yeah, thank you, Damien. On the section, page 4, section 7, line 13, is not eligible to receive monetary benefits for the performance of work in a job that exposes them, et cetera, under any program authorized or implemented by the federal government. Does that impact the PPP program?
So the PPP program isn't providing monetary benefits directly to the employees. The PPP program provides loans to businesses that can be used to pay payroll, but that can also be used to pay rent, utilities, mortgage expenses, or mortgage interest, and possibly, I think also obligations on other small business loans. And so I don't think this would cover the PPP. This was basically designed to address issues where, apart from the rumored sort of hazard pay bill that Congress is considering, there's also the issue of, are there other federal programs that are going to provide grants or some sort of, monetary benefit for, say, for example, very high risk healthcare workers or something like that. And we just don't know at this point. But this was put in here as a catch-all because typically what happens with those federal bills is there's language in there where you can't, for non-duplication. So it can't be duplicating or supplanting a state benefit that they're already eligible for. So this is saying, and we've done this for, if you remember back to the UI bill that we passed way back at the beginning of this 8 weeks ago, that we added in language saying that anyone who is how did it go? In order to ensure that they could receive those benefits, because the first step is they had to be ineligible for UI. And so this is just a similar purpose, and we repeat this language later on in the appropriation section, which Becky can talk to you about if we get to that section today.
Okay. Damien, there are people out there that are working, may have been working 2 or 3 part-time jobs. They're still working in one part-time job and collecting UI, or eligible to collect UI. And so with that, they are also getting the federal $600. Would they still be eligible for this?
Yes, because this is these are specifically eligible to receive monetary benefits for the performance of work in a job. So UI is,
Well, I'm just wondering, because we talk about these federal programs that are part of COVID, and that extra 600 is a federal program dealing with COVID.
Yeah, and I think they would be eligible for this benefit. I think you would probably have a fairly narrow group of individuals who would qualify, in part because you have to work at least 34 hours in a month for this, and then with the income disregard, you have probably a fairly narrow window of hours you could continue working in your one remaining job that would qualify you for payments in this without losing your eligibility for your UI benefits, depending on what benefit you are eligible for. And I'm thinking that most people who work 3 part-time jobs aren't going to be maxing out their state UI benefit. And that's really what you're concerned about, because once that hits 0, you're no longer eligible for the pandemic unemployment, the additional 600.
But we've got 2 categories, right? There's the full-time, part-time in the bill. And so,
yep. So
what's the lowest amount you need to work? It's like 8 hours a week, right?
Yeah. So I can't remember exactly what the conversion is per month. It's like 4.3 or 4.4 weeks per month. But the 34 hours, I think, basically works out to roughly 8 hours a week. So, 8 hours a week, $12 an hour, it's about $100 a week. So you still got a few $100, gap in there, depending on what your other part-time jobs are.
Yeah.
But as those hours start to ratchet up in that 34 to 108 hour window, which is the part-time benefit here, you may see it gets harder and harder to qualify for UI. And then there's just a question of what were you making beforehand too. So,
okay, Christy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Damien, thank you for the information and clarification of some of these points. It's confusing at best. What about companies that are paying their hourly employees an additional amount per hour because they recognize the risk and they're just doing that? For instance, I got an email from somebody from Walmart, and I don't know if any of the Vermont companies are doing this, but they're paying their employees an additional wage amount or supplement to compensate for the risk factor. Would they be eligible for this as well?
Yes, they would be. And there's actually language later on in the bill that provides that the employers cannot reduce that additional amount during this period. Now that we're at May 12th and this benefit runs through May 15th, I don't think that's an issue. But that language was put in the bill intentionally to prevent employers from saying, you know, oh, now you can get a grant, so I'm not going to pay you the extra $2 an hour or $3 an hour that I was paying you. So, and that was kind of put in there intentionally. There were concerns expressed by some members of the Senate that employers would, reduce that benefit amount. The only instance when that might disqualify someone is if they're already earning like $23 or $24 an hour, and the employer applies it to the base wage and it pops them over $25 an hour. But at that point, they're also, the $25 an hour was put in there because that's kind of around the point where you don't really have much additional incentive to quit your job to take UI at that point, if you could qualify for one of the good cause COVID-19 related quits that we mentioned. So the monetary incentive isn't there. So you're limited basically to the people who would be quitting at that point are people who have a really legitimate COVID-19 related reason to quit, such as, you know, being a single parent without childcare. You know, in that case, they would qualify for that good cause quit under the bill we passed back at the beginning of this crisis. But yeah, that's why the $25 an hour is there. The exception for home health agencies and nursing homes came about because some of the extremely high risk employees there are earning, I think that we heard in the Senate, and don't quote me on this, but I think the number we heard is that the average pay for them was around $31 an hour. So there are nurses who are in very high risk positions who are earning just above the $25 an hour. And so that was one effort to recognize folks in higher risk positions and qualify them for the benefit, even though they're earning just north of this $25 an hour cutoff. Okay, I see a lot of questions popping up.
Just to follow up on my question, if I may, Mr. Chair, it's just, I was reading that section and it says not to reduce the hourly compensation, including any related bonuses or premiums. I just took that they were going to lower their hourly rate and then use the supplement to equal their normal wage. So I apologize for that. Thank you for the clarification.
Oh, no problem at all.
So before I call on the others that are looking for questions, I just want to follow up with that. Just to be the devil's advocate and thinking like the Fed might think. So if there are companies out there that have already bumped their employees' pay, understanding the risk that they're under and understanding the need to have those employees, then how are we meeting the necessity that the Fed wants us to meet if businesses are already doing it?
That's a good question. I think again, I think you've identified an argument right there against the necessity if businesses are already doing it. I think the flip side of this is those bonuses may not be enough to keep people on the job, or that additional hourly wage, and not all businesses may be able to do it. So that, I think, is kind of the piece here. And then I think, again, you're getting back to the question of administrative convenience. If you're disqualifying businesses that have provided the additional pay, then they have an incentive to reduce pay, which gives people more incentive to leave their job. And so if the necessity is to keep people on the job, and this is aimed as a, a measure to help people do that, I think that's the argument, is that this is a necessity. The necessity is keeping people on the job in these essential occupations that we've identified. And then the, preventing any sort of incentive for a reduction in pay is addressing just that concern that we've provided good cause quits that probably a lot of people can make the argument for, and we don't have the ability to really audit those with the volume of unemployment claims we're getting. So for example, again, there's, there are, some of them are easily checked, like health condition that places you at elevated risk, but others, and I'm saying this as a parent who's working from home with 2 kids, we do provide the option for folks to quit if they need to provide childcare. Obviously, that's a necessity, but if there's 2 parents who's to say that it was necessary for that parent to quit, and how do you assess different situations where one family may have a child with special needs who needs additional care, which requires both parents to be at home, and another family may not. And so a lot of these things are things where the Department of Labor is going a little bit on the honor system. And so what this is trying to do is provide additional incentive for folks who, might be able to make the argument that they qualify for the unemployment benefit because they don't want to face that heightened risk. And so even if their employer is providing additional benefit, this is providing an additional incentive on top of that for them to stay on the job. That was a very long explanation and a bit rambling, but I apologize.
Bob?
I want to reiterate again, this is not an incentive program. I think we're sitting here, we spent several minutes justifying this as a work incentive in order to keep essential workers in the labor force. And in fact, because of the timing of it, it is not that. We've got to come up with another, if we're going to go forward with this, we got to come up, basically we got to justify this as a reward. That's simply what it is at this juncture. It is not an incentive because people have already made that decision, whether they're going to work or they're going to leave.
Yeah, and so then does it become a bonus, which is then
Well, it is a bonus.
And it's prohibited. So, Gene.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just was, this is an aside. I have barking dogs. I just got a letter from Living Will Group. It's a health agency. They run 3 different residences. And I asked them to give me their employee inventory on salary and wages, and I'll forward it on to Amy. So it'll give you, they've got over, it'll give you the full range of who gets paid what in home health, in their home health agencies. And I thought it would be instructive for the committee. So that's it. And they're going to start barking again, so I'm getting off.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thanks. Okay. Questions are over for a minute.
Okay. All right. So do you want to keep working through the bill at this point, or?
Yep.
Okay. Bring it back up. I'll bring us back down to where we were. Okay. So we've gotten through the kind of the basics here. We've also added in here, just notwithstanding the subdivision that basically requires that you're employed by a covered employer. Eligible employee includes an independent direct support provider who satisfies the other requirements. So the independent direct support providers, just to remind everyone, are the personal care assistants and home health aides that are paid under the Choices for Care program. They are employed by the person they're caring for. but they are paid by the state through the Choices for Care program. So they have a very strange sort of quasi-employer relationship with the state. So for this purposes, we've just said they're eligible. They don't have to meet the covered employer requirement. And then we're treating the fiscal agent that pays them as basically the agent to distribute checks for purposes of this. We talked about this a little bit last time. Just wanted to highlight that again. Eligible employee does not include independent contractors or self-employed individuals, or an individual who's received unemployment insurance for benefits for any week in the relevant monthly period. So that would actually disqualify the person receiving the partial unemployment insurance. I'd forgotten that earlier. And I think the issue the Senate saw there was that if you're already receiving the additional 600 from the feds, then you shouldn't be receiving an additional sort of hazard grant from the state. Grant issuer is just the entity that the state is going to contract with to basically process and disperse the payments. The monthly periods are from March 13th through April 14th and April 15th through May 15th, which that is Friday. And then the grant program here, it's established in the agency of administration. The secretary would contract with a private entity to serve as the program's grant issuer, and then may utilize staff and resources from any state agency or department, and may also contract with one or more private entities as necessary to implement or administer the program. The grant issuer piece here is put in because this is not a capability that the state has necessarily, but there is one payroll company in the state that could handle this that we're aware of. And then the subdivisions 3 and 4 here are put into place to allow the state flexibility to use its resources and then contract with private entities as necessary to fill in the gaps. And then for the home health agency and nursing home employees grants, the secretary would work with the Secretary of Human Services and commissioners of Dale and DEVA to develop the process for paying those grants, and those grants would be jointly administered through AHS, Dale, and DEVA. And then subsection C here allows the secretary to enter into contracts without the need for competitive bids, so basically sole source contracts, and to treat this as an emergency situation under Bulletin 3.5, which is the state's procurement and contracting procedures. This is basically allowing for a very quick contracting process compared to the normal bid process. And again, to try to get this out as quickly as possible. The contract would have to provide that the grant issuer would provide that they would issue the grant payments to the eligible employees pursuant to the time periods and procedures established by the Secretary of Administration, and then comply with any requirements, guidelines, and procedures that are adopted in relation to the program, as well as the requirements of the Act. And then it allows, subsection E here allows the Secretary to adopt those requirements, guidelines, and procedures as necessary to implement the program, but provides that the Secretary is not required to go through rulemaking. And the reference there is to a provision that allows a certain number of people to basically sign a petition to require rulemaking, which could dramatically slow down the rollout of the program by a matter of months or more. Okay, section 3. Are there any questions on section 2? Okay. Oh,
Charlie?
Thank you. Damien, I think there was a question before when we were getting a run through, and it was a question of who actually sends the checks. And there was a bit of confusion as to the state would send the money to the company and the company would use their payroll service and divvy it out to the employees versus the employers having to provide a list of the eligible employees, and then the separate third party would then issue checks from that and send those checks to the employer, who would then distribute them to the employees. So who cuts the check?
Okay, why don't I walk you through the process? So the way the process works is the employer identifies the employees that they believe to be eligible based on the criteria. So they've got that elevated risk. They've worked the requisite number of hours. The employer is a covered employer. They submit a list of those employees with the hours and any other necessary information to the entity designated by the Secretary of Administration. It could be a state entity, it could be a private contractor. That entity aggregates that information basically to a list of, this is the individual, this is the check amount, and sends that on to the payroll company, the grant issuer. The grant issuer cuts the checks, mails the checks to each employer for the eligible employees for that employer. The employer is then responsible for distributing those within 5 days of receipt. And so that's basically the process. So you've got the companies contact one entity. That entity works with the payroll company. The payroll company then sends the checks back to the employer. The reason we have a separate entity collecting the data and a separate payroll company is because the payroll company that we talk to that has the capacity to handle issuing, we're talking 20 or possibly 30,000 checks. They don't have the capacity to also be aggregating all the payroll data and breaking that down. So you need a separate entity to do that, whether that's the state or a private contractor hired by the state. Would be up to the Secretary of Administration to determine. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's a pretzel-like process, but so each company submits the information to a state agency. The state agency submits it to the payroll company. The payroll company prints the checks, sends the checks to the employer, and the employer distributes physical checks. Right?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
Oh. Yep. So that's the process. It's up to you to decide if that's an appropriate process, I guess. It's not my place to weigh in on that. So and that's covered in sections 4 through 6. So I'll kind of point that out to you as we get there. Section 3, because there's going to be a lot of personally identifiable information that's collected by the program, safeguarding that is a definite concern. So this basically requires that any entity of state government or any entity that the Secretary contracts with has to keep any PII that's collected confidential, and that information is exempt from inspection and copying under the Public Records Act. It would probably be exempt anyway, but this is belts and suspenders to ensure that it is confidential and exempt. The Secretary of Administration has to ensure that appropriate safeguards and procedures to protect that information are implemented by everyone who's involved in the program. And that state agencies shall not disclose an individual's social security number to another state entity or contractor unless that disclosure is necessary. This is repeating a requirement that we put in with the, this could have been the data brokers law from a couple of years ago. And then we've referenced that law 9 VSA Chapter 62, which protects PII and Social Security numbers, basically
Damien,
again as belts and suspenders.
Would the different entities within the program who may need this information, would they have to have an MOU between them to share it? Or does this just give them the ability to do that without that?
So I am not sure if 9 VSA Chapter 62 requires an MOU. If it does, they have to have it. That's our data protection law. Okay. It applies to both state and private entities. Yep. If that is not required under that law, then it's up to the secretary to determine whether they want to have an MOU or incorporate that into the terms of the contract or something else. Okay. Any procedures or safeguards that are adopted by the secretary, the terms of the law require any contractors to comply with that anyway. So, okay. Yeah. So there's multiple sort of redundant requirements that these entities are going to have to comply with the protections for personally identifiable information. But if the Secretary of Administration thinks that it's appropriate or the existing law requires it, the MOU has to be part of that.
Okay, thank you.
So personally identifiable information for our purposes are name, address, date of birth, place of birth, mother's maiden name, unique biometric data generated from measurements or technical analysis of human body characteristics, such as a fingerprint, retina image, or other unique physical representation. The reason this was added in is for the simple reason that as devices are developing here, I have 3 devices with me. All 3 of them will take a fingerprint and use that to enter in a password. So this is just kind of put on there as belts and suspenders. Name or address, and then social security number or any other information that either alone or in combination would allow a reasonable person to identify an individual. And that's sort of the catch-all. And I see another question from Representative Kimball.
Go ahead, Charlie.
I'm just thinking, Damien, does this mirror the existing language and statute? I mean, when you were talking about item number 6, the unique biometric data, I believe that we did include that in.
I copied that language directly. This list is slightly different because it doesn't include, for example, bank information, which isn't part of this. We don't do direct deposit here. So there were some things that are in the data brokers law in that listing that applies specifically to like financial institutions that are not on this list. So,
okay.
But
I just wonder, are we creating another place where personally identifiable information in statute has a different meaning than another place in statute?
Yeah, I think there are 2 slightly different definitions in Chapter 62. I'd have to double check. But I mean, another option is to cross-reference the one or the other of those if you think it covers everything. It's been a few weeks since I drafted this, so I can't remember why I chose to go with the list rather than a cross-reference, but except that the list here closely fits this. And it's worth noting that this is a session law. It's not going to be permanently in the green books. So this is a law with limited applicability through the beginning of next year. This expires, well, I mean, really this expires probably before the end of the year because the program will be done.
Yeah, all right, so, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Other questions on that? Okay, so the grant payment. Grants are payable in 2 amounts. If you've worked at least 108 hours for a covered employer, as an eligible employee, you're eligible to receive a grant of $1,000 for that monthly period. If you've worked between 34 or at least 34 hours and less than 108, the grant amount is $600. So the number of hours actually worked includes any hours of paid either under the Federal Emergency Family and Medical Leave Expansion Act or Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, or through the employer's sick time provisions that's used because the employee contracted COVID-19 or is quarantined because of exposure to COVID-19. The reason that's included is because, again, this is about recognizing folks who are at a heightened risk, and it would seem, it would seem odd to penalize folks who have actually been knowingly exposed or gotten sick. But the number of hours does not include hours of paid leave taken to care for another individual, or any hours of remote or telework performed by an eligible employee. So again, we're looking at the risk period, not the periods when you're not at a risk. Questions on that? Okay. An eligible employee who qualifies for the grant is permitted to receive up to 2 grants per month, per monthly period, for work performed at different covered employers. This gets to Representative Marcotte's scenario earlier, where someone performs part-time work for multiple employers. In this version, though, they're continuing to work for 2 or more of those, and they basically get a grant for the 2 at which they work the greatest amount during that month. The one sort of funny one potential consequence of this is that you may have someone who worked, say, 80 hours in a month between 2 part-time jobs who's receiving $1,200 in grants, versus someone who's working 120 hours at one job who's only receiving $1,000 in grants. Not saying that that's good or bad, it's just because of the administrative sort of simplification of this. You may have some folks who are working less but receiving more than folks in other jobs. The grants are sent to the covered employer, who gives the grant checks to the employees. Subdivision 2 here is just designating ERIS, who's the fiscal agent for the independent direct support providers, giving them authority to distribute the grant checks. The checks are issued according to a schedule adopted by the secretary. Subsection F here is important because one of the things is JFO has done projections to try to figure out approximately how many grants would go out. But there is a level of uncertainty. So this requires the Secretary of Administration to determine as quickly as practicable whether sufficient funds will remain for the second monthly period. And if there are insufficient funds to pay the full grants, to basically prorate the grants down so that all of the claims can be paid. So you could see reduced grants in the second monthly period. And then the sub 2 here.
Gene, you have a question?
Yep.
Thank you. Just quickly, what factors would reduce that pool of money that we couldn't get, that we can't draw any more down?
Yeah, so there's a specific amount appropriated later in the bill, $60 million. Yeah. And the projected uptake on this is $30 million a month. But say in the first month, we have $35 million in claims. Right. In the second month, if the secretary anticipates the number of claims being the same or higher, they may prorate the amount of the benefit to ensure that all the claims that they're projecting can be paid.
And there's no opportunity, we would not have an opportunity to reach back out for more funding from the feds on this?
Well, so this is money that's being taken out of the fixed $1.25 billion coronavirus relief fund pool. And so this is basically 60 million of that that's being dedicated for this purpose. And we're assuming the rest is going to be spent on other things. And so very likely by the time we reach that point, it's going to be so late in our initial session here that we won't have time to make us a supplemental appropriation. So that's what this is addressing.
Yeah, the problem I see, I understand what the challenge I see is, as we're seeing with the PUA, a lot of people will have expectations based upon the original grant amount, and they won't get the second grant. They could get a lower grant amount, and consequently will be calling all of us irate or upset or concerned. So I don't know how we act. I just want to highlight that. I don't have an answer for it, but I wanted the committee to think about that, because I don't know if we're creating, it's like what Representative Kimball's concerns around all of those checks and how that is going to get done. I'm concerned about building expectations, and I don't have an answer. It's more of a comment. So thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. So the last piece here is just standard income tax withholding language. So basically with the initial grant, they get notice that the grant is subject to income tax withholding. And then we require the grant issuer to follow the procedures under federal and state law for withholding income tax.
So does that mean that the employer or the employee would have to provide a W-4 to them?
So this means that the employer would have to provide withholding information to the entity, and then the entity would basically be telling the grant issuer how much to withhold.
Okay.
Yep. So, yeah, and I assume that's through a W-4 or a copy of a W-4.
Probably,
but
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if there's another way to do that. All right. So the section 5, and sort of just the backwards way my mind was thinking when I drafted this, is the enrollment in the program piece rather than the payment piece. So in order to enroll in the program, the covered employer has to submit a notice of enrollment in a form specified by the secretary that includes information demonstrating that they're a covered employer. And then the covered employer has to agree as a condition of enrolling in the program to make all books and records related to work performed by eligible employees during the program period available upon request to the secretary or the secretary's designee or the attorney general for inspection. This allows an audit to occur if there's a question of whether, fraud occurred or something like that. And then not to require any eligible employee to pay an administrative fee or other charge in relation to the employer requesting or obtaining the grant payment, and not to reduce the compensation of the employee, including any related bonuses or premiums. So this is basically, to enroll in the program, you have to agree that you're not going to reduce pay to your employees or charge them for this grant or something else. And that you're also going to make your books and records available. The exception to the reduction in pay is for covered employers who receive reimbursements for services through AHS or a department within AHS at rates that are set through a rate setting process or by rule, or pursuant to a provision in a grant from the AHS or one of its departments, or a contract with AHS or one of its departments, or any combination of those. And this is basically folks who receive fixed reimbursements, like through Medicaid or something like that, where their rates are fixed, and right now they may be paying hazard pay that is digging into their bottom line. This would allow them to reduce their rates, basically in order to help them continue functioning and not run out of funding, or to reduce their pay rates in order to do that.
I think Gene has a question. No? Okay.
Covered employer that has enrolled in the program has to submit the request for grant payments in the form specified by the secretary for each month pursuant to a schedule set by the secretary. The secretary would specify the information that must be provided, such as documentation for income tax withholding. Again, we are providing the authorization for Eris Solutions to provide this information for the sole purpose of providing grants to the independent direct support providers, and then requiring them to make that documentation available for purposes of an audit. Importantly here at line 14, and this gets to one of the issues that has been raised, is nothing requires an employer to enroll in this program. And this is recognizing that there are covered employers who either, or folks who may be on the line and are not sure they qualify, or may not have the capacity right now to deal with the paperwork and enroll in the program. Or number two here, the language on 17 neglects or fails to submit a request for grant payments for any monthly period would not be liable to its eligible employees for any amounts that they may have been entitled to. So essentially, if you're a covered employer and you neglected to submit a request for one of your eligible employees for a monthly period there because you miscalculated their eligible hours or something, you're not liable to them for the grant that they would have been entitled to. And it's recognizing that not all covered employers may want to participate in the program, or that, covered employers are human and under a lot of pressure right now, and they may make a mistake, and we don't want them to be facing a claim for $600 plus statutory interest because they made a bookkeeping mistake and forgot to submit a grant request.
Back up above a little bit when we were talking about the Attorney General or the Secretary for audits.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering, are those the appropriate people that we should be naming? I would think it'd be more like the tax department, wouldn't it? They have the resources and they do audits, they have that ability.
So the way this is set up, and so when I say audits, we do think of tax audits a lot. What we're basically looking at here is compliance is enforced through basically complaint-driven audits or investigations. So when I say audits, I mean basically what the AG is going to be doing is looking at records to make sure that your records match up with what you submitted for a grant request. But it's treated, the enforcement mechanism that the Senate opted for here is basically treating this as a consumer fraud case here, where you're basically defrauding the state, but you're subject to the penalties for an unfair act in commerce. So you're using a state benefit program to supplement the pay to your employees during this period of time. And so that's what they opted for, not wanting to create an additional audit bureaucracy. And then the secretary or the secretary's designee would allow the Secretary of Administration to either use state staff or to hire an outside auditing company to go through and review the financial records.
Okay.
In order to ensure compliance.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. So the grants for eligible home health and nursing home employees, again, as I discussed above, these are done in consultation with AHS, Dale, and DEVA. The grant amounts are the same based on hours. The difference is the salary cap of $25 or more per hour is not in place. And that's set, basically, that whole process is set by the Secretary of Administration in consultation with AHS, DEVA, and Dale. And then there's one additional piece here where eligible employee includes individuals who are licensed to provide physical, speech, respiratory, or occupational therapy, and they provide those services at or on behalf of a nursing home or home health agency. They engage in direct patient care, but they're employed by a separate entity that the home health agency or nursing home contracts with for the provision of those services. So this is something that the Senate Appropriations Committee became aware of during the process here, is that a lot of nursing homes or home health agencies will contract out rather than having one of these therapists on staff. And it allows them to provide these services that are necessary, but these folks are employed by someone else who might not be covered as a covered employer.
You have traveling nurses that hospitals and nursing homes and home health agencies also employ. So yeah. So there are a number of these groups.
One of the ones that they heard from in the Senate was an individual who provides these services at facilities in the Chittenden County area, but is employed by a New Hampshire company that serves, regionally serves nursing homes and other elder care facilities. Okay. So these payments would be administered by AHS and Dale. The process for identifying eligible employees, determining grant amounts, and paying grants to eligible employees would be determined in consultation. The same process here for determining if the funds are likely to run out and then prorating them. And then again, the same notice about income taxes here, just because we're under a different piece. So a lot of this just mirrors what was above. Are there questions before I move on? Okay. The next here is reports and auditing.
Charlie has a question.
Yep.
Yeah, Damien, just wondering, the processing of the payment in this particular thing is not through Eris Solutions, but through the agencies. Is that
right?
true?
This is separate from the independent direct support providers. These are home health agencies and nursing homes, so they're not under the Choices for Care program. These are other providers. So there are various groups of providers. Eris is not paying the home health agency's employees. The home health agencies are. Eris is paying individuals who are employed through the Choices for Care program by individuals who are enrolled in that program. So I'm just going to use a hypothetical here. If I had a grandmother who needed in-home care who was enrolled in Choices for Care, technically she would be the employer of her personal care attendant. But that personal care attendant would be paid by the state's fiscal agent, Eris Solutions, through the money from the Choices for Care program. So
I get that. I'm just wondering now, are there 3 issuers of checks at this point now that we're talking about this way?
Nope. There's still one issuer of checks, but the administration of the checks is, so the grant issuer issues the checks. In most cases, it's sent to the employer. In the case of the independent direct support providers, it goes through Eris Solutions. In the case of nursing homes and home health agencies, it goes through a process determined by AHS based on their experience working with nursing homes and home health agencies in administering similar payments. So that, I don't know enough about that area to really talk about why we wanted to set it up separately. I just know that that was a concern that was raised. And so they were moved over to sort of a separate administrative scheme there. I know AHS has already set up, or the appropriate department within AHS has already set up some enhanced payments for employees of designated agencies and specialized service providers or specialized service agencies, which reminds me that there needs to be, in order to not duplicate those additional payments that are already being made under covered employer, there needs to be a clarification. And this is something that Senator Kitchell provided the proposed document to the committee last week, but forgot to mention it. And it was identified after it passed the Senate that the designated agencies and specialized service agencies technically fall under some of the definitions of covered employer we already have, so they need to be expressly excluded if we want to avoid duplicating the payments that are already going out to them through an existing AHS program.
Looks like the rough numbers, there's about $7 million for that program already.
I think so, yeah.
From the CARES Act. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's already a chunk of funding there, and they are not included in our funding dollars for the appropriation for this. So that either the appropriation would need to be increased and we'd be duplicating the funding there, or they need to be expressly excluded.
Thank you.
Yep. So the secretary would require any of the contracted entities to submit monthly reports providing information on program performance, including number of claims received and processed, employers enrolled, amounts of grant funds paid. On or before October 1, 2020, the secretary would submit a written report to the Joint Fiscal Committee with the total number of covered employers that participated, the total number of eligible employees who received grants, the aggregate number of grants and aggregate dollar amount. Hopefully that aggregate dollar amount would be the full 60 million. The aggregate dollar amount of the grants issued for the entire program period and each monthly period. And any other information that the secretary determines is pertinent. And then this next piece here relates to audits, and this is for the grant issuer or any other private entity with whom the secretary contracts to perform a function, would have to keep their books and records available during the period of the contract and for 3 years thereafter, or any longer period that is otherwise required by law. That's basically standard language from our contracting process. They would have to make all books and records related to the program available to the secretary, the attorney general, the auditor of accounts upon request, as well as to any state or federal authority with jurisdiction to conduct an audit, or any entity appointed by the state or federal authority. And that's catch-all language. If, for example, the federal government determined that the inspector general could audit the books and records here to determine that the money was used appropriately. I mentioned earlier the fraud piece here. It is a violation of the act or of the proposed act to intentionally make a false statement or representation to obtain or increase any grant for an eligible employee. And then the attorney general can enforce this as if it's an unfair act in commerce. As a reminder to everyone, that allows them to conduct civil investigations, seek penalties, obtain assurances of discontinuances. The civil penalties are up to $10,000 per violation. And then it also authorizes the superior courts to require payment of restitution to the state in an amount equal to any benefit or other payment that was obtained by fraudulent means. So basically, you could have to repay the benefits plus a $10,000 penalty if you chose to fight this. Are there questions on that? I see some hands raised. Nope. Okay, not a question. All right, section 9 is the appropriation section. I think Becky is on with us at this point. Becky, do you want to talk about this?
Sure, I can go through it. Are you scrolling?
Yep, I can scroll. Just tell me where to go.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. So I worked on section 9, which is the appropriations section. So this section is appropriating, as Damien mentioned, 60 million from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which is where the 1.25 billion of CARES Act funding was deposited. There are some restrictions in this section surrounding how federal funds will be used and how state funds would be used if federal funds are not available. So first in subsection A, there's intent that the General Assembly, that the state shall only expend funds appropriated in this section to support the program in the absence of a specific federal program that's available to support it. So the idea is that no state funds would be used unless there's federal funding, if there is federal funding available. Subsection B is the 60 million appropriation in FY20, and that, as I mentioned, is from the state's coronavirus relief fund, where that 1.25 billion has been deposited. And that is appropriated to the Agency of Administration for use in both FY20 and FY21 to administer and pay the grants under the program. On line 6, it allows for any amount that's needed to support the grants for eligible employees working for a nursing home or home health agency to be transferred to the Agency of Human Services. In subsection C, there's a restriction on the release of the funds. The Commissioner of Finance and Management is only able to release the amount necessary to pay each of the 2 monthly periods during the program period to the Agency of Administration and the Agency of Human Services. Once the state treasurer notifies Finance and Management that prior to issuance of that amount, there's no specific federal program to support these eligible employees or covered employers. So what this is getting at is that before Finance and Management releases this CARES Act funding, the treasurer has to let Finance and Management know that there's no other federal program that might have been enacted that could pay for these grants. Subdivision 2 says that if there is another federal program that's enacted, Finance and Management shall only release the amount that appropriated, that 60 million, that is needed to issue the grants made that prior to the enactment of that new federal program. Subdivision 3 says to the extent possible, if the state does receive any federal funds from a new program that's specific to hazard pay, then the state will try to use that money to sort of backfill the grants that were already provided under the program. And then subsection D requires that any unexpended funds that are remaining return back to the Coronavirus Relief Fund. That money is has to be used in a specific way. So if it is not used, the full amount is not used during this 2-month period, it needs to go back to the fund and be used for other eligible purposes. And then subsection E defines what is meant by federal program in this section. So it can mean either federal funds that have been granted or are likely to be granted to the state, or have been granted or are likely to be granted directly to eligible employees or covered employers in recognition of the increased risk of being exposed to or contracting COVID-19. It can also mean any federal tax incentives or credits that are enacted to support these individuals in recognition of the increased risk of being exposed to or contracting COVID-19. Subdivision 2 clarifies that federal program here does not mean the coronavirus relief funds, and that's because those are the funds that are being used to support the program unless other funds are available. Are there any questions?
Okay. Thanks, Becky.
Thank you, Becky.
So before I go on, I know that we're running out of time here. I know we've talked a lot about whether this might meet the necessary standard. And while Becky was walking you through that, I pulled up some language from the guidance. And we're essentially at the end of the bill with just a couple of sections encouraging different entities to provide hazard pay or other work incentives like that to their employees for dealing with the risk. But the necessary expenditures here, this is from page 1 of the guidance for states and territories, which is on the committee's webpage. The requirement that expenditures, it reads, the requirement that expenditures be incurred due to the public health emergency means that the expenditures must be used for actions taken to respond to the public health emergency. These may include expenditures incurred to allow the government to respond directly to the emergency, such as by addressing medical or public health needs, as well as expenditures incurred to respond to second-order effects, such as providing economic support to those suffering from employment or business interruptions related to business closures. Funds may not be used to fill shortfalls in government revenue. And although a broad range of uses is allowed, revenue replacement is not a permissible use of fund payments. The statute also specifically specifies that expenditures from the fund payments must be necessary. The department understands this term broadly to mean that the expenditure is reasonably necessary for its intended use in the reasonable judgment of the government officials responsible for spending fund payments. So the question is, when looking at that, is this a reasonably necessary use of the funds in the reasonable judgment of the legislature as the body responsible for allocating the funds? Just to get back to that question of necessity earlier. And I wanted to highlight that because I know some of the committee members have to leave at noon, and we may need to adjourn them. The other piece I wanted to highlight for you is from page 1 of the frequently asked questions document, which is on the committee webpage. And this is just a question of, are governments required to submit proposed expenditures to Treasury for approval? The answer is no. Governments are responsible for making determinations as to what expenditures are necessary due to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19 and do not need to submit any proposed expenditures to the Treasury. The caveat to all that, of course, as I mentioned earlier today, is that the bill, the CARES Act specifically provides for the federal inspector general to be able to come in and determine if funds were spent appropriately. And then they would, I assume, apply that reasonably necessary for the intended use in the reasonable judgment of the government officials. So that's a double reasonable test or reasonable person test that's applied there. But I wanted to highlight that because I know we're at the end of the time here. Questions on that? Do you want me to finish the bill here?
Yeah, just one question I may have missed it, probably for Becky. Where does the money come from to pay the contractors? Is that coming out of the 60 million?
Oh, the amount that's being contracted with.
So if the Secretary of Administration contracts with a outside payroll company to provide the service, does it come out of the 60?
That's a good question. I think the appropriation section, Damien, if you can scroll up, just says that it's to be used. Well, it says it's to be used for the administration of the program and payment of grants. So okay. I think the idea was that administration would be for the contracting as well, but
yeah, and JFO and its projections included the cost of administration in that dollar amount.
Okay.
And it's, you know, they put together estimates working with the payroll company and the IT consultant that JFO uses to kind of look at some of these costs. But that was built into some of their projections here.
Okay.
And we can find out that amount if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times we'll see where it says, no more than X amount can be spent on administrative costs, or 10%, or so. Okay, Stephanie?
My question's maybe a little bit odd, but I've had someone contact me about workers' compensation.
Mm-hmm.
And if this is an issue within allocating hazard pay. And I was looking through the bill to try to find something, and I don't know if it's sort of like a tangentially, if we say that people are going to, if they're
so the bill doesn't address workers' compensation. The reason is that, so if you have a temporary total disability, you're not working. If you have a temporary partial disability and you are working in a more hazardous situation, I think the feeling was that you should still be entitled to a grant if you're meeting the other requirements of the bill. But the question is, if you're on temporary partial disability, you may be on light duty work or something like that. And so you may not be performing your standard primary function during the month. If, for example, you normally, let's say, drive an ambulance or something like that, and instead you're working dispatch or back office functions on light duty while you're recovering from an injury, something like that. I don't know if that's a good example or not, but it doesn't really address workers' comp because it's going to be a situation by situation issue. And the big question is, are they performing services that place them at risk that month? And if they're home recovering from an injury, the answer is no, so they're not entitled. And if they're on light duty, the question is the light duty that they're performing still placing them at a risk? And if the answer is yes, then they could potentially be entitled to that grant payment, assuming they meet the other qualifications.
The other question I have is one about $600. And because of the role that I'm playing right now in unemployment insurance, the $600 is confusing because it keeps popping up as an amount in different forms. So, people are getting $600 from the CARES Act for unemployment insurance in addition, and then there's a $600. Is there an IRS $600? And then the governor had $1,200, and then this is another $600. So we have multiples of $600 popping up many times. And I hate to be really bureaucratic, but if people are getting different, it's hard to explain which $600 you get, and if you're getting $600 from which pot, and people are confused about it.
Yeah. So I don't remember exactly why $600 was settled on here.
I'd be happy if it was $599. It'd be a little, just from where I'm sitting at the moment, it's very hard for people to understand if they, and in situations they could be getting many different $600 and not understanding
what
they're getting
them. I think
the checks are coming from the same place.
Yeah, I think the joint fiscal worked through a number of different sort of dollar options, and for whatever reasons we ended up the Senate ended up at the $600 $1,000 when this bill was finalized and then introduced by the Appropriations Committee. And I understand too. I hadn't thought about that. I wonder, the stars are aligned on $600.
I like 1,000 because it's not 1,200. And but if it was 500 versus 600, and I don't mean to demean the amounts, I'm just saying that, and I really do sound very bureaucratic this way, but I do feel like it has, in my conversations with people over the past days, it's very confusing.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, and
my 2 cents about the $600. It's just that it's,
yeah.
it would
Yeah, I
be
think
helpful.
it's definitely something that you can always change it. So, and you could have JFO come in. I know Chloe Wexler and Joyce Manchester put together a variety of projections on costs for the program under the different sort of grant amounts. And so you could, if you decide to move forward with this bill, you could definitely look at those and see if there's an amount that, you know, is less confusing and also, you know, meets the goals of the program. So, yeah.
All right, thanks.
Yep. I see another question.
Yeah,
I see more questions.
Yeah, I'm just going to say for Stephanie, I think there is confusion. This would be different than the federal $600 because the federal $600 would come in on a U.S. Treasury check or deposit from, you know, coded as a U.S. Treasury code. This would come in from your paycheck, your payroll service, probably through your employer. And that would be one way of noticing, but you're right. The same with the money, the $1,200 that you get from the federal government is the same amount as the money the state sent out for $1,200.
Exactly.
And I had someone who thought they got the federal money, but what they really got was the state money. And then the state wants that back. Once they start getting their UI figured out, it was supposed to fill in for the $600 from the feds.
Right. See,
And then I had another person who had $1,200 coming in, and it turned out it wasn't any of those other $1,200. It was their tax return, the refund. So, yeah, I mean, we should pick another number. Try to make it as different because people don't know. And those federal funds come in, those checks come in. There's no explanation as where that comes from when you get a federal check.
Okay. Zach?
Hey, Damien. This is just because we just received a couple articles from Amy about how the PPP is being taxed. I was just curious if this, how this check is being dispersed and counted. Is this taxable?
Yeah, that's
it's subject to income tax. It is not subject to payroll taxes because it's not payroll. But yeah, it would be subject to federal and state income tax, and that the bill provides for withholding of those taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I know we don't have much to go, but we've lost a couple of people. So I think we'll finish the rest of the bill on Thursday afternoon.
Okay.
What would be the process of going to our federal delegation with this legislation and asking them to see if they can take a look at it, give us an opinion, run it by Treasury, that type of thing, and give us some guidance?
That's a good question. I have not done that in the past. I know they've weighed in on, for example, National Guard bills that I've worked on, but they've usually been contacted by like the committee and asked to testify and just provided with a copy of the bill. But Becky, have you dealt with this at all in the past? You still there, Becky?
Yeah, and I am. I have not had that experience either. I have had representatives from the federal delegation testify in committee, but I've never reached out to them to consult on a specific bill.
Yeah, and on the bill that they've weighed in on for me in the past, I think the committee sent them a copy of the bill, and kind of, raised, the questions the committee was interested in hearing from them on, if they could address them. So that may be the starting point, is to kind of send them a copy of the bill and invite them to testify and say, the committee is most concerned about whether this is a necessary use of the funds, and can you provide any guidance or put us in touch with someone who can.
Okay. Find out who the correct people are. I know Rebecca Ellis is in Representative Welch's office. I'm not sure. Ethan, I can't think of his last name for, I think Senator Leahy. And I'm not sure who Senator Sanders' representative is here now, but we'll find out and we'll do that.
Yeah, I think it's Catherine Becker Van Haste. Just got promoted in Senator Sanders' office, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay, we'll track it down. Before we go off, Gene, how did you make out in transportation?
Well, it was, they have accepted our recommendation of moving along to have a 2-year sunset. I think the only conversation was why 2 years? And I said, quite frankly, I explained about the taxi report, and because Representative McCoy had been with us at that time, it was much easier. I said we wanted to deal with that and deal with the issue about whether we are going to have statewide or individual regulation. And at the same time, we don't really know what we're facing on economic developments. We wanted to give ourselves the extra time to really get this done so we could revisit the sunset in 2 years. They were fine. And then there was some discussion as to whether we should lump all of these. There are apparently 3 different sunsets that they're working with under their section 23 of the that does transportation issues. And it was finally decided, no, we'll just run with ours. And then Judiciary has something on cameras, and they have something on airbags. So
okay, all right. So Thursday morning, first thing, we'll go through this one more time, all that substantial language that Anthea developed, and vote on it, and then get it to the floor. Well, actually, it has to get to Rules Committee. Okay, very good.
Okay.
And for tomorrow, you're putting together some information on penalty weeks.
I am. It might be a fairly short discussion, and I think you're starting early tomorrow, right?
Yeah, we're starting at 9, but if we can, if you can provide us with, with what you found out, we can go over that. I'm not sure if the commissioner's coming on or Dirk might be on, but I want to get a feel for, where we can go and how we can deal with this problem.
Yeah, I'll give you a rundown of what I've been able to find.
Okay.
And I should be on around 10, so I can join you for the very end of that conversation.
Yeah, that's great, because if there's something we need to do, then we'll have you there to give you instruction on where we want to go.
All right, sounds good.
Super. Thank you, Damien, for being with us this morning. Rebecca, thank you also. Appreciate your time. Thank you, committee. We will we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Have a good day. Thank you.
we are now going to shift. I'm trying to find the section. I always have trouble with this. It is section 6, and people who are eligible for parole. This is general parole. This is not the presumptive parole. It is our general eligibility for parole consideration. We have Senator White with us to talk about one piece of this, which would allow folks who are 65 years of age or older who have not served their minimum yet, but have served 5 years of their minimum to be considered for parole. And also they would, if they are serving a sentence of life without parole, they would not be eligible for this. Some members requested a senator to come and talk to us about the thinking behind this. I know your committee, Senate GovOps, met this afternoon at the same time we did. So thank you for finishing. You finished your committee to come on to ours. And I hope we don't have to keep you for an hour or an hour and a half like we did, what was it, a year ago?
It was more than an hour and a half. It was more like 2 hours on 2 different days.
Well, we all had a good time, right? So members just wanted to hear what your thinking was on this furlough under compassionate release sections. So people were concerned about this piece just being limited and focused to the amount of time served.
Well,
so
I think
all yours, Senator.
Sorry.
No,
so Jeanette White from Senate Judiciary to speak to you about this. Our concern was, I think the compassionate release bill, and I am trying to remember now, dealt with people who were ill. It was very focused on people who had some chronic illness that, or were in a wheelchair. There were medical conditions attached to it. Our thinking on this was that if somebody was over, if they were 65 or over and they'd served 5 years of their sentence, that they should be allowed to apply for parole. This does not mean that they'll get it. This is not the presumptive parole. This is just the ability to apply for it and go through the regular parole board. Both corrections and the parole board agreed with us on this. And it was simply a matter of thinking about, do we need to keep people, should we be more open about our allowing people to apply for parole? And the parole board has very strict requirements. And in this case, because it's not presumptive, the victims, if there were any victims to the crime, they would be notified. They would come before the parole board, just like a regular parole board hearing. So it wasn't very complicated.
So did you hear testimony from DOC and the parole board that they supported this?
We did. I don't know if they enthusiastically supported it, but they didn't oppose it. And they agreed that it could happen because it's not, originally we had it in the presumptive parole section, and we moved it there because we thought that was not the right place for it, and they felt fine with that.
I know one concern that has arisen in our committee in talking is that the possibility about a real short window of time between the time they're actually sentenced and their minimum, and it's not really connected. It's not connected to the terms of whether it's a listed or non-listed crime. It's not connected to their health. It's just connected with their age.
Mm-hmm.
So if they were, say 63 years old, And then they were detained for 2 years and then sentenced to a minimum of 20 years or even 10 years. They have already served 2 years of that 5 years that's in the bill.
Mhm.
And that's what
Right.
some members of the committee are really struggling with, that it's a very short period of time.
It is a short period of time, but they're not going to, the parole board will make those decisions based on that. This isn't, this is not the presumptive parole. This is having to go through the same process for parole that anybody else has to go through. And this just says they can apply for parole. That's all it says.
Do you know how many offenders would qualify for this to apply? Do you know?
I don't think there are very many. We got a list of people, and I'm mixing up some of the lists of people that we had. So if you are sentenced to life without parole right now, then you're not eligible here for this. There are 14 of those people, I believe, in the state, and I cannot remember how many they said, but there are not a lot of people, and they're not, if they're convicted of some egregious crime and the parole board decides that that they shouldn't be given parole, they won't give it to them.
Mm-hmm.
So it just allows them to apply. And in this, where we've seen now that we've released over 300 people, we begin to wonder, some of us begin to wonder why some of those people might have been held in prison for the time they've been held there anyway. If in a crisis you can release them, could you release them not in a crisis? But that's a different question. But this just allows them to apply.
Okay. So we have some questions from the committee. Kurt, and then Butch.
The other thing that I think there was some concern about is that this is the only instance where a person is eligible prior to their minimum. They would not be serving their minimum, and that's kind of that was not well received, I think, on some parts of the committee. And so I'm wondering why you would make it so that they are as the only case where they would be eligible but prior to their minimum.
Primarily because they're old. I mean, 65 is not old, I'm finding out now, but because if their minimum is 15 years and they're 60 years old, they're not going to be eligible for parole until 75. And do we really not want to allow them to even apply? So that, you're right. It is the only group of people that are allowed to apply before they reach their minimum. And go ahead.
We did hear testimony. It's pretty well known that 65 is old when you're thinking of inmates. They are. So we did hear that testimony as well. So.
And it is pretty old if you're in prison, and if you've been there for 5 years, it's taken a toll on you, and so it is pretty old.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so now we have a few more questions. We have Butch, Carl, and Marcia.
Hi, Butch.
Senator. How are you today?
Good.
Nice to see you.
I'm holding my thing here because the sun comes in so bright in the afternoon that I look like a ghost.
Oh, you look great.
Be thankful you're not sitting in our little chair where the people are.
I know.
Well,
I see Terry there. Looks like he's in the witness protection program.
Oh, I have a question, by the way.
Okay, yes, I thought you did.
I have a concern, as you may gather, that I think we're setting up a special class of inmate here with, and it's to a very limited group of people. And because previous to this provision, it clearly states as if the inmate sentence has a minimum term, the inmate shall be eligible for parole consideration, et cetera. So this sets up a special class of people based on age. However, our criminal code does not set up a special group of people based on their age. And that, frankly, Senator, that concerns me. So I have a little problem with this. And I remember seeing this language in the bill that we crafted in 18, and it was disturbing for the committee at that time. And that's how we landed on that compassionate release that we landed on in I guess it was H-150 of 2018. So I just really, to be honest with you, Senator, I have some real reservations about this, and I guess that's more of a statement. But my question is, did you take testimony from the victims or any victims or victims advocates concerning this area here in the Senate committee?
Yes, we did. And what we heard was that because originally we had it, as I said, in the presumptive parole, and we moved it out of there. And the parole board always contacts victims, so they will have the ability to respond. I don't think there were there was any opposition to this in terms of it being either a special group of people or from the victim's perspective. And some of these might be victimless crimes. I mean, there is no such thing as a victimless crime, but it isn't necessarily a personal victim crime.
So are you contemplating that this 65-year-old person, no matter what their crime was, whether it was a misdemeanor or a listed crime or a Big 12 crime, any of those people within those categories would be eligible for this?
Yes, because we're trying to move, I think in this whole justice reinvestment, we're trying to move more from the attaching to the crime itself then, and beginning to look at the risk of re-offending or the risk to public safety instead of just attaching it to the crime. And we heard that there are people who have not committed Big 12 or listed crimes who probably are creating less safety for the public out there than some people who've committed either a listed or a big listed crime. So we're trying to, this whole justice reinvestment is trying to move away from attaching the sentencing and the how we treat them from the crime itself to the risks.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
So we have another question. Carl.
Good afternoon, Senator. Thanks for joining us.
Sure.
I had I've got just two questions. I share some of the same reservations that Representative Shaw and Representative Taylor noted. What I was really trying to understand was, is there some did you know of other states who had tried an approach like this, and was there some background or other programmatic element that that this provision had sort of originated in?
Oh, I'll be pretty honest with you. The whole impetus for trying to do some of this has come from particular inmates and from their families. So we know there are a couple of inmates in prison right now who pose no harm, no public safety issues, nothing at all. They have not served their minimums and they're not eligible to apply for parole. So that kind of was the impetus for us to get going on this. And then when we started looking at working with the Council of State Governments with the Justice Center, they felt that this was a good direction to go. I couldn't tell you if other states have done it or not.
Thank you, Senator. Would those inmates not be eligible for the compassionate release?
No, because they do not have a chronic illness that has is a terminal illness. They might have a chronic, but they're not terminal. The medical release is pretty specific about what you have to have.
Okay, thank you. And my second question was, did Senate Judiciary take any testimony from Judge Grierson on this provision, and was there any?
You know, my guess is that we did. We took testimony from Judge Grierson on everything, so I'm sure that I can't specifically remember what he said, but it's the parole board that makes the decision, not the judiciary. So,
right, but my concern there was similar to that idea of someone, you know, being released before their minimum, and if judiciary had an issue with that. So
they as I remember, they didn't. As I remember, when we passed this bill out, everybody was in agreement with the bill, and this was part of it.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Sure.
So I have one question. So, Senator, you mentioned that there's a few folks that you know of that who are incarcerated that would meet this. Do you know what their minimum is?
Well, one I believe has at least 5 years left to go before his minimum. And I don't
know how long he's served already.
Maybe 6 years.
So
I can't.
May have been 10 or 15 years, depending
Yeah.
on how long the person was a detainee as well.
I can't. And what we tried to do is not to craft this to meet one particular or two particular people, but to say, and we quite honestly debated about whether it should be 55. And if you haven't met your minimum, but you've served 5 years, because even 55, if you've been in prison for 5 years, you've aged. So, but we went with 65 just because that seemed more palatable to people.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember the details on, and it's always dangerous to craft legislation for a particular person. So this was, while that was the impetus to get this going, that is not the, and those couple people that are there they may apply for parole and they may be told, nope, no way.
Mm-hmm.
So this doesn't guarantee anything at all for anybody.
Mm-hmm. So we have another question. I saw that Marcia had her hand down and now it's come back up.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, you pulled it down and then it came back up. So it's yours.
Yeah, the only problem I have with this is the big 12. I mean, I can't see them not serving longer. Yeah, you age in jail, but what about the people outside that are aging because something happened in their family?
Then my guess is if the victims come in and make the appeal, that the parole board will say no. This does not guarantee anything. Remember, all this does is gives the ability to apply for parole. It doesn't guarantee, it doesn't give them any up on anybody else. It doesn't, it isn't presumptive. So the person is going to have to prove, I mean, they're going to have to prove all the things that they have to prove to the parole board, that they have a place to live, that they have community support. Maybe the parole board will say, yes, you could have parole, but you're going to have to wear an ankle bracelet. You're going to have to be restricted. There are all kinds of conditions they can put on them when they're on parole. But my guess is that if it was a crime where there was a lot of victim sentiment that the parole board would not grant it.
And the other day, we were also told that there's more and more people over the age of 65 committing crimes. They said the age of people going in is older, and so they've already aged out before they even go in.
Well, they haven't aged out. They still have to serve 5 years minimum.
Yeah.
Your mom went to call.
Thank you.
So
Yep.
we have another question. You never get
Sure.
out of this committee easy, Jeanette.
I know that. Believe me, I know that.
Kurt?
Yeah, I don't know if this is a question for the senator or somebody else, but it just occurred to me that, so the person is denied parole. The person is still over 65. Can they appeal again? Or
I believe that the parole board has some rules. I can't remember that exactly about how often, I mean, how long you have to wait before you can apply again. I quite honestly can't remember that because I keep mixing it up with when we were dealing with the ability to have your records sealed or expunged and the time
all right.
period there. But I do believe that the parole board has some time limit that you couldn't then apply the next week.
Yeah, they do, and I'm not
Exactly.
sure.
I'm not sure what the timing is.
Okay.
I mean, they're constantly being interviewed or reviewed one way or another.
I'm just wondering where that would be, because there must
Well,
be somewhere.
It's
Yeah.
probably in their rules, not in the
It
statutes.
might be because
That could be.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So we have another question, Sarah?
Hello, Senator White. Nice to see
Hello,
you.
Sarah.
So this is not so much of a question, but it's a comment. I think this kind of raised to the top when we got some testimony from the Vermont Network that they were expressing some real strong concerns around some of the victims of sexual assault and personal harm and violence. And so I think that's why we're looking at this section of the bill at this later stage. So I was just curious, did you hear from any of those folks?
Oh, we did, from Sarah Robinson and yeah, we did. And I think that when we had it in the presumptive parole section, there was a lot of concern. But my understanding and my memory is that when we moved it to the regular parole proceedings, that, and there still will be some concern, but I think that we have to put some trust in the parole board to not give parole to, we trust them now to do it for people who are applying for parole. We trust them to make that decision. And this is just another area where we're asking for that trust.
So what made you, what's the thinking behind 5 years? What if it was 10 years or 15 years? I mean, it's 5 years is the determinant. Age 65 and 5 years that they've served. What if they've had to serve 10 years or 15 years?
Well, we heard some in terms of justice reinvestment in general that you're not as likely to reoffend after a period of time. And as I remember, that was around 5 years. That and 10 years, then I guess if somebody was 60 when they committed the crime, they couldn't apply then until they were 70. If they were 65 when they committed a crime, they couldn't apply till they were 75. We just thought that 5 years was a reasonable length of time to have served. And again, as I say, that the parole board will not grant parole to somebody they feel is not ready to be paroled.
Anything else from folks? As you can see, we do have some problems. There's some questions about this particular piece here.
I think that, I don't know if you have had a chance to talk to Ellen from the community from CSG.
Mm-hmm. Might be
But-
good to circle back.
And I think that we really are trying to look at what makes sense in terms of when we're incarcerating people. We have way too many people incarcerated right now. So how do we start looking at how to deal with that? And we've just released 300 people. And so those 300 people were we not in this crisis, probably would not have, many of them would not have been released, and yet we've released them. So I think we need to rethink the way we deal with people in prison, and when we can release them and when we can't, and look at it in terms of their risk to reoffend and their risk to the public safety. And if it's considered a risk to public safety, then the parole board is not going to do it, because that's one of the things they take into account, in addition to the fact that, do they have a place to live? Do they have support? Do they have, so that all of that has to be taken into consideration.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, this is helpful.
Okay.
Any other questions here from the committee? Oh, Kurt, a question.
Sorry, not a question. I think I found the answer to my question that I asked previously.
Okay.
In section 502, where it talks about parole interviews and reviews, it does say in C, any inmate who's eligible, and what we're basically defining is another eligibility.
Right.
So every year their records would be reviewed by the parole board automatically, I gather. They don't have to apply for this, they're automatically eligible. And so their records would be reviewed.
Are you talking, Kurt, if, well, they would be reviewed, but they would have to meet their minimum in order to be reviewed?
Unless this was part of the
Unless this
bill
was,
that passed, then anybody over 65 who'd served 5 years would be automatically reviewed.
Every year, yeah. That seems to be what this says under 502. Because it says anybody under 501 who is eligible.
Is that the presumptive eligibility section, the 501?
No, it's just
oh,
parole.
that's your regular.
Okay.
So I guess what we're talking about is anybody who's over 65 and satisfies these other criteria is automatically eligible for parole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
And
what we're saying here.
Yeah, and every year their records would be reviewed.
And the parole board agreed with that.
Yeah, okay, just want to make it clear that that's what we're saying. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this? So that Senator White can go and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
It's cold down here.
It's cold down here. It's windy. It's really windy today down here.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
Jeanette. Thank you, Jeanette.
Okay, folks, so now it's 10 minutes of 4. We've been on for 3 hours. We're not gonna get much further on this bill unless people want to have some committee discussion at this point. I'll leave that up to you folks if you want to talk about anything. I'm not hearing or seeing anything, so.
So we lost Jessica, right?
We did. She had to pull off at 3.
Okay,
Who did we lose?
Jessica Barquis.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I will reach out to her because at that point she thought maybe Senator White wasn't going to be able to jump on. But I
Right.
will alert her to listen to the YouTube stream. And she did indicate that she would be willing to come back and testify more to the committee if you so desired.
Well, I had on this age 65, it was not a recommendation of CSG.
That's what I have in my notes.
Yeah, it's not a
Yeah, me too.
recommendation. And I'm not sure about the parole board supporting this. And we do have DOC on the line. I didn't want to put them on the spot with Jeanette being there as well.
You know, Jeanette had said that we have way too many in prison, many people in prison. But I remember a comment that was made in our committee while we were in committee that we don't invite them. They come knocking on our door. Remember that?
That's true.
Madam Chair, I just want to check. I got froze up a few minutes ago, and is everybody realizing that we're still on YouTube? Have we?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, we're still on YouTube. Yes. Does DOC want to weigh in a little bit on this now? I mean, I don't want to work behind Jeanette's back by any means, but it was indicated that you folks support the this piece, and I'm not. Dale?
Yeah, this is Dale Crook, Director of Fields. We're kind of neutral on this. Concerns with the victims, that we'd have to reach out to victims before their minimum. You know, the population that's generally in this group are on for pretty serious offenses, but we're not opposed to it, but I don't think we're in favor of it per se. It's, you know, as far as the department's concerned, it's just a review before the parole board, and they can make their determinations. One of the quirky parts about this is that they have to be done with their programming, but the department doesn't program if they have to do programming until they're getting ready to be released. So some of the language doesn't actually sequence very well. So if, you know, at that 5-year mark, if we haven't programmed them yet, they're technically not eligible for the parole consideration, but we probably wouldn't end up programming that individual until 1 to 18 months before their minimum release date. That's how we kind of program. So that's kind of quirky there. But if someone doesn't have to do programming, it's just a review before the parole board. I'm not sure how many people this really impact. Monica might know the numbers, but
I don't off the top of my head. I'd have to go look.
But and realistically, I don't see very many individuals getting paroled through this mechanism, just because I think of the level of the charges that the parole board will be looking to parole before their minimum. But the parole board can obviously change its members and have different interpretations. But that's it for this. I mean, our big concerns is the victims and notifying the victims and making sure that they're aware of everything going on with this case, if it has to get before parole. And obviously we want to let them know this is not our decision or recommendation to parole. It's a statutory requirement.
So Monica, I know Carl has a question here, but Monica, could you by Thursday just send us an email on how many folks would be eligible for this, in that they've completed their programming?
And that they've completed their programming.
Well,
okay.
Unless
I can do it by what's written here, 65 and served 5 years of their sentence.
Yes, but they shall be eligible unless the inmate has programming requirements that have not been fulfilled. So that's what Dale just said.
Yeah.
Sometimes the programming requirements, you do that close to release. So
right. Yeah, we can get you something. I'll have to, I'm just thinking about how we'll do it, but we can get you some information.
Carl, you have a question, comment?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm really uncomfortable with the idea of supporting this personally, anyways, without hearing from the judiciary on this. I think, you know, hearing from Judge Grierson about the sort of precedent of allowing people to apply for parole before their minimum. I'm really struggling with that. And I would like to know what Judge Grierson thinks about this before I would feel comfortable supporting it.
I totally agree with that.
Okay.
Alice?
Yeah, go ahead, Butch, I'm sorry.
Thank
I'm
you.
looking.
So in full transparency, I had a conversation with Alice about this, an email conversation last night. And again, this morning, I have some grave concerns about this section in this bill. I saw this language in 2018 and that committee in 2018 struggled with the language and made a conscious decision to say no. I don't think the situation has changed any since then. We did come up with a kind of a compromise, and we talked about that. It was H-150 and to the 2018 session, and that was a good compromise, and it was a good piece of legislation to help the elderly, if they had certain situations, be eligible for parole. This, for me, creates a whole new class of inmates within the facility without taking into consideration the crime, the length of the sentence, or the victims. And I understand that it's permissive to the parole board, but I think we set a very dangerous precedent if we allow this piece to stay in this bill. And I'm not gonna put the committee on the spot today and ask for a vote on this, but or maybe I should, but I'm gonna defer to the chair on the timing on that, as I promised her I would in the earlier conversations. So that's just my thoughts on this, and I think it's a very dangerous precedent that we set when we travel down this road.
It only takes one person to make it bad for everybody.
So I'm picking up that we all members of the committee are really struggling with this piece. Is that fair to say? Just nod.
Yeah.
Okay, so we may end up being a piece that maybe doesn't survive, or is drastically changed, one or the other. For that. And then we've got the issues coming from House Judiciary. So I think we're finishing up here, unless what I'm seeing for Thursday for folks is having a hunch we'll probably be working more on the capital budget than on this. I think we really have to let House Judiciary do their work. But one thing, Monica, if you could just send an email possibly with the numbers of folks that have fulfilled their program requirements and are 65 or older that would qualify for that review by the parole board.
Yes, I was just thinking about how I would get that, so I'll send something to you.
Yeah, just email the committee, send it to the committee.
I'll send it by the end of the day tomorrow. I'm not available on Thursday, so I'll try and get you something tomorrow.
Okay, just so we know what we're dealing with. Yeah.
So you're not going to take testimony on S338 on Thursday then? Is that
we've got to go through the remainder of the draft of it with Bryn, which is really looking at the report section, the report back on the implementation. We might try to get that done with Bryn at the beginning. so that she is free to do whatever work she needs to do for House Judiciary, because House Judiciary is also meeting in the morning, so I don't
Right.
want to tie her up too much for that. So that's what I'm thinking right now for Thursday. Hope it doesn't change, but that's what I'm thinking. Does that make sense to the committee? We can start Thursday. Let's start Thursday at 12 o'clock. And Phil, maybe if you could connect with Bryn and see if she can finish walking us through S338, which is basically just the report sections in the back, the implementation group to work with Council of State Government. She's redone that language. That's really what's left.
Okay.
Okay, and maybe you folks with Earn Good Time would have something done by then, but maybe not. For that. So why don't we sign off here of YouTube? We've been on for 3 hours. I don't know if anybody's still listening on YouTube, but if you are, thank you. It's been a long afternoon and we appreciate you being with us. So we will sign off for now, and we will be back on Thursday at 12 o'clock to pick up just the tail end of 338. And then it looks like we'll kick over to our capital bill. So thank you all for listening.
I think we are going to be joined by Aaron Segrist shortly from the Vermont Retail and Grocers to give us some preliminary thoughts on 346 and what the retail and grocers, what she's heard back from. I know she's putting a survey out, but she has some immediate thoughts. And I think it's more of, you know, how much of an issue was the frontline workers, the difficulties that businesses had of keeping those frontline workers on, if any. Some, you know, we've heard anecdotal thoughts on people leaving because they could get more money on UI, but we haven't really we haven't seen any evidence of that yet. So as soon as Aaron gets here, I think we can talk more about that. But Jean?
I just, a quick question, if we have some time, and it's aimed primarily at Lynn, is when you got, Lynn, when you got that letter from DOL with all of the people who are now claiming on your, you know, who are claiming UI, my understanding was this is not supposed to affect your experience rating. Was that, and I got a client called me, they got a letter like that, and they're supposed to be emailing it to me, so I haven't seen it. So are they saying that they're now allocating all of that cost to your account and they're going to raise your experience rating?
Well, we have a safe period for experience rating, which I understand is 12 weeks.
Yeah.
We're well 2/3 beyond that. We're 2/3 into that. Some of these people, I mean, we had 2 people who gave us notice on March 9th, and their last day was like March 19th.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't work that following week, but they got paid for that following week. They're both on there. One of them had been there a long time, and the other one had been there just 6 months. And the way they do it with UI is they go back like 4 or 5 quarters, and they pick up anybody who's been there as an employer. So we were the primary employer for one of them. She started work, I think, on March 23rd or something in another office. The other one was supposed to go back to her previous employer, but they subsequently got laid off. Then we had another young lady who notified us April 30th that she was leaving. She had been working part-time for someone else, and I assume she reported all that. You know, who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But she started work full-time the week after, and you know, the beginning of May. Then we had someone who worked for us only for about 2 or 3 months, and she left in December of 2018, and we pulled her in. And then we had another one who came up. There was another one. It's like 4 or 5 of them. Anyway, the point is that I'm not sure what our liability is, and it's impossible to reach anybody on by phone to ask the questions like I would have done in the past. You know, we don't have that many. I mean, like we have 17 people now, and you know, we have one every 5 years or something like that. But I know that if you don't fix it, it will carry you forward for 3 years, no matter what. And if this 12 weeks is not finished and these people aren't back to work, then it will impact our experience rating. And you know, we certainly haven't seen any patients. We're just starting to bring them back a little bit. But it's not just a simple, gee, I didn't get my check. This is there's no way that I can see for an employer who has issues to really easily get help, you know, just to give me some guidance, you know, there's no way. There's guidance for the employees, and they can go online, but there's no way for me to go online and say, yes, this is verified, or this is a problem, or whatever. And I mean, early on, I did contact Jessica, who directed me to Dirk way back when in March, but I'm not really comfortable just calling them up or writing them because they got other problems. Like I said, I might try Jim's guy. But somebody, there's got to be, I'm not the only one who's having these kinds of problems. I'm
Well,
sure
I'm-
other employers.
Yeah. That's what I'm hearing. And when I got the call this morning, I was so glad we were going to talk because I wanted to talk to you about it. And maybe this is something we should become more familiar with in the committee. I mean, we're going to be looking at trying to bring people back. That may become yet another barrier to getting back into business.
Well, restaurants are going to have the same problem. I don't know.
Exactly.
Kristen can talk about this. He probably has employees or people that he knows. But employers like restaurants or hairdressers, or of course, usually they're independent contractors, but other people who have employees who they can't go back to work. And people are maybe job shifting now. And where does an employer, it could be anybody, where do you go to get that help? It's a complicated issue, and it's there may be no way you can get out of it. But if somebody's a voluntary quit, I've been assured that we're not responsible for that. But I'm not sure how that works with all this stuff going on.
Neither do I. Thanks.
Okay, Aaron is in the waiting room. Hi, Aaron.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us. Sorry we didn't get the information to you sooner.
That's okay. I should have reached out sooner, so my apologies.
It's okay, not a problem. So, we're looking at S346 and the hazard pay, and with a lot of questions. And I think the committee, rightfully so, is worried about the federal government's ability to claw back $60 million from the state of Vermont if we're not doing something properly. And so, some of the questions that have come up are, this is actually turning out to be an historical payment, and where, were employers finding that people were actually quitting because they could get more money on UI. And, those are the type of questions that we're wondering about, because I think that's something that the Fed would ask. So I know you're putting a survey out. I know you don't have numbers yet, but I think you probably heard some things back from the retail and grocers.
Yes, yeah. So for the record, Erin Segrist, I am the president of the Vermont Retail and Grocers Association. Yes, back when everything hit, when COVID-19 hit, we were inundated with phone calls from our members. How do we keep our employees safe? How do we keep them on? And once the unemployment insurance came down from the federal government, the additional $600, there was another wave of phone calls saying, how do we keep our employees? Because they are seeing a lot of opportunity to make more money staying home. So we've fielded hundreds of phone calls about this issue. We have been watching it S342 from afar, and trying our best to get feedback from members. We have sent out a survey. We sent it out last evening, but we have received some preliminary responses. I want to say I checked right before this call, and we had received just over 30 responses so far. So as the weekend goes by, I'm sure that we'll continue to get responses. We'll put it in our update tomorrow as a reminder to get more information, and we'll be happy to report back to you. Preliminary responses have shown that 40% of the respondents have provided their employees with a bonus. 66% of those bonuses are recurring bonuses. So it may be like $100 this week and $100 bonus next week, or, you know, a greater amount. We did not ask for how much they provided, but we did ask them overall what they provided as a general bonus. 15% of respondents have said they've provided $1,000 or more for a bonus. 10% responded that the bonus was anywhere between $101 and $300. And 5% report that the bonus is 5% between 500 and 1,000, 5% between $300 and $500, and 5% under $100. So it varies, but the greatest response right now is 15% with a larger bonus of $1,000 or more. We also asked about hourly pay increases. 80% of respondents have provided employees with an hourly pay increase. Again, this is a small subset. This is not representative of the entire food and retail industry. So happy to report back. But 29% of the respondents have provided an increase of $1 to $2 per hour. 19% have provided a 50 cent to $1 per hour, and also 19% have provided a $4 to $5 increase per hour. I have several members who have called and said, I'm doing everything I possibly can, and I've had to increase those increases just to make sure our employees are coming back. We also asked how, if employers used money from the CARES Act to provide those bonuses or the pay increases, and 65% of respondents said that they have used funds that they've received out of the CARES Act. So, you know, that was the major feedback was, how do we get more money so that we can keep our employees safe and taken care of? We've also heard, you know, from various members, they have seen employees call in sporadically, much more regularly, but also sporadically. You know, they'll come in for a couple of days, and then they'll call in for a few days, and then they'll come back for a couple of days. I know that our members are also receiving a lot of outreach from the Department of Labor asking for verification about their employees receiving unemployment. So there's additional demands on employers to respond to those requests. I understand that many of you are probably receiving questions about why only specific employees are eligible for these funds. We have received that from a couple of members as well. You know, we also administer the Specialty Food Association, and I don't believe that manufacturing falls directly under this bill. So we've received questions about that, but a majority that we have asked, as far as the grocery and retail sector, many of them are saying, I'm doing the best I can to provide increases to my employees right now, but I can't do that indefinitely. So, you know, they're open to different opportunities. I will say that some of the concern that also comes with that request for any type of help is, my understanding is that employers would have to make all of their books and records available to the secretary or the attorney general. There is quite a bit of concern about sharing proprietary information when it comes to making sure that their employees are eligible. They certainly have heard loud and clear the bill's requirement that they don't reduce hourly compensation. That certainly hasn't been a problem. I think, again, they want to do everything that they can to keep their employees and provide them the pay that they feel they deserve. I think the biggest concern, again, is where is the money coming from? Is it available through the CARES Act? Are we capable or able to do such a program with this money? And also just making records available is the concern that I'm hearing. I'll stop there. I'm happy to take questions.
Questions for Aaron? Zach?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Aaron, for coming and speaking with us. I feel like some of your language was referring to like future tense of keeping people on. I'm sure you're aware the legislation pretty much refers to giving these additional incentives for up until tomorrow, I think, and then the previous 2 months. I was curious if, in that context, if how your employers feel about it as opposed to going forward.
So just to clarify, you're asking, should you move the time period? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I was just confused by I wasn't sure if you were aware that this bill basically is retroactive. It's not really an incentive to keep people on because it's already it's applying to things that already passed. And the other question that I had for you, so did the employers that you spoke with that had an issue with opening their books to the administration, to the Secretary of Administration, do they have any other suggestions of how they would like to verify, or how they would let these, how they would let us audit to make sure that the information that they're receiving is accurate? Because that's why we want to have information to that, access to that information. Was there other suggestions of how we could do that?
I did not ask for suggestions, but I'm happy to pose that question. I will share with you that our members, I should have started off with a majority of these members that have responded are very small stores. These are country stores. We had one small grocery store, but a majority, let's see, 2 food producers, and the rest of them were very small, independently owned businesses. These are not large grocery stores that responded. And I'll share with you that just like every one of us, our members are working overtime and around the clock trying to provide as much safety and support to their employees and the customers that they still have. I don't think that they've taken much time to make suggestions on how to verify, whether their employees are eligible. I think that they're just doing their best to provide as much help to their employees as possible. I can ask that question for sure. As far as Representative Ralph's first question about the time frame, that is a good question. I think that businesses have already stepped up and figured out how to provide increases. But if that increase is going to support their employees in the long run, then I don't think that should be the reason to not consider this bill. Again, I think the 2 main reasons that we would ask you to strongly consider is this money eligible through the CARES Act to be used for this type of a program? We're facing, as you all know, we're facing an unprecedented year next year as we try to figure out how to fill a gigantic hole in the budget. So we want to make sure that we're not saddling taxpayers or Vermonters with additional funds when we weren't anticipating that. And secondly, making sure that it does cover those who are on the front lines and impacted by working with the public who we don't have any control over at this time. I'm not sure if that answers the questions, but.
Okay. Charlie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and thank you, Aaron. I was curious if you had any, well, not, you wouldn't have empirical evidence yet, but anecdotal evidence of some of your members just being forced to close because they couldn't keep the staff on if they wanted to leave and earn more money from unemployment. I'm just trying to think of how are they did increase their pay in order to keep them. So did any of the members of your associations, did they experience shortages in their staff so they had to close operations?
I've not heard of a business having to close completely because of staff. They have certainly reduced hours because of staff, but also I think that is a result of just the sheer decrease in people coming in as well. Many of these stores that have responded have shut their doors in the sense that no one is allowed in the store, but employees have become personal shoppers. And so it's all curbside service. And you know, that has reduced the number of employees that may be necessary as well. So there's a decrease in customers shopping at your store, but there's also you know, the decrease in need for employees because they're personal shopping. So reduced hours, yes. I have not heard of very many, maybe one or two businesses throughout this 8-week period have shared that they have needed to shut down because of lack of employees.
Okay, and just the other question, you're talking about protecting employees, and we've had a discussion earlier today about the shortage of personal protective equipment for various industries. Just wondering if you and if the association is able to use your collective resources to find that stuff for your members, or how are you directing them?
Good question. We have not created a collective buying group per se, but we have fielded as many sources as possible from national counterparts, from regional counterparts, from just membership in general to find PPE and reallocate those options to other members. So, you know, our distributor members may have access to hand sanitizer. And so we would take that information and share it with our retailers. If, you know, I had the 3 large grocery stores coming to me saying, help us find face masks. And so, you know, there was one full day where I was on the phone just calling suppliers of face masks and seeing if there's any availability. So it really wasn't a collective purchasing group. It was more just doing the research and digging ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
I will share with you though, we did make several requests to the administration, you know, through Agency of Commerce and Community Development. We did ask, or at least to raise the flag saying we need help, you know, and I made it very clear, I should say, that we never wanted it taken away from the healthcare workers, but we did need help. Our grocery stores were left out on a limb. You know, we were getting phone calls and emails saying, you know, this grocery store on this street doesn't have cleaning solution at their front door, you know, tell them, you know, and they simply didn't have it. And there wasn't really any, I think we were all inundated, you know, the association, but also the agency and the state as well. But there wasn't much in the term of support from the state level in providing access to that PPE.
Yeah, you might, if people are looking for some ideas on how they can, what they could use to screen their registers and things, I found that see-through shower curtains really work well.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And
Good
they
idea.
cut, and they cut well too. And the
Yeah.
duct tape sticks to them and it works really
Mm.
good.
It's cheaper than plexiglass. Yes.
You better believe it. So like a $5 solution. It
There you
worked
go.
great. It works great for me. Bob?
Aaron, I want to make sure I understand your support for this bill. I want to make sure you understand that as it's currently written, it would provide, it won't reimburse employers that have given, raised their rates and given bonuses. And that what it all will do now is provide a, if you will, a reward, let's call it an appreciation reward, to those individuals that the employer didn't provide a bonus to, that worked from the March 5th, 17th through tomorrow. And it doesn't provide anything going forward.
Right. So I guess I assumed that the dates may be pushed back. But if that's not the case, I would ask that you consider them to be pushed back. You know, if this bill is to move forward, I would ask that you consider pushing the dates, say to, I don't know, May 15th to July 15th. I'm not sure if that's something you're considering. But as I said earlier, employers have done everything they can within the confines of their business between March and May. And I understand the Senate's want to support and the reason they created this bill. I think that, you know, we appreciate their thoughts and their willingness, but businesses have stepped up in order to provide as much support to those employees faced with these difficult situations already. So if we're going to continue to ask these businesses to provide this type of support, we would ask that, you know, if you are going to pass this bill, you would consider pushing those dates back.
Thank you, Aaron. I think that's important to understand that issue. That it as it's written right now, it's a historical program, and that will not help employers who graciously have stepped up and provided bonuses. I want to make sure you understood that. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think one of the, oh, Lynn, you have a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, in the context of your members, the retailers and grocers are not known for having high margins. Where are they going to be in July or September if this thing continues with shortages of supplies, increased wages? I mean, whether this bill passes or not. I mean, this is not, it's not easy on anybody, but these are people with 1% profit margins.
Yeah. Yes. Those are the $1 million questions right now. We have several retailers that have had to shut down, who are contemplating whether they are going to make it back. We've heard from several retailers that they will not be opening on Monday, even though the governor has said that, you know, you can start your phase in. We have rural members who called us the day after the state of emergency was announced and said, I don't know if I'm going to make it until June. There are a lot of, there's a lot of uncertainty still. I think that, you know, those that have been able to secure CARES Act funding, you know, they've been provided a short lifeline, but I think that we will see a significant change in the landscape between now and probably this time next year. it's going to be a long road for every single one of the retailers in this state.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Aaron? Okay. My internet connection's unstable right now. Kind of fits me. One thing that you brought up, Aaron, the secretary and AG being able to look at the books. And I'm not really sure exactly what we'll have to, I think, delve into that a little bit more, because I think we should be limiting it to payroll books, not the whole business books. And it's, it's kind of, it seems like it's broad right now. And I think we're only looking at payroll and making sure that the people that we're putting in, the names of the people are actually frontline workers, and that we're not, that no one is cutting back on their salaries, on their bonus pay or anything that they're paying, in order for those employees to get the extra dollars. So I think a little bit of tightening up there would be good.
I think that clarifying what information is required would be helpful. I think that may provide a better opportunity for people to weigh in with their considerations. But I think there's a great deal of concern, not necessarily solely for proprietary information to be disclosed, but also just the administrative requirements right now. These business owners are incredibly stretched thin, just trying to make sure that their employees are safe and their customers are safe, and they're providing as much product as possible. That's certainly something that I would ask you to consider.
Yeah. I think I shut my video off because now everybody's moving correctly now, but I think that now I lost my train of thought. Well, okay. So I believe that the thought process in the Senate was that they would, that the Secretary of Administration would come up with all the parameters and, the types of things that, and the forms that the businesses would have to fill out. So I don't think they wanted us to get too specific, but we may be able to come up with some bumpers that they would need to use.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was thinking about the same idea of moving this forward, so that, if it's found that we're in good standing to do this, I think we'd be in even better standing if we're doing it going forward than trying to provide a historical payment, that from what Bob's been talking about. And I agree that it's already done. So how do, then it does turn into a bonus, which is prohibited. So I think we'll look at those avenues too, going down the road. So, Jean.
Thank you, Aaron. I wanted to, your membership is the backbone of our economy. I mean, you're the small businesses, all of which I came out of. And I'm glad to hear that a lot of them have access to some of the PPP plant money. My concern is, my concern is, are they as the ACCD rolls out its plans, they're looking to various people to work with businesses, and I'm concerned about the lack of connection between your membership and RDCs. And are you getting any feedback that their local RDC is helping them? Is this how do we structure things to get to your membership, to the smallest of the mom and pop sits in a corner somewhere in, I don't know, Sheldon?
That is a good question. Those are relationships that we certainly foster among our members and other organizations. I'd like to think that we've been doing a good job putting our members in touch with different professionals around the state, whether it's attorneys that can provide them some guidance on financials and accessing PPP and additional CARES Act funding. But that's certainly something that we as an organization could put out there. Yeah, that's a good question. It's certainly something that we should be thinking about. I think RDCs are doing a great job, but yes, they're more geared toward larger businesses. We are also working closely. We've just started to reach out to the designated downtowns and all of the heads of those organizations to make sure that we're communicating with them and providing as much guidance and putting them in touch with as many of our contacts as possible. We're working overtime to try and provide as much information and access to them. But point taken, we'll make sure to reach out to the RDCs as well.
And we're going to be, and as you weren't on early, but next Thursday, ACCD is coming in with the beginnings of the plans. And I would urge you to be there and be a strong voice for the because I come from that world, and I know how busy people are just in regular time, just getting the paperwork done, much less running everything else. And those are the people I just want to make sure we have a safety net for, we can structure something. So thank you.
Yes. I have been in touch with Ted Brady, the Deputy Secretary, and he's been gracious enough to keep in touch with me about their plans. So he's making sure to keep in touch with us, and we're doing our best to make sure to get as much information out to members. So I will certainly be there, as much as I possibly can.
Thank you so much, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Aaron, have you been working with the task force too?
That's
Governor's
correct.
task force.
Yes.
Okay.
The Restart VT.
Yeah.
So sporadically, yes. Debbie Winters has been my direct contact. The association put together a restart proposal. We worked for a couple weeks with different types of businesses and different size businesses to put together a comprehensive request to reopen retail. I'm happy to share that with the committee if you would like. I'm happy to share that the governor and ACCD and the task force has heard our requests, and they've moved forward with, I would say, most of them for phase one. So it's been a privilege to work with the task force and the agency and the administration through all of this. I think that every single one of them deserves some recognition for all of the hard work that they've been putting in. And certainly there's no handbook on how to make it through a pandemic. And I think that, they've created a really good structure to communicate with organizations like VRGA and keep us informed, but also be sure they're making sure that they're hearing from our membership as well.
Good. Yeah, and also in a recovery part that, if there are things that our members need help with, especially the ones that were shut down, I think that's what is going to be brought to us next week on how do we help these businesses. So if you have, hopefully you've given input there, and if not, it'd be good to give them some thoughts.
Yeah.
Lynn?
Happy to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. As someone who did apply for PPP and who spent 6 weeks, almost 2 months, just trying to get the paperwork and the requirements and the details and referring to wherever, this was like, and also still trying to work with people and trying to get the unemployment and all the other stuff. The paperwork and the accountability piece in this is extremely time consuming. And if people are trying to run their business and keep it going and trying to take care of day-to-day stuff, it probably isn't practical. The smaller the business, the worse it would be. I mean, you're so busy working in your business that you don't have any time to work at your business under your normal regular circumstances. And in times of crisis, you certainly don't have the time. It was insane. I mean, it's still insane. Now we're trying to get people ready to go back, and that's even more time consuming. Someone today, when I was talking to someone at lunch, they said to me, this is like restarting your business from scratch. And I mean, I think that applies to everybody, just about any size. Right. Certainly somebody who hasn't had any continuity or very little support. I think that the RDCs are way too big to be of help to the small businesses that are your clients. Maybe a Hannaford's or something, but most of them not. But it's almost like you need to have a small business consultant who sits down and says, okay, you do not this, and then you do that, and then you do the other thing. And, it is overwhelming. It is totally overwhelming.
Yeah. And I'd like to think that we've done our best. We're a small office. There are 3.5 of us in the office, or working from home, I guess I should say. But I'd like to think that we've done our best to serve as that small business consultant, at least for retail. I spend every waking minute thinking, okay, this is what I'm hearing now. What's the next step? We've put together checklists, making sure that you're thinking of everything to keep your employees safe. We've put together checklists of stuff you should be thinking about in order to reopen your store. We've worked with our associate members who are, business service providers, trying to put together as much guidance, or at least make accessible as much guidance and as many checklists or documents that will help these businesses continue to run somewhat normally while having to address, another day's work on top of it. It's small business consultants would be in high demand if people had money, for sure. And so I'm hopeful that we've provided some ability to reduce someone's concerns a little bit, but yeah, we need more. We need more of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Aaron?
I'm also happy to either come back and report or share additional responses on the essential employee grant. Hopefully we'll get additional responses tomorrow and over the weekend. Happy to share.
Yeah, that'd be great if you can share that. That'd be wonderful. And send me I didn't get the survey, so if you could send it to me, that'd be great.
Oh, I think it was we sent an update yesterday. It's in the update, but I'll forward it to you.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. I think we're in a good place to finish up. But I appreciate your time, Aaron, and I think it's good that we're able to hear from our retailers and grocers as we look at this. And I think we need, we're in a position where we have to look at everything very carefully, and we're not diminishing the fact that we have a lot of employees and businesses that are front facing the public right now that stayed in their jobs and are providing a valuable service to all Vermonters to make sure that essential products are people can still get them, because without our employees, we're closed, and that means Vermonters can't get what they need. And we're also happy that the Vermonters that were not able to continue working were able to have enough money to pay their bills, meet everything, feed their families, and stay safe, and only coming out when they needed the essential of life. So we appreciate everything that everybody's doing. So I want to make sure that everybody out in the YouTube viewers that are out there know that we appreciate everyone and what they're doing. So thank you very much. So with that, committee, I think we're done for today. Appreciate that, all your work today. So tomorrow we're on the floor at 10, and Zach, you're all set. You have the bill all set, turned in, so we'll deal with that next week. We'll hear more on what ACCD is going to bring us next Thursday. I think Wednesday we'll use our time to have a discussion with Steve Monahan, talk a little bit about worker comp and COVID and where they are and how things are going with that. And so, committee, have a good rest of your day. Thank you for your work. And Christy, you have a question?
Just a quick one, Mr. Chairman. When the senator presented this bill to our committee, and I'm responding to the suggestion that Aaron had about sending or extending the date out to July. This bill was presented based around a formula, if I'm not mistaken, if I recall correctly, to the number of people that would be eligible and the amount of the grants, and it was total up somewhere near the 60 million, so to speak. So do we need to hear more on how this formula was, as we go forward with this bill? Do we need to hear again, or how this is generated, or what other funding may be eligible under the CARES Act?
What other funding?
If there's other funding available, in other words,
well, I think that, the U.S. House is looking at another package that would include some type of hazard pay that we're talking about now. And I think there is some language in this bill that talks about, this would pause if something came from the government that could replace it. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I don't think the premise of the bill changes at all, even if we push it forward, that it's still pay for essential businesses with front-facing employees that are putting themselves out on the line. It's not for the businesses now that are allowed to open up. I don't think that changes, because if we start adding more, the price tag goes up, and then I don't know that we're on solid footing with the Treasury Department either. So we're still waiting to hear back from our federal delegation on what they think and what kind of responses they're getting. So as soon as we get that, then we can probably move forward more.
Yeah, that was my concern, Mr. Chairman, was just the grand scope of the pot of money that we have, and considering the number of employees that would be eligible. And we certainly don't want to create a bill that would bankrupt the U.S. government, and certainly the state of Vermont. So,
yeah. Well, we'll let the U.S. government decide on how they want to bankrupt us, and but we're certainly not. We're certainly not interested in bankrupting the state, that's for sure.
Mike, are we going to
Bob?
hear from the second? Oh, sorry.
Bob, go ahead, and then Zach.
I think the U.S. government's already bankrupt. Do you think it's would be wise to get back in touch with the congressional delegation, and now that we're thinking about making this a more forward-looking issue as opposed to historical?
Well, I think I'd be interested to actually just get back their comments, and that might be one of the suggestions that, because we not only did we ask for take a look at this, but I think, you know, asking for suggestions, should we make some changes or not to make it so that it becomes something that's on solid ground. So as soon as we get that back, it'll be good. Zach?
I meant to do. There we go. I'm wondering if we're going to hear from the Secretary of Administration about this bill. I'm really concerned that we don't have the capacity to administer something like this.
Yep.
I don't want to have another, you know.
We
So do you think we'll hear from them at some point?
I think, yeah, if we're able to continue on with the bill, certainly want their input, and to see if maybe we need some more bumpers around what we're expecting them to put out for advice to businesses too. Okay, anything else from anyone before we hit the road? Stephanie?
I want to say I've been getting just a really wide range of comments from constituents on this one, and from people who, like nurses, who feel like it's just, you know, their job to do this. To
Yeah.
you know, I think we've all been receiving them. The grocery worker's mom who feels like her son needs to, you know, get some reward.
Yeah.
So I'm in a dilemma about it. And then, you know, I was at a large chain grocery store the other day, and I overheard the workers talking about their COVID-19 pay. So it's really interesting to see like how much, you know, these other large chains are paying, you know, are already paying their employees. And
Yeah, I think we all received one from a large retailer last week on what they're doing. So I think there's a lot going on out there, because, you know, I think we heard it from Aaron today that in order for businesses to continue on, they realize they have to pay some more to keep their employees there, because it's a dangerous situation for a lot of people. So
I was speaking yesterday to while I was making my volunteer grocery deliveries, I was talking to the owner of a small store, and he said everyone thinks he's doing really well, but the reality is that he's not, because COVID-19 has made it so that his catering business is flat. No one's stopping in to get sandwiches anymore. Like all that sort of side businesses that go on with the small general stores are just kind of evaporated, even though the grocery business has obviously spiked up. But I hadn't thought about that, and you know, anyway, just a little economic insight.
well, usually your deli and food businesses generally have a higher profit margin than groceries do, but Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along the lines of what Stephanie had to say, I'm hearing a lot of resentment about any assistance that would be offered to larger retailers. But be that as it may, I was just thinking outside the box for a minute. And what would the likelihood it be of us getting the governor to come and speak with us? And really just cut to the chase.
That door generally doesn't happen. That's why he has people in the administration that does the talking for him. I think my 16 years, I think We've had the governor talk to us maybe twice. I think Jim Douglas talked to us once. And I think Phil might have talked to us, but it was more in a big hearing setting, and it was probably before we started the hearing. But it's not. It's very unusual for that to happen.
Or even his chief of staff. What do you got to lose?
Yeah. Well, first of all, we got to figure out if this can stand up or not, and
right.
Before we commit the state to $60 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Anything else, anyone? Okay.